Think USA, think big, think bold, think Broadway, think the Big Apple, think LeBron, think Beyonce, think Tom Brady, think Tom Cruise, think Venus, think POTUS, think the Grand Canyon, think bright lights, think stars and stripes, think Hollywood, think the American dream. And this weekend, think of the dreams of some of the greatest triathletes in the world. It is lights, camera, action on the PTO US Open. And a very warm welcome to Milwaukee, where we have got two fabulous races to look forward to today and tomorrow, and two fantastic guests to talk us all through it. Rini Carfrae, who has walked the walk, a three-time Ironman world champion. Lovely to have you with us.
Thank you.
And Jack Kelly, who talks the talk as the host of the biggest pod in the sport right now. It's wonderful to have you both here. We're very much looking forward to getting into the detail over the course of today and tomorrow. But to start with the occasion that we have here, first of all, your trophy cabinet tells its own story. As someone who has been there and done it, what do you make of the buzz and the stage that we've got here this weekend?
You know, it's wonderful to have it here in Milwaukee with the USAT National Championships. 7,000 athletes racing this weekend. We're thinking about 20,000 spectators out in the course, and the business end of the season for these athletes. So the occasion is set. It's going to be a wonderful day of racing.
We're going to get you into the nuts and the bolts and the power wattage a little bit later on. But to start, I suppose, as well for you, Jack, in terms of, are we beginning to see the seeds sown by the PTO really beginning to bear fruit now?
I think the thing the PTO have done better than probably any company in the history of triathlon is get the best athletes together and they're racing regularly. We crave that as triathlon fans because we don't get it very often. Athletes pick and choose races that they can win. The PTO forces you to race the best. That's what we love about it.
That's absolutely what we got here as well today. In terms of what we're going to see, fast and furious, would that be about right?
Yeah, this course is very fast. We have a 2-lap swim, mill pond out there, very flat course. Then on the bike, the smooth surface. One small rise on the bike course, but I think it's only going to make it faster, and then multi-lap run course, very flat as well. So, and obviously the competition makes it extremely fast.
It does indeed. The sun is out, which we absolutely love. The sun was out in Ibiza as well back in May for the European Open. We had Olympic gold medals everywhere, but the winner didn't read the script.
So we got to practice a little bit.
Frodeno out in front at the moment. He lives for the competition. He's been thirsting for the opportunity to get in there and test himself against some of these young guns.
Blummenfelt there, minute down. Alistair Brownlee there looking really smooth.
What a move this is. Max Newman running side by side with Alistair Brownlee. They are the front runners in the race. The legend has company at the front.
He's chasing, so we're seeing like this is the best Kristian Blummenfelt can do. He's really putting everything out there.
It's an outstanding run for Max Newman. Ibiza rocks for Max Newman. A wonderful day out. Do we have a new superstar in middle course racing?
Well, it was stunning from Max Newman amongst a stacked pack, and that's exactly what we got here in Milwaukee as well. You obviously look at Kristian Blummenfelt, who will start as favourite. Magnus Ditlev with cards to play, he says. Congratulations to Sam Long as well, who became a dad on Tuesday. Well done him and Laura. He'll hope for the hometown support, as will Ben Canute, and keep an eye on number 17, the great Jan Frodeno, who has confirmed this week that this is penultimate race, and with that in mind, he is here not interested in nostalgia, but only to win. But for the rest of us, should we sit back, enjoy, and just celebrate one of the greats?
I think you said it. Jan's Jan, and he's here to try and win. He's all business. But yeah, we should enjoy Jan for the greatness that he has brought to our sport, the level he's raised over the years. And yeah, I mean, this is one of his last races on the biggest circuit in our sport, and we just thank him for all he's done.
I'm going to ask you about the favourite today, Kristian Blummenfelt, in just a moment, but obviously there was a bit of a tete-a-tete between Jan and Kristian in the media this week, and let's hear from the man who has arrived as the favourite and with only one job on his mind, and that is victory.
The way I see the race go on Friday is, I guess the top swimmers will try to do the same as they did in Ibiza. Like you have Aaron, who was maybe the driving force in the water, with Jan, who was probably trying to create something there, but also you're missing some of the horsepower, like Alistair, who maybe not, who's not going to create be the driving force in the first pack on the bike. But hopefully I will be there and be able to do something similar. So now I feel I've bridged up, and especially like with if you look at the short distance races I've done, like the progression has been good, and I'm getting closer and closer to the best in the world in short course, and I think that's going to translate quite well coming into a 100K race. And like you have guys like you saw Magnus in Ibiza, he's not just racing time trial for himself, he's trying to really make you hurt, and trying to be aware of that on the day, and also like Aaron who's probably going to try to create something damage on the swim. So just trying to be aware of those two scenarios, I think can be critical. And but yeah, I feel I've done the preparation I need to have done to stand on top of the podium.
Well, very controlled, as you would expect in the build-up. But we mentioned that the little tete-a-tete. Jan said, "Boy who keeps crying wolf." You say you're going to turn up and smash everyone. We haven't yet seen it. Is that harsh, or is there an element of truth in there?
It's harsh because Kristian last year won the Ironman World Championships, the Ironman 70.3 World Championships. He's the latest Olympic champion. He's the world #1 on the PTO rankings. He hasn't won a PTO race, though, and all through this build, he's talked about not being worried about Jan Frodeno. So I think Jan's heard that and gone, well, hang on, I'm the greatest of all time. Let's see who wins today.
It's what we want as spectators. Looking elsewhere in the field as well, Magnus Ditlev is a man who is beginning to really prove the hype around him. The bright lights are getting stronger around his performances. How do you think he's handling them?
I think he's starting to get more comfortable in that position. Obviously, he's only 25 years old, but I think he's starting to relax into that position now and enjoy the hype a little bit.
Okay, you're going to scoot. You've got to hurry, actually, because you're going down to the bridge, which we will talk about in just a moment. But thank you for now, Jack. And let's now go and find Rachel Stringer, who's on the grid for us. Rachel.
Well, yes, Alex, I just wanted to take you through where the athletes have picked their starting positions here on the pontoon. Let's start with 27, Kristian Blummenfelt, PTO #1. He picked that slot there. And then a really fast swimmer, Josh Amberger, is right at the end in 30. Then, interestingly enough, Magnus Ditlev, he picked 26. There's a massive gap there between him and Kristian. He said he likes that. He's got room to swim, of course, there, hasn't he? Right, middle section here, really fast swimmer. Aaron Royal is 21. One of 9 Americans, Jason West, is next to him in 20. And then Tom Bishop from GB, 23. That's the middle section. Let's go about 15 metres down here to the end. Jan Frodeno in his last ever PTO race. He's starting in #4. Florian Anger is down here as well. And then we have Ben Canute too. So 3 strong swimmers in this section too. But I'm going to be fascinated, as you guys are at home, to see who can get on the feet of 2 of the fast Aussies in terms of Josh and Aaron. And look out there. How are they going to navigate that really narrow section under the bridge? That doesn't really happen that often in triathlon. I can't wait to see how it unfolds.
Fabulous, Rachel. Well, you've got to scoot, actually, because the athletes are beginning to make their way down onto the pontoon. And actually, we are standing just by the Aussie exit as well, which is long, if you know your triathlon. About 150 metres. The athletes are going to have to exit the water. They're going to run past the hordes and the masses and then re-enter the water for that second lap. But you really have been speaking about this fast track. Let's have a little look at it and a bird's eye view. And What are the points of interest, do you think, from an athlete's point of view?
Yeah, I think for this race, the swim is going to be critical. We talked about how fast the race was, and there's going to be athletes like Kristian, Magnus, who are really going to want to be in that front group. There's a lot of really great swimmers too, so making that front pack. Then we're onto the bike. We'll do 7 laps of the bike, fairly flat course. They'll make their way all the way out and then come back 5 laps through transition each time, and then they'll be making their way back onto the run, and that one will be 5 laps. 5 laps, pretty flat around Ventures Park. Very nice course, but I'm sure they won't be taking in the views today.
And when you talk about a fast track, tactically, what are the athletes got to be aware of or try?
Well, I think they've got to be aware of the other athletes around them. Obviously, they're trying to get the best out of themselves in the moment, but they also have to be aware of what's going on around them, who's making moves. Is Ditlev come through? Is he riding at 500 watts? Is this a surge, or is this just his pace? And also just trying to keep up with that.
You're obviously here, and it's fabulous to have you in our studio. You've been here and done it as an athlete, but you're also a supporter today as well. How was Tim? How are you in the cheering camp?
Yeah, actually really good. It's great to have Tim out racing. He really wanted to do a PTO race. This is his last year of racing and his last big race, really. So really great opportunity for him to get out there and enjoy it. Enjoy is a loose term used for triathlon. I'm sure it'll be hurting and cursing that he chose to do this at some point, but really great to get out there one more time with the boys.
Good luck to him. He had a massive smile during the week. And just a quick final word from you as well. These moments before the starter gun goes, what are you focusing on? How are you feeling? What's going through the mind?
Yeah, the last moments are very nerve-wracking. You're kind of focusing on internal, like your breathing, positive self-talk, a lot of like, okay, you've got this, you've done the training. But yeah, sort of bring it internal at this point. And honestly, you just want to get that gun to go off so you can jump off that pontoon and get started.
The secret PTO Pro went 1 KB, 2 Jan, 3 Magnus. Would you have any complaint with that, or have you got others runners and riders?
No, you know, I think that's a fairly good estimation. Mystery Pro, I think, might have it right, but I'm sure there'll be someone mixing it up. I think we've got Jason West, obviously very fast runner, if he can hang on the bike. We've got so many other names. I don't want to misspeak just yet, but it's going to be exciting racing.
Certainly is. The Mystery Pro is very, very capable of just throwing these things out there and letting everyone else pick up the pieces. But what a sight that is. We have got a stellar cast here in Milwaukee. We are all set for the start of the PTO US Open. And let's hand you over to your starter. There's the great man.
Lionel Sanders. Wearing number 7 PTO ranked from Australia, Aaron Royal. Wearing number 5 PTO ranked from Denmark, Daniel Magnus. Wearing number 4 PTO ranked from the United States of America, Ben. Wearing number 3, for the United States of America, and a new dad, please welcome Magnus Long. Wearing number 2, PTO ranked 2nd from Denmark, Magnus Ditlev. Wearing number 1, PTO ranked 1, Olympic and World Ironman champion from Norway, Kristian Blummenfelt. We are just about set for our PTO US Open right now, ladies and gentlemen. 30 out of our top 40 ranked athletes in the world. They are vying for $600,000 and the all-important world ranking points here coming down to the last race in Singapore in just a couple of weeks' time. But now it is time for the PTO US Open. You are now in the hands of the starter.
On your marks.
And we're underway here in the PTO US Open, off to a great start and not wasting any time is Josh Amberger right in the middle there, followed by Aaron Royal from Australia, and they're off to a very quick start. Backegard from Denmark is right up there, and look at Jan Frodeno wasting no time for a strong start. Ladies and gentlemen, we're underway in the 2,000 metre swim. 2 laps to come here, 2 laps of 1,000 metres. Aussie exit back into the swim course for another 1,000 metres, and then they'll run up in the transition. So
we are racing 100 kilometres of super fast swim bike run here in Milwaukee for the PTO US Open. $600,000 is on the line here today, as well as big PTO points. 19 of the top 30 male PTO athletes are with us today. We are underway in the swim, which is 2 kilometres in Lake Michigan, consisting of 2 loops and a long Aussie exit, where the athletes will exit the water for about 125 metres before diving back in. You will note some coloured swim caps, which will help us identify various athletes. We will keep you honest with that. My name's John Gooden, and I am delighted to be joined in commentary by 4-time world champion Rinny Carfrae, who is making her way back to the booth right now. Also on commentary duty today is top podcaster and triathlon aficionado Jack Kelly. So top quality fields with blue chip athletes, great for us, great for the respective athletes as well. So looking for caps in the orange colour for the #1 ranked Kristian Blummenfelt. Magnus Ditlev is wearing yellow. And we already are starting to see that arrowhead form as we get a little shakeout in the swim as they go towards the bridge, where it really does narrow down. They will try and keep the boys on their right shoulder. And with that, delighted to now officially be joined by Rinny Carfrae. Rinny, how are we doing?
Yeah, really good. The excitement is really building down there. You can see the crowds. It's actually pretty incredible.
Great stuff. Okay, well, we're going to send it down to Jack because he is actually under that bridge. He's spotting for us. Jack, what are we seeing early?
We're seeing Mark Dubrick push a really hot pace. Aaron Royals just closed the feet there to 3rd. The swim hasn't broken up maybe as much as we thought it would, especially at this narrow point here, but Mark Dubrick really has just picked up the pace. Aaron Royals put in 3 or 4 hard ones. Ben Canute's there at the front. Daniel Backegard's there. Josh Amberger's there. It's a big group, though. Kristian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev are in good positions, better than what we would have expected. They're right there in the hustle and bustle just past the buoy now. Mark Dubrick's pushing a really hot pace, though.
Thank you very much, Jack. So today we will see the rematch between 2 of the best to ever do it. Both Jan and Kristian Blummenfelt confess that their respective presence on the start line has serious motivating factors, but the GOAT has called out his young rival for not yet delivering on his promises.
On the swim, you can't look at somebody near you. So those packs, if you will, those are made ahead of time. There's some certain athletes in this group that have probably looked at each other on this.
The journey of getting to the start line is always something, and having him there has definitely helped me through the last track sets, and making sure there is that extra mile being covered. And that's probably the biggest compliment I could make to you as well, because there's not many people in the world that would do that to me anymore. It turns into a routine until somebody comes that's worth pushing for, and I would have to admit that Kristian is one of those guys. Every chance you have to race Jan, it brings more prestige to the race, because it's not just about the prize money, it's also the athletes you're racing and everything that he has achieved. And of course, it again gets me out of the bed in the morning as well. In the same way, he's getting more motivated to do the training, getting in the shape he needs to be for this race. He won his first big title in 2008, 15 years ago, and that was basically the year I started triathlon. So the fact that he's still in the game, in the very top end of the game, is extremely impressive.
Man, I totally respect what you've done and everything, but it does remind me a little bit of when I speak to my daughter. I explain to her the concept of crying wolf.
And you know, when every single time you say, oh, I'm going to win, I'm going to smash you, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, well, we're waiting, and we've waited for a while now, so I'm going to keep you waiting a little longer.
I guess you better wait 2 more days, and then we will be there.
So there are a lot of different races happening out there right now.
Yeah, Ditlev and Blummenfelt should be separated by about 20-25 seconds.
So there has been a move by Aaron Royal to the front.
Yeah, it looks like Aaron Royal's in the front there, and then we have Mark Dubrick, I think, on his feet.
So really they're starting to string out, and we see, predictably, I think Aaron Royal has taken the lead.
Yeah, it looks like Aaron is in the lead there, and then I believe Mark Dubrick's on his feet. He took the swim out super hard, as Jack said, and it's starting to string out now, which is what we thought would happen a little earlier, but they're all so fast. In those first 300 meters, it's kind of a frenzy, and I think, you know, coming around these turn, boys, this is where it will really start to string, and as we, you know, run up onto the Aussie exit, that'll be a great opportunity to see possible packs forming.
Yes, a wild card entry, Mark Dubrick, biggest race of his career, I think it's fair to say here, but the American, at 29 years of age, already trying to make an impact on this race. What an opportunity for him to have like a home race like this and be amongst the very best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark Dubrick actually won his escape from Alcatraz earlier this year, and he, by his own admission, that was his biggest win of his career so far. So, yeah, to be up amongst the greats and have this opportunity, wonderful for him.
Came fourth at the 70.3 in Oregon 2 weeks ago. Who's actually first out of the water there as well. And he did do well on the bike, so we'll see how that goes with the swim. But as we see in the silver cap, Aaron Royal from Australia, such a strong swimmer, the two-time Olympian.
Yeah, that looks like Ben Canute right on the feet there of Mark Dubrick.
In the purple.
In the purple hat. And then we have like looks like a tiny little bit of a gap forming to a pink cap. Try to find out who that is. Daniel Backergaard, sorry, purple, pink is Daniel Backergaard. So Daniel Backergaard, sorry, my mistake, that hat, I've been corrected, that hat is red.
It looks very pink, Rennie. It looks super pink to me as well. There I am going down the list.
But Daniel Backergaard desperately trying to get onto the feet of Ben Canute there. And then we have some white caps. Orange cap will be Kristian Blummenfelt. So that is a great swim for Kristian, being right up there in basically, what, 6th position.
Josh Amberger, I think that is in the white, and Jan in the teal. And he's looking to...
So the surprise really is Kristian Blummenfelt. Really didn't expect him to be this far up the front at this stage of the race, but yeah, he did say that his swim's improved, so he's showing us right now that, and in fact, he can swim with the lead guys, but maybe a little gap forming right now. He'll have to really work to get back on the feet of Josh Amberger.
Did you expect this kind of front pack? I think in Ibiza we had about 10. It looks like we got similar numbers here in Milwaukee.
It does, and they seem to be staying intact so far. We can't see the back of that group so far, but yeah, a lot of really great swimmers, and the more great swimmers, it gets to 10, it gets to 12. As soon as it gets to that number, then more swimmers can kind of tack on, and that's when it just gets strung out. It could be 20 men getting out onto the bike course. So we'll see, obviously, as we come up to the Aussie exit, if there is a pack forming. It does seem to be a little gap around that 10th person, but yeah, it's still early, obviously, but very interested to see how this swim shakes out.
And as we said before, we have our man Jack down by the bridge, and we will be going to him any second now as we see Aaron Royal leading the charge under the bridge for that sort of halfway point on the loop. And with that, we send it to Jack. Jack, what's your interpretation of the race at this point?
Aaron Royal, when he went past Mark Dubrick, he went really hard. He put in a surge. Mark Dubrick got back on the feet there. Like you guys have said, Kristian Blummenfelt looks easy. He's back in about 6th or 7th. He looks super easy. That's probably the big surprise of the race so far. Aaron looks smooth, but he's pushing things. Mark Dubrick looks really easy too. But the big story by far here is Kristian Blummenfelt. There hasn't been that big gap that's formed like there was in Ibiza. There's still 8 people here easily in the front group. There's easily another 10 who could get on it at the Aussie exit coming up too. It's a massive front group all strung out.
Thanks, Jack. Yeah, really, let's talk the Aussie exit. So for the uninitiated, like, how does that impact the swim?
Yeah, so the Aussie exit, and this one is actually 150 metres. That's a fair way to run in the middle of a 2K swim. So this one, it depends on the athlete. Some athletes don't really like it. Other athletes see it as an opportunity to really bridge up. If there's like a small gap and they're really struggling to get onto those feet, they get out of that Aussie exit and they just sprint around and then dive onto to feet. So it can really help some athletes. But it'll be interesting to see how this shakes out. What I really wanted to know was where Magnus Ditlev was. I think that was the big question, and I'm sure Jack will have answers when we go back to him in a little bit. But that one is the Magnus train is what everyone's looking at. I'm sure he's somewhere in that top 20, but where is he?
And when you've got such a strong field of swimmers, like, what impact does that have on the rest of the race?
I think that's when the swim doesn't break up. So you have such a big, strong group of swimmers, then you have 20 men coming to dredge. It's chaos. It's chaos. Everyone's getting on their bikes, and then they've got to figure out how to space themselves. And so if you're in the back of that group, and then you're trying to make your way forward, it depends. If there's someone really strong on the bike who's in the front and gets out of the water in the front, really nails the start of the bike, then it's on you to sort of bridge those gaps. And it's really hard to see where there's gaps forming when you're riding from behind. Obviously, there's a 20-meter draft rule here, 45 seconds to pass, and you need to do that and figure out where the place is to slot in. So that can be dangerous, and that's where you're kind of burning some matches.
And we've spoken about the surprise right now, of course. There's a long way to go, but Blummenfelt is in that front pack. What does that mean for the rest of his race, if indeed he hasn't overexerted himself?
Yeah, honestly, I think he'll be licking his lips if he gets out of the water in this top 8. He really doesn't need to work too hard. Now he's in the front already. He doesn't need to burn any matches at the start of the bike. He really needs to just keep his wits about him and sort of watch the other athletes, and sort of then he can race the race instead of just burn matches at the start to catch up to the front. Now he's kind of in control already.
All right, they exit the water.
There's Mark Dubrick. That's Daniel Backergaard right there. Josh Amberger. Teal cap will be Jan Frodeno. There's Kristian Blummenfelt.
Oh, he's having to redo his cap.
Jan is behind Kristian Blummenfelt, but this is going to be interesting because they're going to have to really sprint to catch on to that front group. There might be a little bit of a pack forming right now.
And you've got to keep your footing as well, right? That's we've seen some slips and slides over the years.
Exactly, yeah, it can get slick, and they do have a bit of a chicane to run through there, so keeping their footing. The blue carpet is pretty grippy, but again, you don't want to slip up.
Whoa, there you go. That's what they call the commentator's curse, I think.
There you go.
And I can see they're playing with their equipment a bit, the goggles. You've got to get that right. They obviously took them off for the run.
Yeah, some will have taken them off, some will have left them on, but just making sure they're positioned well. Here's Kristian jumping in a couple of seconds behind that main group, so he'll want to sprint to get back on. This will be a critical point for him to get back onto that front pack. But again, Kristian's got many cards to play, and if this card is played out well for him in the swim, he'll be smiling, I think, when he hops on the bike.
And just technically speaking, that kind of getting out of the water and diving back in, when we look at the field here, are there going to be lots of athletes that are used to those kind of drills, or will this be a little alien to some?
It never feels good running out of the water. You've been horizontal and swimming in a horizontal position, and then you stand up. It doesn't feel great at the start. And so, I mean, these athletes will have practiced it knowing that this was the case. But, I don't think you ever really feel great running around a 150-meter sprint in the middle of a triathlon swim, sorry.
So we're just having a look there, how they're shaking out, the top 5.
I believe that's Josh Amberger on the right, sort of swimming solo. I'm not sure why he took that line, but he seems to have sort of faded off to the right. But purple cap in second is Ben Canute. And the green cap.
Is that teal? Is that the teal cap of Frodeno, perhaps?
So now we're waiting for our back markers here to be
teal cap of Frodeno. And we're just getting some information that Lionel Sanders is around 2 minutes back at the half. we were expecting around a 4-minute deficit for him at the end of the swim, and by his own admission, he said he's probably the weakest swimmer here. So, yeah, a lot of work for him to do.
So pretty consistent with predictions coming from the team at this point, but of course, it's still fast and furious out there today.
Of course, yeah, and obviously this is what we expected. Does seem to be a little bit of a gap forming. I think that green cap might be Mark Dubrick, because I think the general group is green. So Mark Dubrick on the feet of Aaron Royal. And we have Ben Canute right in there too.
So Dubrick and Aaron Royal helping to push the pace in the race. Believe that Dubrick's actually from the Chicago area, trains out in Boulder, but this is, you know, a wonderful opportunity to get close to your home roots, friends and family.
Absolutely, yeah. He'll have a strong contingent, obviously being American, and the American USAT National Championships taking place this weekend, but also local boys. So very nice to have support for him.
Okay, well, let's hand it back to Jack as the swimmers are in sight for him. Jack.
There's been a massive break here now. Aaron Royal's just done a bit of backstroke to look back. He's got 7 people on him, and there's a big gap back. Jason West was in that front pack, but now he's dropped back. He's now sitting in 12th, and the gap's formed. But Kristian's still there in the lead pack, sitting comfortably in 6th. This is a pretty big break here. They've got about 15 seconds, and Aaron Royal is pushing hard.
Thank you very much, Jack.
So I think you just saw.
They are heading that way, Greg. Yep, everybody who was up here by Discovery World, the beautiful building where we start, looks to be making their way down. Mandy Kowal, good morning.
So there is that pack that is now breaking away. And I'm interested to see where Ditlev is, as you spoke about. He is very much being talked about at the moment, a man in great form. Obviously with Challenge Roll, let's see how energetic he feels after those efforts. But he won't want to do a massive amount of work on the bike, will he? I mean, he's obviously can do
capable.
it, but exactly that.
Very capable, yeah. And as I think Jack said, there's 7 men in that front pack, and it sounds like Ditlev is in that second group, only a few seconds behind. So Magnus Ditlev, 46 seconds behind. So he is probably in that third pack, I would imagine at this point. Now we have a little lead change. Ben Canute taking his turn on the front, giving Aaron Royal a little rest.
Yeah, I saw those two working out together in the pool, and they were having a little bit of fun. I did wonder if they would speak to one another, perhaps strategize a little bit to try and go. I mean, Ben Canute always goes full gas right on the swim to try and stretch things out.
Yeah, Aaron Royal's just such a beautiful swimmer, always sort of leads most swims, so I definitely know that they were very motivated to push this swim hard to sort of make Kristian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev, and obviously the rest of the men work really hard to keep up. So they have made a break, and seven athletes in the front pack is definitely more manageable than 20. So I think they'll be pleased at that, but I think they'll be surprised when they get out of the water and see Kristian Blummenfelt right there on their feet.
Ben Canute climbed the PTO rankings to 5th with his 3rd place at Challenge Roth. He actually thought there'd be a big swim group out from the start. They know they've got some strong bikers on the course today as well. They do not want to be biking with Magnus, and they don't want to be running with Jason West, which I'm sure we'll get to a little bit later on. But yes, he and Aaron Royal predictably out in front. That is the script.
Yeah,
and let's see how much damage they can do to the rest of the field.
And you can see they're strung out and single file here. That just means the pace is really hot. Everybody's sort of just holding on to the next guy's feet. When they're bunched up and they're sort of 2, 3, 4 abreast, that's when the pace might be a little slower. But right now it's strung out, the pace is on, and it's evident with, you know, a pack of 7.
Yeah, I actually heard Ben Canute speaking about breaking the hips, where it actually slows the pack down, right? But can you speak to that and why they want to try and avoid that?
Yeah, so when someone's sort of swimming right on your shoulder, it slows you down just a touch. I can't speak to the reasoning for that, but I just know that in racing that I've done. Yeah, sitting right on the hip. And so you want to get away from them and have them on your feet, and sort of that speeds you up a little more.
So perhaps the green cap up top might be Mark Dubrix, who's falling back just a little bit to Kristian Blummenfelt. Looks like he's now in 4th position. I think I have that right. I mean, what a fantastic swim this will be.
Yeah, really just showing everybody that he is in form. It is the business end of the season, though, and he does have the Paris test event coming up, so he does need to be swimming very well for that. And he did say that his swim and his run have come a long way since Ibiza.
Yeah, what is it about the short course training that is going to inject that little bit of pace to guys like Kristian Blummenfelt, who have these ambitions across different distances?
Yeah, I think when you're training short course, you're just training that top end speed all the time. It's much easier to settle into sort of 100K distance pace than it is to do Ironman training and then come back down. And I think Kristian was doing a lot of like Ironman training, 70.3 training last year, and you see it in his WTCS race results. He was sort of, 18th, 15th, and then in the last few months, his race results have really come up. 4th, I think, in Hamburg. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he's really started to find his speed again, and it does take time to get that back. And so I think when you really focus on short course speed, it shows in the 100K distance. It's really hard for an Ironman athlete to come down and race well against athletes that have been specifically training for the short course speed, the Olympic distance speed.
And we, of course, know that Blummenfelt, his team, they love the science, they like the numbers. His numbers have been trending in the right direction. And for an athlete like him, or all you guys at the very top, the smallest percentages of gains are going to be a very motivating factor.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, those guys are dotting their I's and crossing their T's. They are so meticulous with everything they do, and preparing for the test event and then obviously the Olympics next year. He's just going to be in fine form right now, and he's showing it. I mean, this is a great swim for Kristian Blummenfelt, a non-wetsuit swim. You would think maybe he would, be not quite in the front group with a non-wetsuit swim. Generally, wetsuit swim, I think, would maybe favor an athlete like Kristian, but he's clearly done his work and he's done his homework, and he's showing it today.
He did say that he would be better than he was in Ibiza. He took his eye off of Max Newman and was consumed with Alistair and Jan. He said that won't happen again. Actually said Ibiza was one of his weakest PTO races. And of course, really hasn't won a PTO Tour race yet.
Yeah, exactly. That's the wonderful thing about today. There'll be a new PTO champion announced, because the past champions are not here today.
All right, Jack, what do you got for us?
So this gap's gotten really big now. The problem here is we don't have a lot of bike strength in this front group. We've got Ben Canute and Aaron Royal who'll be wanting to work. I don't see Kristian and Jan wanting to push the pace though. The other story is Magnus Ditlev is back in that second group, and there is a lot of bike strength in there. So I do see that second pack catching this front group quite early into the bike, despite the fact the lead is blowing out. There's some other storylines developing here, like Lionel Sanders is going to exit the water probably at least 4 minutes back looking at it. But I think what we're going to see here now is this front group get slowly caught by the second strong bike pack on the bike, and probably within 40K.
1, 2, 3.
Thanks, Jack. Something else we haven't mentioned is that the water temperature is about 22.8 degrees. This is a non-wetsuit swim. So again, for those that don't quite understand how that changes things, can you elaborate on that for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Anything under, I think, 20.4 or 20.5 is wetsuit legal, and so then the athletes would obviously be wearing a wetsuit during the race. That changes things in that. Generally, from my experience anyway, athletes that are non-swimmers, it makes you more buoyant in the water, and so great swimmers are very good at swimming on top of the water. They're very good at being efficient in the water, and the wetsuit sometimes messes with their stroke a little bit. Some great swimmers are still fantastic wetsuit swimmers, others not. It sort of depends on the athlete, but in general, the non-swimmer or the swimmer who maybe didn't grow up swimming prefers a wetsuit swim, because it just helps their buoyancy in the water. It brings them up a little higher. Wetsuit swims are generally are always faster as well. So it'll be a little bit slower with them in their swim skins, and some athletes will just be in their race kits because they are very fast just in their race kits. So yeah, obviously athlete dependent, but in general a wetsuit swim is faster than a non-wetsuit swim.
And sometimes, I guess, a little bit more straightforward in T1, of course, if you haven't got all the gear to try and get rid of.
Yes and no. That's the interesting thing, because sometimes athletes, if they're wearing the swim skins, they will have their kit pulled down around their waist.
Right.
So then they'll take the swim skin off and have to pull it up. It looks like a lot of you see sleeves on everyone here, so not really any time in transition to, you know, wrestle with your suit and pull it up. Although Jan might not. He might have to wrestle his up, and that's going to be a problem in transition, in my opinion. So he is the last on this pack here. I think it's 8 men, and he will have to pull up his suit. Everyone else has their suit already intact, so they'll just be pulling off their swim skin and hopping straight in the bike, and out they'll go. So there's Aaron Royal, Ben Canute, first 2, and then that's Josh Amberger. And we have Kristian Blummenfelt and Mark Dubrick.
Kristian Blummenfelt in 4th, as you said.
So again, a phenomenal swim from Kristian. But this will be interesting for Jan. As I said, he's going to have to pull down that swim skin and then pull up his race kit. And you see him wrestling with it in the background. I mean, I know he's practiced this a lot, but it's still really hard to get that suit on when your arms are wet, the suit's wet. It's a high-stress situation. Your heart rate's through the roof. You're running at full speed to try and get onto the bike as quickly as possible. So hopefully he can get his suit on very quickly and get onto that bike without any issues.
And just look at the support here as well in Milwaukee. It's a real celebration of triathlon here over the whole week, in fact. We've got the USA Triathlon National Championships events. There's like over 7,000 participants, and they get to see their idols today. And of course, wonderful for the athletes, Rennie, right, to be cheered on by the next generation, if you like, and just those that adore your performances.
It's always wonderful to race in front of a crowd and have that support out there. Yeah, these few moments here are going to be critical for Jan. Yeah, there's 4 men out right away. Mark Dubrick, I believe, is in that 5th position, trying to bridge up. And then we'll see what happens to Jan here.
And I believe is that Blummenfelt who's gone out first from T1?
I didn't catch that first place, but we will hopefully get a better view. And here we go. This is the second group out. That's Frederick Fonk. That's Jason West.
He'll definitely be featuring at some point in the race, I'm sure. And we are welcomed in the commentary position, who's hot-footed all the way back from under the bridge into cooler environment here, Jack. Is this how you saw it shaking out at this part of the race?
I thought the lead swim group might be a little bit bigger. I thought a few of those guys who ended up in the second pack might be there, but this is basically the substance of what I thought it would be. I'm a bit worried about this front group. It's a perfect position for Kristian Blummenfelt because he's not, like, he's going to work a little bit hard in this front group, but he's not going to go to the front and, you know, push 450 watts and try to get away. He'll sit in and conserve his legs, and he sees it as a swim-run race, and look how he swam. He says his run form is the best it's been this year. This race is sort of like suiting him perfectly so far, and that second group that's coming behind has Fred Funk and Magnus Ditlev in it, so they'll catch this group fairly quickly. The front pack has Ben Canute in it and Josh Amberger in it, who do want to push the pace and always do try and push the pace because it's their only avenue to win. They're not going to win if they come off in a big group in T2. So yeah, I think it's only a matter of time till that second sort of Uber bike pack catches this front pack, and then we have the real race start.
So here are our transition times, and of course, you know, Blummenfelt's right there at the very top, just 1:10. Canute, again, equaling that. We have Mark Dubrick with 1:12, Josh Amberger 1:14, so very, very tight. 7 seconds separating the top 10, with Mickey Toholt there at number 10 coming through as well. So just a reminder, The bike course is 80 kilometres in length. For Milwaukee, it will traverse down Lincoln Memorial Drive with a flow-through transition that provides a very picturesque and spectator-friendly backdrop. Those loops of 7 are 11.44 kilometres each, and it's kind of an out-and-back route north to the top of the course. It has a dead turn leading into a short dogleg section and another 180-degree U-turn, giving the athletes plenty of opportunity to scope out the competition as well. Who does this course suit best, do you think, Rinny?
Yeah, I said it earlier. I think it suits the athlete that turns up with good legs on the day. But honestly, I think Kristian Blummenfelt is showing that this course suits him. But he's also in good form, and he's also the favourite. So, yeah, I mean, honestly, there's so many great athletes. It's hard to really pick which athlete it suits more. I think Magnus it probably doesn't suit too well because he seems to race better on sort of rolling hills, harder bike courses. So a really fast bike course maybe doesn't suit a really strong cyclist as much as a harder bike course would. But look, Kristian's like racing beautifully here. One interesting thing to note is that Frodeno was about 25-30 seconds down out of transition, so he did sort of lose a little time, and he's sort of in between. He's in no man's land. So whether he's had to push and try and get up to this group of
Right.
7, or whether he'll be swallowed up quickly by, it's around a minute behind for the second pack now. So, and as we mentioned, some very strong cyclists in that second pack, around a minute down.
Yeah, and Jack, of course, a big name when it comes to cycling in triathlon is Magnus Ditlev. You had a conversation with Blummenfelt, and just to echo what Rinny said, he didn't think this was a great course for Magnus because when you hit those 180s, it's going to slow him down.
There's parts of this course that suit Magnus, but then there's parts that don't. There's not those long straights that are like 1% gradient uphill and then 1% gradient downhill. Magnus has an ability to push a really big gear and really high power. This course is like somewhere between your typical short course triathlon course and long course triathlon course. It's 7 laps. There's lots of turns, particularly at the top end. There's only a little punchy hill. So it does suit Magnus, but not like it's not a course made for him. It's a course more made for someone like Kristian Blummenfelt. I think someone similar to Magnus Ditlev is Sam Long. He was only 2 minutes 30 down out of transition 2, which, to be honest, is about 30 seconds ahead of where I thought he would be. I sort of half expect him to be able to ride up to the front of this, given how he has been racing at Boulder and St George earlier in the year. Again, like I've already said, I'm just waiting for this race to come together here because this front group doesn't look to be pushing that hard, and we know that Frederik Funk and Magnus Ditlev are coming from behind, John.
And what does that mean if they slow down the overall predicted pace of the bike leg?
Yeah, if they slow down, it just means that there's more opportunity for athletes behind, like Magnus Ditlev, to come up to the front pack earlier than anticipated, and then he could possibly make a move and make that break. We've sort of been talking about whether Magnus needs a bit of a break, and I think he does need a bit of a buffer on the athletes like Kristian Blummenfelt. So if he can catch up and not burn as many matches, doesn't have to ride 500 watts for 20 or 30K, then that's a massive difference in the end of the race, because then he's in the front and he has an opportunity to then maybe push on and make a break, or save his legs and possibly have a really good run. So I think it makes a difference in terms of athletes catching on to the front group. One interesting thing to note is that we have athletes sort of spread all over the place, and so that's also good for athletes chasing. Like Sam Long is sort of 230 down, the next sort of couple of guys are around 150 down. So when you can see an athlete ahead, that like really gives you a carrot to focus on and to chase. And it seems like there's sort of, those gaps are sort of, you know, spread out all over the place, and they will form into groups as we get going here. But to start this bike, it's sort of every man for his own almost behind this front pack of 5.
Something that was happening a lot before the race with Kristian, when you would speak to him and when you would have conversations with him around other professionals, is he was so confident. Some people were sort of mistaking it for almost like arrogance in a way, but he was saying, like, as soon as Martin Van Riel was a do not start for this race, he was saying, well, I should win this race by 60 seconds. And he was saying that to everyone. He wasn't afraid to say that. That's why we saw Jan Frodeno sort of get a bit fiery with him and say, like, well, come on, you haven't won one of these things yet. Almost calling him arrogant, like we said. But look at what he's doing. Kristian identified this course as a swim-run course. He was very confident that his swim and run were way better than what they were in Ibiza earlier in the year, and he almost won that with Max Newman, who's not even in this race. So we're seeing Kristian, talk the talk before the race, and he's now walking the walk and completely dominating this race in the sense of he's controlling the dynamic of the race. And in the lead up to this race, there was a lot of talk about, like, well, what will the dynamic be? How big will that front group be? Will Kristian be able to hold on to Magnus Ditlev's wheel? And a lot of people were saying, like, Magnus Ditlev isn't going to take Kristian to the front of the race again. He's going to try and drop him because he's sick of losing to Kristian in that manner. But look at what Kristian's done. He's sort of eliminated that as a possibility and taken the race by the scruff of the neck.
So in this section of the course here, they've done one little out back and they'll do another dogleg, but they did get to see the second pack of men. So they had a visual, and that's always really interesting to be able to see where the competition is, and they know they're not really that far behind. So, and they'll do another dogleg out here, a little bit of a distance grab, and then they'll come back and they will see that next pack of men coming through as well. So obviously a very open course where you can see a lot of what's going on behind you, and they'll be taking note.
We see a pass there, so I'm not sure if you've mentioned it yet, but obviously it's non-draft, so there's a 20-meter gap between the athletes. We also have Race Ranger in place. You see that little white disc with the number 1 that we see there on Kristian Blummenfelt's bike? That is Race Ranger. There is like a traffic light system that will indicate to the rider behind him when he looks up whether or not he's in that legal distance, and then they will either have to pass or drop back. Is to make race fair. And another thing worth pointing out, all of the riders are staying to the left of the highway. The cameras are on the right as well, and they're doing that for safety.
Yeah, so the athletes are riding in the road, they'll be riding to the left. Obviously counterintuitive when we're in the US.
Yeah.
Generally you ride to the right, but in this race for safety the motos will be on the outside, on the right.
Looks good for us Brits, and you Aussies as well. You're all on the proper side of the road, isn't that?
Proper side, yes, I like that.
This section of the course here, it's a little hard to tell on the camera, but they're currently on the steepest downhill of the course. And if you look over on the other side of the road, that is a slight uphill as well. So they've just come up the slight uphill. It's about a 3 to 4% gradient for, probably about a kilometre, maybe not quite that steep, but around that. And so these boys here are probably holding 65, 70 kilometres an hour.
It's a lovely shot from the water back onto the bike course.
And as you can see, the athletes are really nicely spaced out. Race Ranger has really helped the athletes know exactly whether they're in the right position or whether they're creeping into that draft zone. And it allows them to know, and it's very clear, and it also allows the draft marshal to know if somebody is blatantly, in that draft zone consistently. Obviously, if they drift in, they do need to pass.
And these are the pictures of Jan Frodeno in transition. And as you predicted, Rennie, we spoke about it, he's really struggling there with his kids.
Oh my goodness.
Your hands are on your head.
A veteran of 20 plus years racing, these things happen when you're flustered and you're coming out of the water, your heart rate is so high and you're just, trying to catch onto the back of that group. And as I said, it's critical for him to catch onto the back of that group. Not critical because obviously he has many cards to play, being so amazing over the 3 distances, but yeah, he forgot to take his speed suit off. He was so busy trying to pull up his race kit, trying to get his arms in. He didn't even zip his suit up yet before he got on the bike. So he just forgot to take it off, and that was a costly error. And as I said, I think he's in no man's land right now. I think he's maybe caught on to that group. So he's had to push pretty hard at the start of that bike and catch on. And looks like he was able to, if the graphic is correct on the screen. So I'm sure we'll get an update, or hopefully we'll get some visual on whether Jan has made that front group of 6. But at my last check on the tracker, he was 30 seconds behind. He was in no man's land. So if he did have to, he would have had to push pretty hard to get onto that group of 5.
That is interesting because we sat down for a team meeting before the race, and Rinny Carfrae said to us, Jan Frodeno has a history of struggling in transition, and sure enough, he did. So that's why we're saying Rinny predicted that. Tom Bishop, who we see about a minute down in Ibiza, he was a big part of pushing the swim and the bike. in transition too, he had a bit of a bike issue. Unsure if that's affecting him, a bit of a front stem issue. So we'll see that. If Tom Bishop pushes up further in the race, then maybe it's all good and sorted, and they got that fixed in T1 while everyone was swimming. But if we start to see him back, maybe that is affecting him as we see him drop back a further 5 seconds now.
Yeah, well, I hate to hammer the points about Jan, but he had issues in Ibiza as well. I mean, it's just such a shame when every second counts.
Absolutely, every second does count.
But they must march on, and he is making efforts. Currently in 6th position and still holding out top is Kristian Blummenfelt, the #1 ranked PTO athlete who is looking for his first PTO Tour win here in Milwaukee. And I know it's early, but he's looking good for it.
He's looking good. He's looking fantastic. And leading the bike, he doesn't need to do this. He's the fastest runner in this field. He does not need to push the pace on the bike. But he wants a good, hard effort here, I'm sure. And he wants to make the men coming from behind work for it. He wants this victory. He has not won a PTO championship yet. He has come close, a 2nd place and a 3rd place, I believe. But yeah, not won one, and he's hungry for this victory, and he's not going to leave any chances to anyone else.
And you talk about not needing to do the work. Jack, we had a conversation about perhaps a couple of characters that aren't in the field that were very aggressive bike riders and how that might affect the dynamic of the race.
This race would be completely different if Alistair Brownlee was racing, if Kyle Smith was racing, if Max Newman was racing, because they for sure would have been in this front group, and Kristian Blummenfelt would not be leading the race right now. Alistair Brownlee or Kyle Smith most likely would, and Max Newman would be there as well. So it's a hypothetical, but if they were in this race, there's a high chance that this front group would actually get away. They're sort of just holding now, which is what happened in Ibiza. But with a different front group and different chase pack, like Magnus Ditlev and Frederick Funk are sort of just holding their position about 1 minute to 1:30 down right now. That is what we see Magnus do, though. This is what Magnus does. He takes the first little bit of the race, the first 10, 15 kilometres, he settles in, and then he goes and he puts in a really big surge to get back to the front pack. So expect that to happen probably somewhere towards the back end of this next lap.
Look at this. Kristian Blummenfelt has just cleared out. He's like, see you later, boys. I am going to get to the finish line. I want to, maybe he wants to race to the pub after the race or something. He seems to be in a real hurry.
I think that's the problem. He's double parked.
Yeah, maybe. But man, they're not even in screen right now. So he is, the pace is on and he means business.
Did you expect this, Rinny, for him to come out so fast so early?
Absolutely not. To make the front swim pack, we were sort of umming and ahhing. He did say his swim had improved, so you know, that was you know, maybe, but not in. We thought it would be a pack of 15, not 7.
I think something interesting to note is in Ibiza, Daniel Bakkegaard was in the front pack of the swim, but then when Alistair Brownlee and Kyle Smith went to the front of the race and rode hard, he got dropped immediately. Daniel Bakkegaard is the one leading this front group that's chasing Kristian. That sort of lets you know that that front group is not pushing the pace. So looking at Kristian, he doesn't look like he's absolutely destroying himself to get this gap. He's for sure pushing hard, but he's not killing himself like he had to hold the wheel of Magnus Ditlev at the Ibiza Open earlier in the year. I think that fact that Daniel Bakkegaard's the guy in second says a lot about that pace of that chase group. And I said it out on the swim course. That front swim pack, it lacked bike strength to get away from Fred Funk and Magnus Ditlev and enter T2 as that lead front swim pack. And maybe Kristian's identified that.
And it is great to see Daniel Bakkegaard up there at this point of the race, and I know his supporters will be hoping, of course, that he can hold that. It's been a disappointing couple of seasons for him, really. The PTO really did spend some time with Daniel Bakkegaard. They spotted him as someone with so much potential, and he's been frustrated by his peers in Scandinavia.
Yeah, it's almost the curse of the big race for Daniel Bakkegaard. He seems it's like the big occasions come around and he really hasn't been able to get the best out of himself. And I just want for him to be able to show his potential. And, you know, maybe he will be able to today put together a great swim, bike, run performance. But, I mean, right now, Kristian Blummenfelt's put 20, 25 seconds into the you know, that front pack essentially of, you know, 5 athletes, Jan Frodeno in the back of that front pack. And he's riding away from the others. I'm sure this won't last. I'm sure there will be Frederick Fonk. I'm sure Magnus Ditlev will come through, but Magnus for sure will come through at some point. But how long will it take for him to catch? And I think Kristian's just making work for it.
Beckegaard was talking about his mindset, Rinny. He was going in thinking he has to win, and that really wasn't helping. How much is the psychological approach to racing key in terms of producing good results?
Well, I think an athlete like Beckegaard should have that in his mind, but it's not the be-all, end-all. I think the overall or overriding factor should be, I want to get the very best out of myself on race day, because you cannot control what Kristian Blummenfelt's going to do or what someone like Gustav Eden's going to do on the day. If you're focused on everyone else, then you start to sort of be external, and when that happens, you sort of be disheartened when you have Kristian Blummenfelt riding away from you in the distance. Like, that sort of, it brings a negative energy. But if you're focusing on yourself, all your attention, all your energy on yourself, and doing the very best, and if you are doing the very best that you can in the moment, then you have to be happy with that, and that sort of spins a more positive mindset on the athlete, I think, and I think generally yields better results.
Jack, you speak to these athletes all the time. I find it fascinating how some of them go into these races so strategically, yet others, I think I recall a conversation you had with Ash Gentle where she really wasn't too concerned. And to your point when he was saying, I can't control what Taylor Knibb's going to do, for example, so I'm just going to go out there and feel the race.
There's a big difference between the dynamics in the women's race and the men's race at the moment at the PTO Opens. The men's race is a lot more tactical in the front group, whereas the women's race is, there's a more select amount of women off the front of the race. People know that if Taylor Knibb's in the race, she's going to push off the front. So Ash's race turns more into like an individual time trial to try and win. Some interesting developments in this men's race here is that Tom Bishop and Fred Funk have started to work together. They're sort of the guys who are working through and about to get to that front pack. They're only about 20-25 seconds down on the Jan Frodeno group. Once Frederick Funk does get there, he'll work. He can't beat Jan Frodeno, Aaron Royal, Kristian Blummenfelt in a running race.
So some lovely shots from earlier in the swim. Aaron Royal there in the silver cap, leading out. What was the atmosphere like down there, Jack? Obviously, we're a little removed in here, but it sounded like there was a real energy about the water.
Yeah, there was lots more people around than I expected. There is I think it's maybe because there's the age group national championships on, but like there's so many spectators around T1 and around the swim course. It was actually quite hard to see some of the swim angles because there was so many people there. I was really impressed with Aaron Royal.
They didn't clear out the way for you?
Not
you
really.
should have let them know.
The team was trying to get him out of the way, but they sort of, they wanted to be able to see. Yeah, like I was saying, I was really impressed with Aaron Royal. 3 or 4 years ago, Aaron Royal was in an interesting position in his career. He was still racing short course. He'd raced a few sort of Ironman 70.3 races in Australia, and he was doing okay in them, but not really well, and he was falling back in the field in ITU racing or WTCS racing. And then the PTO came around, and it's just like this distance, it suits some athletes, and Aaron Royal's one of them. When he went around Mark Dubrick in the swim, he put down a few really hard strokes that I think was probably the catalyst for where that split ended up happening at the Aussie exit. He swam really hard. Dubrick sort of settled in, and then Aaron went to the front and pushed it. I believe he was the person who was the reason why this this split happened.
Yeah, and I think the third place in PTO Canada for Aaron Royal was really significant. I think he was the last guy to get picked for that. And then he went forward, and a real highlight for him. Absolutely fantastic. So the PTO number 2, Magnus Ditlev, is looking to show improvement in his swim today. The target is to be with a front pack and exit T1 in a strong position to attack an old rival.
Ideally, I'm with the front pack in the swim. I haven't been that in a PTO race, but I did that in my last race. I think if I get the swim right and I'm with the front pack, it definitely leaves me with a lot of different cards to play. Like realistically, I think it will probably turn out more like Ibiza, where I'm maybe around 1 minute behind out of the water. The main dynamic for me is where am I out after the swim, how close to the front, and where is Kristian. And the ideal situation is, of course, that I'm in front of him, but I know that will be probably not the most realistic scenario, but still it could happen. Otherwise, I think we will be together, and then I'll try to see if I can attack him a bit better than the last PTO race.
So Jack, Magnus, you're looking at the tracker, he's making some moves. Is this going to plan for him though?
Yeah, I think it is. Magnus always does this. He's never, he does try and work his way to the front, but he's patient with it, or at least he has been in sort of the last 12 months. He's just put in a little bit of a surge there, and he is almost on the back of Fred Funk and Tom Bishop's wheel. It's a really dangerous group. Kristian, this is it's just interesting what Kristian's doing, because can Kristian go solo into T2 and win the race? I don't think he can, but he is putting a lot of time into these guys in that front swim pack. He hasn't put any time into Magnus or Fred Funk or Tom Bishop. Tom Bishop and Fred Funk have stayed sort of exactly where they were out of the water. Magnus has just put some time into him now. Matis Margier is also sort of working through the field a bit and has a strong bike and good run combination. It's just when will people catch Kristian, and how hard will he make them work for it? God, he's just playing this perfectly though. It's like sometimes athletes of this caliber, they just want to make a statement, and I feel like people have been getting under Kristian's skin a little bit this week from talking to him, where he feels doubted, and he sees himself as the best in the world. You talk to him and say like, oh, but Gustav beat you at the Ironman World Championships, and he won't go, yeah, good race from Gustav. He'll start telling you reasons why, no, I'm better than Gustav. And it sort of speaks to maybe the performance we're seeing from him today, where he's just sick of it, and he's sort of prepared for it and gone, today's my day to win, and win in like emphatic fashion.
Well, Matis Margier has put in the fastest loop on the bike, and he is chasing down, currently in second place. I know, Jack, you're a bit of a fan, said he's one of the most underrated athletes on the start list, and I mean, he's doing good. Well, look how comfortable Blummenfelt is. Their little smile for you guys at home.
He's got the best laugh in triathlon. He would be loving this. Like an insight into Kristian Blummenfelt for people who don't know him. He's the best triathlete in the world at the moment. He's an aggressive, competitive racer, but he has this silly, fun personality. And so seeing him laugh there, he wouldn't be head down, like angry, riding hard. He would be like laughing to himself, thinking, how good is this?
Now he's talking to the
yeah, maybe there's
to the motors.
What do you think that is? Is there someone on the course perhaps? Is trying to use the horn of the...
Don't know. He was pointing to something ahead. Not sure what he was pointing to, but you say, you know, he's making a statement, and I think he did a very similar thing at 70.3 World Champs, where he really pushed the pace on the bike. He got third at that World Championship Ironman event, and he was angry about that. He was upset that he didn't win that one. He wants to win everything. This man wants to win, and he made a statement there. I mean, obviously won that race, but now making another statement today. And he does have some company pulling up towards him. Matthias Magier, fastest first lap, of the bike, and currently in second place. Fredrik Fonk is actually also riding the same speed as Kristian Blummenfelt, so moving through the pack as well. The great Jan Frodeno on screen here.
So following his knee surgery, Jan Frodeno hasn't been able to bike to his best level, but after rehabilitation, the formidable German is enthusiastic about pulling together all the pieces for a great race.
There's no doubt and no secret that the biking was definitely my weakness in the early part of the season, which I contribute much to the knee surgery that I had last year. You know, I just wasn't able to do especially strength-based efforts on a pain-free level, and that's something that I need to do in order to get to a good biking level. I've been able to do that. I know that my own fitness level is there, and that I just need to put it together on race day, and that's what I've been able to do over the past. And you know, I'm really actually looking forward to that puzzle just coming together. It's just when you've got all the pieces and it's just starting to align and you can see the shapes, it's just a wonderful symphony things coming together, and it leaves me, eager to finally get off that start line and just grip it and rip it.
Grip it and rip it. Really, we've been seeing him do it for so long now. First man to win gold at the Olympics and the Ironman World Championships as well. 3 times Ironman, 2-time half Ironman World Champion. Like, whenever you speak about Jan Frodeno, you need to put caps locks for his name. He is an outstanding athlete, and it's beautiful to have him with us here today. Sad that we're not going to see him race much more than 2023.
I think he's done more than his fair share of racing.
It's just nice to have him around, though.
It is. I mean, obviously he's pushed the sport forward. 3-time Ironman World Champion, as you mentioned, 2-time 70.3 World Champion, Olympic gold medalist. This man's done it all. Yeah. And he's 41 years old and still racing at the top level. I think his longevity is the thing that really is the most admirable. And to have that hunger for this long, I mean, he's got many other opportunities outside of the sport, but he says, he still has the fire. He still has the fire to keep racing, and you're seeing that right now. He's pushing. He's in this race. He's 3rd right now, and amongst the best in the world. So I think his longevity is the thing that is the most admirable, just to be so good and so good for so long.
Greatest of all time, Jack?
I think he is. He's working really hard here. There was close-ups on him before, and if you get a chance to look when we get a close-up of Jan versus Kristian again, Jan is working really, really hard. Now, Matthias Margier in front of Jan, he's pushing a really hot pace. A lot of people might not be familiar with him. I believe Matthias to be the most underrated male professional in long course triathlon. He won the Challenge Championships earlier in the year where he beat a really strong field. He's not usually the strongest bike rider on the course, though. He's a really good swim runner who can ride really well. He's probably the surprise packet of the race so far. Jan in Ibiza wouldn't have been able to go with this move, I don't think. So the talk that we heard leading into the race about Jan being back and Jan being fit, that there was a lot of talk about that from people in his camp and who know. We're seeing now that that's probably true, and he is in better shape than he was in Ibiza. And I think from here, very hard to see him not on the podium. I know that's a long prediction, but he's in the perfect position, as is Kristian, obviously.
So they're going through transition at the moment. You see Jan Frodeno there. We'll just take a pause a moment from speaking about Jan for a second, Rinny. You have an update that Tom Bishop, who's a fantastic biker, seems to have stopped to have some kind of mechanical issue.
Yeah, it seems like, I don't know if it's a mechanical or a penalty issue. And then Greg Barnaby also was talking to an official somewhere on the course. And this is from spectators that we've received this information. So unofficial, nice. But information that we've received out in the course there. So interested to get more information on what's going on.
Something I'm not too sure about here with the rules. Jan Frodeno's just come up to a metre within Matthias in transition. He was behind Matthias, got within a metre of him, and now's dropped back. I'm not sure if Jan's allowed to do that or whether he's supposed to make that pass there. I'm really interested in what we're going to see the TO do here. I would like some clarification on that rule as well, because he got right up on the wheel there. He doesn't look to be having anything said to him here either. I wonder if a TO's seen that. It seems a little bit off to me.
Technical official for those at home. You are not allowed to drift into that draft zone, but they did say they would relax it a little bit around the turns. So.
And really just coming back to you on Jan and retirement. So it's a big move, isn't it? When your identity has been a professional athlete for a long time, you've obviously been through it yourself very recently. But it sounds like this is the right time for him, and he seems comfortable, although I guess he won't know until it's official. But he seems comfortable with that move. How was it for you?
Oh, for me, it was the best decision. Obviously, I have 2 wonderful small children and a 3rd on the way now.
Congratulations, by the
So
way.
we wouldn't be able to have made that 3rd child if I didn't retire. But so yeah, honestly, I had such a wonderful career. I got to race at the highest level. I got to achieve so many wonderful dreams. And I think you have children and there's a priority shift, and that was definitely the case for me. And I couldn't be happier. I have other passions now that are pulling me in that direction. And the 30-hour training weeks were amazing, and to be that fit, I mean, I'd kill to be that fit again. Maybe I could be that fit once the kids are a little older. But yeah, it is a wonderful life, and it's tough at times for sure. But the highs are just incredible, and I got to experience them with some world titles as well there. So I'm sure he feels in a similar position where he has, some children at home, a wife as well that he can spend more time with and have more energy to play with as well.
And going out on top, like if he could achieve something big here today, Jack, I mean, that would be something, wouldn't it?
Massive. Now, look, Jan Frodeno has 2 races left this year. This race at the PTO US Open and then the Ironman World Championships. Jan's known for his victories at the Ironman World Championships and the Olympics, but talking to him, he wants a PTO title because this is his last chance. And I think he sees how big these races are going to be in the future and wants to be able to look back and say, well, I did win one of them. So he will be disappointed if he can't do that before he retires.
All right, so that's Jason West, I believe, with a mechanical change in transition.
Looks like his just headset came loose there, so his handlebars would have dropped down. And obviously very dangerous, so he's getting that tightened up.
It's interesting too because that was the problem with Tom Bishop's bike. I talked to Tom Bishop in transition and he was playing around with his head stem trying to fix it. I don't know, maybe there's a little head stem thief in T1 gone and done that to Jason and Tom's bike. I'm not sure. Some updates here. Sam Long is falling back in the race. He's not catching up as a lot of people expected. There was some interesting dynamics leading into this race between the Europeans and Oceanic athletes and the Americans. Sam Long, he was coached by Dan Plews, who is the coach of Ironman World Champion Chelsea Sodaro. And then Sam Long left him. But then he started to have some really good results in America, and then the Europeans said, well, watch what happens when we get there.
And of course, he's a real patriot, is Sam Long, racing on home turf as well. And of course, big news this week. He's got to be the happiest man in Milwaukee. He's just had a baby as well, little unit. So congratulations to him and his partner.
I have a theory with triathletes that new dads struggle. Mums who have given birth and come back into triathlon race as well as ever. Whereas when a dad is a new dad, he really struggles. We're seeing it with Joe Skipper this year, and we're seeing it with Sam Long here.
Well, Sam hasn't yet discovered the sleepless nights, so he's away from that for a second. But here's some data for you. We're looking at some heart rate data between Kristian Blummenfelt in the lead and Margelier as well. And what do we derive from this? This is real-time data. We're aware of the max efforts from all of the individual athletes. So this is as accurate as it can get. Margelier is pushing just a little bit more than Blummenfelt, but what does that mean?
It can mean everything and nothing.
Thank you very much, Jack.
Which is, I know that sounds a little bit like, well, that doesn't say anything, but data like this can be great, but it's very individual. So what max heart rate have they given? Is it accurate? And then what are their thresholds? So someone might work at a really high percentage of their threshold but have a slightly lower heart rate. Someone might work a little bit easier but have a higher heart rate. It's a little tricky to tell. Looking at those zones, I guess the thing it tells us is that Matthias and Kristian are both working pretty hard. Yeah, that's about the only thing we can take with it definitively. Although you look at the shots and Kristian looks to be pretty easy. So yeah, that says a bit about Kristian maybe more so than anything else.
Good game face. And look at that beautiful shot there of the shoreline on Lake Michigan.
There's a big move happening that we don't have cameras on here, and it's Magnus Ditlev. He does this, and sort of like I said coming into transition on lap 1, I expected him to make the move up this hill in lap 2, and he's done that. He's sort of ridden a little bit off on Frederick Funk. Frederick Funk's dropped back and is probably 20, 30 metres back on Magnus. Expect them to work really hard up this hill, this sort of 1 kilometre long, 3 to 5% gradient hill, and put some time back into Kristian here, and expect Magnus to push really hard back down on the descent. He rides a really big front chain ring, which means he can push an extremely big gear with high power. Watch for when they come into transition 1 on this at the end of this lap 2 here. Watch the gaps. They will be smaller from Magnus to the front of the race, and it's if Fred Funk can go with him, will be really interesting.
Just now, I think we have visual at the top end of the course where they do make that top end turn, and then they come in and do the short dogleg section.
It's the only bit where they slow down, essentially.
Essentially, it is a very fast course, but they do have that U-turn will slow you down, and this little out and back section as well. But it is a good place for the athletes to get a look at one another, see where they're at, see who's coming, see who's pushing behind. I believe that's Kristian Blummenfelt in the front, and then Matthias Magier.
Yeah, that's Matthias. He's back on the wheel of Kristian there. You saw how hard Matthias was working up the hill. He almost zigzagged a couple of times because he was working so hard. He's dropped Jan. Jan's now in no man's land. He will get caught by Magnus pretty soon. Magnus is by far the fastest rider on the course right now, with Matthias in a close second. So we're going to see Matthias come up to Kristian, no doubt take the front and do some work, and Kristian will sit in. I don't see Jan getting back to those two. That's quite hard to see happening, considering he let the gap go up that hill. I expect to see Magnus Ditlev now get onto Jan's wheel on this downhill towards the back of this lap. And then that's where the fun really starts here. Matthias and Kristian versus Magnus and Fred Funk is fun. We think Magnus will catch them, and if he does, then this race is now playing out in a way that not many people expected. It's a much smaller group up the front, and I guess like we talked about out of the swim, that front swim pack was fast, but it lacked bike depth and strength, and we're seeing the effects of that now, where so many of them have got spat out the back from Kristian Blummenfelt, who is no doubt a top 5, top 6 cyclist in this distance in the world, but he's not quite Magnus Ditlev strong. So really interesting that we're about to see probably a group of 4, 5, 6 and no bigger take the front of the race in the next 10, 20 kilometres.
So there's Kristian Blummenfelt ripping downhill. It's a slight downhill towards that flow-through transition. Lap 3 of 7 here at the PTO US Open. Fast and furious. A lot up for grabs here. And Kristian Blummenfelt eyeing his first PTO Tour win as well. Asterisk, long way to go, but of course looking strong right now, really.
Yeah, still 50 kilometres to go or thereabouts to the run, but yeah, I mean, he's looking good now. Now we have a visual of Magnus Ditlev. We believe he is still around 45 seconds to a minute behind Kristian Blummenfelt, but certainly making his way forward towards the front. Would be interesting to see at what distance, how long has he had to push that high pace to catch up to Kristian Blummenfelt, and how many matches has he had to burn to get there?
If we could see, if the camera would just pan to the front of Magnus, you'd see Jan Frodeno right there. Magnus is now only 30 seconds back on Kristian and Matthias out the front. Magnus is going to catch them. This is what he does. He eases into the ride for 15 kilometres, and then he just puts the hammer down. If you look at these two boys here, Kristian and Magnus, Magnus doesn't look like he's working hard. He never does. But if you look down to his chain wheel, it's big. His gearing is right down the bottom. He's pushing a massive gear, whereas Kristian's isn't quite as big. So that's why Magnus looks to be pedaling a little bit slower. He looks a little bit smoother and easier, but he's actually just pushing like huge power and riding ridiculously fast. Because his position is so optimised, he looks smooth and in control. Some funny stuff that Magnus does is he spends a lot of money on optimising his position and equipment. He's the one who brought this fairing debate into triathlon. So for non-triathlon fans, there's been a bit of a thing happening in the triathlon world now where these pros are spending a lot of money because there's more money in the sport. The PTO are putting $100,000 prize checks to win a race. So these pros are winning more money and can therefore reinvest it back into making themselves faster. There's rumours Magnus has spent up to $50,000 last year on optimising his bike position, which is crazy.
Nearly as much as your fee for today.
Yeah, not quite. The thing with that is, if you went back to, say, Rinnie's career, they weren't doing that. In fact, they were probably trying to save money because there wasn't as much money in the sport. And that's where Jan Frodeno started, but he's now at. So what I was getting into is Magnus said before the race, I've got something new. He brought in fairings down the top, and now they've been banned by some federations, they're not by some. He said, I've got some new things for the PTO US Open and the Ironman World Championships. We're seeing one of them. He's got a rear bottle cage fairing. So that black sort of piece of material that you see on the back of Magnus's seat post, that is there, and he would have invested $5,000 in the investigation as to how fast that makes him, just because the 3 seconds he might save per lap is that important to him.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think they're definitely paving the way with aerodynamics. Triathlon has always sort of been cutting edge with sort of trying different things, but you're seeing it now, you know, the fairings in their uniforms, adjusting their bikes, trying to find every extra watt. We just got an update for any Tom Bishop fans. He has had a mechanical and is out of the race, unfortunately. So Tom Bishop has had to withdraw from the race due to a mechanical issue on the bike, and we heard he had some issues with his stem before the race, so he was worried, and unfortunately, yeah, he has had to pull out. This is Magnus Ditlev.
This is massive. This is massive. You can't underestimate how big this is. Jan is dropping back. It's not a good sign. Jan Frodeno, if he's fit, if he's feeling 100%, he probably gets that, like he gets into that group with Matis and Kristian. He probably follows that move. He historically always has. He doesn't let the front of the race go unless he's forced to. And remember when Matis come around Jan, we said it looked like he was working really hard. Clearly he was. Magnus is going to go around him. There's no way Magnus is going to want to take Jan with him. So I doubt that he's going to just go past him and, you know, hold steady. I think he'll put in a move, and Jan's going to have to work really hard. So in 10 kilometres time from now, we'll know if Jan Frodeno can podium this race or not. If he can't go with Magnus here, this could be the race getting away from them.
And just on the heels of Magnus's Freddie Funk as well.
Yeah.
Funk, sorry.
So Fred Funk has dropped back a little bit, which is maybe unexpected, but he was the last one to be able to go with Magnus. I think something interesting here is a lot of people might be looking at Jan and Kristian and Magnus as people who can run, and they might just look at Matis as one of those guys who, well, he's putting in an attack on the bike, he's got to the front of the race, but no, his strength is his run. He's a really world-class runner. The race he has won so far in his career have been on the back of a really, really aggressive, fast run. So that's why this Magnus-Jan dynamic here is so important, because if Jan can't stay with it, honestly, we might have the podium done. It seriously might be Kristian, Magnus, Matthias, podium done.
And Jack, what do you think, how does Magnus Ditlev and Kristian Blummenfelt look at Matthias? Do they think that he is he faster than Ditlev on the run? Is he, I mean, Blummenfelt's the fastest runner on the course, but is Blummenfelt worried? I mean, he doesn't seem to, nothing really seems to ruffle his feathers, and he's in a great position. But
no, Kristian would laugh at that, because he wouldn't see Matis as a threat at all. He wouldn't see Magnus as a threat on the run either, and he wouldn't see Jan as a threat on the run. Magnus is a little different to Kristian in that regard. Magnus is super confident, but he knows his competition. He's an absolute expert when it comes to the sport. He studies it. He knows everything about everyone. He would know more about Matis, and he would be thinking this is going to be a tough battle. The thing with Matis is he's just got so much heart and grit. He's one of those athletes, and we'll see it on this run. He kills himself to win races on the run. He's probably not going to be able to run with Kristian. I don't think anyone is really, but him and Magnus could have a really good battle. Jan too, if he can hold on, that's going to be the big development over this lap, is can Jan hold on here?
Yeah, Majorier, he raced 5 times in 2022, always finished top 5. He's had 2 challenge wins in 2023, the last 2 races, I believe, as well, that he's had outings for. Before that, he was 2nd in Challenge Gran Canaria, 2nd at Ironman 70.3 Lanzarote as well. And here's a big move here, Rennie.
yeah, I think Magnus has decided, you know, he sort of sat in for a moment there. And now he's decided to make that move, and this is going to be a big move. He will want to get rid of Jan. He's not going to want Jan running off the bike with him. He is going to be putting his head down, as I said, right there, and really pushing big watts. If Jan's going to stay with him, he is going to have to put everything into this move. The guys talk about Magnus. His pushes are not 3 minutes long. They're 10 minutes long. They're 20 minutes long. It's like he holds those watts for an insane amount of time, and he can just keep pushing. So it's not like you're weathering a sort of 3 minute effort. You're having to push, and if you want to hold on to Magnus Ditlev, you have to push those big watts for a very long time. So Jan's going to have to really put his head down here, and it's going to be really hard work for him to stay with Magnus Ditlev here. And I think, we'll see. I think, as Jack said, it's important for Jan to stay here because that is the podium at this point of the race.
And just another couple of things, Jack. I know these guys are racing for glory. There's obviously a financial element to it, and PTO points. And of course, Magnus Ditlev, if he can beat Kristian for one, but certainly stay with him at the top there, they are in range of one another. So when the season finalises, he could well be the #1 athlete over the course of the season.
It's going to be really interesting how that plays out because it matters. There's a lot of money on the line for that end of season world #1 ranking. And there's another factor, and this is preempting here, but Gustav Iden is racing Singapore. I know this might sound crazy, there's rumours that he might race the Ironman World Championships. So these two boys, they're not just racing against themselves. It's also Gustav Iden, the shadow in the background. Now, he was the best long course triathlete in the sport last year. He was unbeatable. Magnus and Kristian couldn't get near him when he was there at his best. So that this battle and this race matters. Kristian and Magnus both know they need to take this opportunity in this race. What we're seeing here on the screen is what I'm really fascinated by, though. Jan can't hold this wheel. He's not purposely letting that gap blow back. Magnus is probably holding a power that Jan never holds and probably can't hold, and he's going to do it for another 5 to 8 minutes. It's how Magnus makes his attacks. The section of the course they're on here, it looks pretty flat. It's probably about a 1% uphill gradient, and they're coming up to the uphill in just a couple of minutes' time. This is it's just a brutal way for Jan Frodeno to race today. I don't like how his race is playing out. I don't think it's good for him. He had to work really hard in the swim. There was a period where he nearly lost the feet in the swim, had to work hard to catch it back up. He then had to work really hard to hold on to Matthias on the bike. You could see how much he was hurting himself. And now he's having to do it again. He's having to put in another surge with Magnus here. I don't like this for Jan.
Not the kind of guy that's used to dropping back, really.
No, absolutely not. But, obviously, as we said earlier, we just want to enjoy Jan for, his one of his last times around. And he still is in, the top 4, the best guys in the world, 41 years young. Being at the top of the sport for so long, still so much respect for him, and I'm sure the other athletes do.
All right, it's time now to go down to transition. Rachel is with, I believe it's with Fred Funk's manager or coach.
Yeah, thanks so much, John. It's actually his mentor, and you would know that if you look. I'm supporting number 9. Obviously, that is Fred Funk. Zibby, nice to see you. Thanks for joining us. As the role of mentor, what have you suggested to Fred then ahead of this race? Because he's doing pretty well so far in 5th.
Well, very simple. All out, wire to wire. That's what I have said. And this is what I love about the young generation. There is no plan B, just all out. And I just love it. And I think this is the way the sport developed. And I think, PTO put amazing show together here in Milwaukee, and we will see exciting racing.
He's one of the young guns, isn't he, coming through? Is he an athlete who just has no fear still?
Absolutely. There is no fear. And whenever he's on the start line, it's all about trying to win. Whatever it takes, and looks like he's having a good day today.
He is having a good day indeed. Jan Frodeno is the one he's got to catch. Zibby, thank you so much. Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. And let's enjoy the show.
Let's. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Rachel. Well, in the meantime, there's been a big move on the course, Jack.
Mathis Margiera, the most underrated male triathlete in the world. Look at him. Now, Kristian still looks easy to me. He's looking back, he's seeing how far off is Magnus. Magnus is the guy Kristian was worried about. We're seeing the catch and pass here. It's not so much that Matthias is, like he's never going to drop Kristian in this position, and Kristian's not seeing him come past and being like, oh, he's going so fast I can't hold him. He's letting that pass happen. He's sitting in and he's thinking, how good is this? Ditlev here up this hill, so this is that 3 to 5% gradient hill. They're nearly at the top of it. If you look as far as you can see at the camera, there's some traffic lights up the top of the hill, which is where the hill finishes, and then they start this downhill. This is like one of the most fascinating race dynamics we've probably seen. Magnus, Kristian and Matthias out the front of the race. Jan's dropped off. Jan's not going to get back there, I don't think. I know I said this about 15 minutes ago, and it's an early one, but to me this is the podium. These three are three of the best runners in the world, and they're off the front of the race, and they're riding faster than anyone catching behind. Fred Funk's 40 seconds back. Josh Amberger's 55 seconds back with Daniel Bakkegaard and Aaron Royal, and Ben Canute's a minute 30 back. I don't see this race being shaken up much more from here. And now what we can sort of start to keep our eye on and watch is, how are these guys looking? How is Magnus looking? How is Matthias looking? How is Kristian looking? Is Magnus going to make a move? So Magnus has a choice here, and his choice is, do I sit in with Kristian and Matthias, or do I go? Now, with Magnus, we've never, ever seen him make the decision to go before. He's never gone, I'm going to get into T2 solo and win this race off the front. He's always made the decision, I've worked really hard to bridge this 90-second gap, which he's again had to do today, just like he did in Ibiza. I'm going to sit in here and I'm going to back myself to win this on the run. I think he can't beat Kristian head-to-head in the run here. So I want to see Magnus make a decisive, tough decision to hurt himself and drop these two. So watch that play out. This is going to be what makes or breaks the race for Kristian here. If Magnus goes and gets that gap, Kristian probably isn't going to catch him. But if Magnus sits in, then this race is playing out exactly how Kristian wanted it to.
And that's Jan Frodeno actually still, I believe, hanging on to Magnus. So the GOAT, don't count him out just yet. Yeah, I mean, that's just gritty racing. That's gritty racing from the greatest of all time. And he, as we said, that Magnus Ditlev is the strongest cyclist in this sport, and he is putting down big watts. And for Jan to be hanging in there, I mean, he's working very hard for it, and maybe he'll take it some out of him on the run. But yeah, this is just him just digging deep and, like, just going for it, just putting everything in there and trying to hold on, because this will bridge him back up to the front if he can hang with Magnus, and then he still has a chance at the podium.
He clearly put in a really solid effort up the top of that hill there. Jan's super lean at the moment. He's so skinny and light, probably the leanest I've ever seen him, so he's going to be climbing well. This is the section here. So where Jan is right now behind Magnus, and when they catch these two, to back, like, so all the way back in, all the way back out in the climb, that's the bit that's going to be hard for Jan. The hill suits him here in this group because he probably is, with Kristian, the strongest climber in this group. It's these long, flat, big gear, high power sections where Jan will be hurting more than Magnus and more than Kristian, and probably more than Matthias as well. This part here is really tough for Jan. But if he holds on, then this is his only way to get onto the podium. He can't let this wheel drop.
They go past Bradford Beach, 28-acre beach, very popular in the city. And they're going to get closer to the fans here in Milwaukee as well. Lots of people coming out to support the athletes, and we've got some great racing for them as well to reward them for their attendance.
And this is a great visual here that we're seeing, because you can see the top four men all in that same camera angle. And it does look like they're riding close together, but as we said, they all have Race Ranger on, and they know to keep in that the blue zone, which is the outside of the 20-meter draft zone. So they are all riding legally. Obviously, Magnus Ditlev is just, probably more like 40 meters behind Kristian Blummenfelt, but he has him in his sights now, and Jan Frodeno just hanging on for dear life. I mean, that is a lot of pain, I can tell you right now.
if we look back further in the field now, because what can happen in these races is we get really obsessed with the front, and don't get mistaken, the front of the race is where it's all happening today, but there is some stuff happening a little further back. So Jason West is holding steady at 2:30. Now 2:30 is not a huge gap for Jason West. Sam Long's holding at 3 minutes. He went out to 3 minutes within 5K on the bike, and now he's held that here almost 30K in. So Sam Long's running well. Jason West is the best runner in the sport. I think we've got to keep our eye on them. Now, maybe they can't run, but they are going to work their way up.
And we have a measurement of effort, if you will, the max heart rates of Blummenfelt and Ditlev. And it looks like Kristian is working a little bit harder than Ditlev at the front there. Real-time data from the athletes themselves. We know their max heart rates. It's data that was given to us. So that is accurate as we see it.
I think something else to note is that we know their data, but so do they. And Magnus and Kristian are obsessed with the science of the sport. So Kristian has a mad scientist coach, Olav Alexander Boo, and so does Magnus in a way, actually. They both have teams that are really obsessed with data and testing and getting things right. So you might look at these guys as working really hard and wonder, like, are they working too hard or not? Magnus and Kristian are two guys that never really work too hard. They never take themselves past a point that they can't sustain. They're really good at staying within themselves and keeping themselves at the front of the race. So I expect Kristian and Magnus to both be working probably a little easier in this group than what Matthias and Jan are.
Did he not have some problems with his power meter in Roth as well, Magnus? So he wasn't able to kind of measure his what he was putting down, which is, I don't know if that's frightening if you're such an addict to the numbers, but it obviously still went pretty well for him.
It worked out okay for him. He still had obviously the fastest bike time they've ever recorded there, and then, you know, a phenomenally fast run, and 11 minutes faster than Jan Frodeno's Roth time. So honestly, I think that was probably the greatest performance over that distance we've ever seen. So only 5 weeks ago, but he's showing that, you know, he's still good to go today. 5 weeks later, still has a lot of energy. He's recovered well.
Is that a concern, really? 5 weeks onto a race like this with a field like this?
Yeah, he seems to recover really well and be able to back it up, but he hasn't done a whole lot of racing this year. He did Ibiza, and then he did Roth, and then this. So he's targeted at, you know, with what races he does. You see athletes sort of racing here and there, willy-nilly all over the world, and they generally seem to have a dip in performance. 5 weeks is pretty close, going from Ironman to 100K distance. I prefer the other way around, going from this distance up to Ironman. You sort of recover better from this distance, and then you can settle into the Ironman pace. But one athlete who did not do an Ironman 2 weeks ago is Josh Amberger. He's in 5th place right now, 5th, 6th position, and riding really well. So that Ironman not taking anything out of the Australian Josh Amberger, racing very well in 5th position right now, just in that next group after the Jan Frodeno, Kristian Blummenfelt, Magnus Ditlev, and Matthias Magier.
This race could not be playing out in a more fun way. Like, I know we sit here and we analyse the race, but I'm just so excited by what we're seeing here. Like, these 4 men, we've got Kristian Blummenfelt, Jan Frodeno, and Magnus Ditlev, who were everyone's podium pick. So everyone who was predicting a podium leading into the race was saying, you know, Kristian will win and Jan will come second, or Magnus will come third, or Magnus will win, Jan will come second, Kristian will come third. And we're seeing them at the front of the race with the most underrated male triathlete in the world in Matthias. They're working hard, they're blowing the race apart. Like, I don't want to undersell, like, I don't want to overstate what we're seeing here, but this is as exciting a triathlon as I've probably seen this year, even more so than Roth. And honestly, I'm loving the dynamics of this race even more than I did Ibiza, which, I've got to be honest, coming into this race, I thought it was going to be a little bit boring compared to Ibiza. I thought Ibiza was one of the best races I'd ever seen. I'm loving what we're seeing here. And like, I'm almost finding it hard to talk about, because I'm finding myself sitting back in my chair and just watching these 4 men, watching the chase from behind, and just going like, how good is this race that we're watching?
And Rinny, when you've got such a strong field, mentally when you approach that, like, how much does it bring the very best out of you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think first of all, PTO set the stage for this opportunity with amazing prize money and also coverage for these athletes and supporting the athletes. So having all of those opportunities brings the best to the fore. And then this is the championship end of the season, or the business end of the season, I like to say. All the biggest races are happening now. In Ibiza, you saw Kristian not quite in top form. Jan Frodeno not quite in top form. And also the beginning of part of the year, athletes are sort of, shaking out the cobwebs, sort of feeling out what they need to work on, what's worked in the off season, where they have weaknesses. And at this stage of the year, they've kind of had a couple of races under their belt, and they know what their weaknesses were, and they've worked on them. So now they're like, they have the complete race ready to go. And that's what we're seeing here today with Kristian in particular. His swim was a little off in Ibiza. His bike obviously is, as good as it ever was, even though he's been focusing on Olympic distance racing, which is really sort of a swimmer-runner event. Obviously the bike is still very important, but and I think we're going to see a clinic when he hops out off the bike and goes out for the run. So, I mean, when you have the best athletes on the line, it does bring the best out of you. You rise to the occasion.
We talked about it before, how this bike course doesn't suit Magnus Ditlev. It just doesn't have the opportunities for him to get away from a group like this, you wouldn't think. But this period here is, will Magnus make a move, or will he hold on to this group? Because I believe if Magnus just holds on to this group and doesn't try to attack, and relatively soon to establish the break he needs to in T2, he's sort of giving this race to Kristian, and he's saying, well, I'm not going to make this as hard for you as I possibly could. I want to see whether he can make that move and make it soon.
How much... How much time does Ditlev need to, do you think, in your expert opinion, does he need to put in to the guys at the front on the bike?
I think Magnus is probably able to run with Jan here if they come into T2 together. I think he would have a really good battle with Mattis, although, like I said, Mattis' strength isn't his bike, so how hard is he working here? I don't think I've seen him work quite this hard on the bike ever, so I'm curious the effect that has on his run legs. Kristian's the one that he would need a gap to. Honestly, Kristian's capable of putting 60 seconds into him, maybe even 90 seconds. But Magnus was walking around this week and he was sort of confident in his run, like he was at Ibiza. I mean, it's always the case of, does Magnus know something we don't know? Has he been doing sessions in training that have given him this confidence? He's riding pretty easy here behind Kristian and Mattis. And again, my sort of question is, how hard did he have to work to get onto this group? Because it was a 90-second gap that he had to bring back, and no one else has been able to go with him, not even Fred Funk. So, I mean, the question with Magnus is always, can he, or is he holding back and backing his run? I mean, he looks pretty smooth and easy to me still. But
I think the one thing that he does do is he catches up. Like, he caught up to Jan, and he did take a second, and he's now caught up to the front of the race, and now he's got a decision to make.
Exactly.
And I think it'll be decisive and will be clear when he does make that decision, if he does make the decision, or whether he backs his run. I think he should give it a try. I think he should try and bust up this group and see if he can get a little bit of time on Kristian Blummenfelt if he wants to win this race. But again, as you said, he might know something we don't. Maybe his run training has been going phenomenally well. Maybe he backs himself against Kristian on the run. Or maybe he's happy right now to just sit in and just see what plays out.
Kristian Blummenfelt said leading into the race that he was quite disappointed in himself in how much time he let Jason West bridge into him on the run. Now, keep in mind, Kristian beat Jason West in that race, but he was just disappointed that he didn't have the fastest run of the day. And he's been doing some really impressive sessions in the lead into this race. Like, he's been doing some 2K, 1K sessions on the track that have been almost 18K worth of effort, where he's been holding between 2:50 per K and 3 minute per K, because he wanted to be able to hold under 3 minute per K for the whole 18 kilometres. So let's just say he can do that, because he believes he can do that. Magnus Ditlev can't do that. And so Magnus knows that. And so, I mean, that's why it's confusing as to why he doesn't ever go, okay, I'm going to make a decisive move here. I'm going to test Kristian. Even if I do back myself on the run, I'm still going to make the decision to test him for once. It doesn't look like he's doing that. We'll find out soon, though.
So Marjanier still out in front, couple of seconds on Blummenfelt. And it's great to have another young athlete to start celebrating as well. Clearly a star for the future. I mean, I got caught out a little bit, Jack, by Max Newman coming through as strong as he did in Ibiza. I know that was a rookie error. But today we see Mathis Marjanier having his impact on this race. And the Frenchman will be happy with his performance so far. Can he hold on?
Well, like I was saying to you before the race, John, I think, and I made a point to say, hey, let's not forget about Matthias. He is the most underrated person in triathlon right now, most underrated male triathlete in the world right now. And that's not to sort of big note myself. It's just to try and make people aware that this isn't a surprise. Max Newman wasn't a surprise, but we get really caught up in our champions. We get caught up in Kristian, Jan, Alistair Brownlee, but there is other people in the race who are racing well. Triathlon's at this point right now where it's transitioning. So Jan's 41, turning 42. He's on his way out. Alistair couldn't even make it to the start line of the race. He's 35 and he's having all these injury issues where he gets some good training done and then he gets injured. And we sort of forget about guys like Matthias and we definitely don't forget about Kristian and Magnus who have established themselves. But I think this race we're seeing Matthias establish himself to not only the European base, but also to the whole world. And like I sort of started to talk about earlier, where the Europeans were saying to Sam Long before this race, like, hey, you've won those 3 American races, but we weren't there. And we're seeing that because the Europeans are taking over this sport right now. The level of this sport is higher in Europe by a factor of 2, 3 compared to anywhere else in the world. Max Newman's an outlier down in Oceania, but no one else is close to that level. And we're seeing here with the Americans as well, there's no Americans really close to podium in this race here, and Sam Long's a long way back. So, I mean, this is a statement from Kristian, it's a statement from Magnus, it's definitely a breakout performance for Matthias, but it's also a statement from the Europeans.
Speaking of the changing of the guard, last year, whilst on his hospital bed, Jan Frodeno decided that 2023 would be his final year racing at the top of triathlon. So it's one more shot to show what he can do before we say farewell to a great.
To be honest, you know, the post I put out there was simply the end of an emotional kind of 2 weeks that I'd spent on the island of Lanzarote, simply because it was my first ever training camp, and it has now been my last as a world stage competing athlete. It's definitely been a decision that's matured over time, and that was probably a decision I already took last year when I was in hospital, and it really gave me a chance to, rather than feel sorry for myself, have a goal and have some light at the end of the tunnel in order to pursue and really go and have that shot one more time, and really try and get myself up there to the best of my abilities. And it's something that I've come to realize is a natural step. I'm not the egoist I used to be. I'm not as hell-bent. I'm not as fierce and as angry as I was. And those are all recipes for a great life, but they're not necessarily world championship winning recipes. And the intensity of knowing that opportunity is limited is something that brings that drive back, because you realize you don't have an infinite number of workouts to complete, and you cannot run an endless number of 1K repeats to get yourself there. So you better make the ones that you do have count.
Yeah, some great words there from the GOAT, Jan Frodeno. And as we've mentioned, this is one of our last chances to see him go around this one, and then Ironman World Championships in Nice in 5 or 6 weeks. So, yeah, I mean, obviously he is racing very well here. He has his work cut out on the run, and he has had to burn some matches to stick. First of all, in the swim, there was a little bit of a gap. He had to sort of bridge halfway through the swim there. And then on the bike, the start of the bike, he forgot to take his speed suit off. Even a veteran of the sport can make small mistakes, but forgot to take his speed suit off at the end there. Lost about 30 seconds to that front group. Had to bridge back up, and then Magnus came around him, and he had to bridge with Magnus. So he definitely has had to work very hard to stay with this front group. But that's the grittiness that Jan Frodeno, a champion, has. He can do that. He has the ability and the willingness to just keep fighting until the very last moment. And I would never count him out of any race. Even at 41 years old, a 20-year career, his gold medal back in 2008, and 3 World Ironman Championships, 2 70.3 World Championships. He really has nothing to prove, but he's still out there fighting tooth and nail for everything he can get, and that's what's so admirable about Jan Frodeno.
And I've got to put my hand up here, because about 15, 20 minutes ago, I said Magnus is going to move around him. He got a gap. I said that's probably the last we're going to see of Jan. This is actually quite unbelievable how easily he got that back, and he looks good here. Now, the pace of this group, it hasn't increased. I think you can tell they're all settling in, and they're all starting to think about the run. It doesn't look like anyone is antsy to make a move and, get a minute into transition 2. It's actually not possible to probably get a minute here into transition 2. It doesn't even look like someone's trying to get 30 seconds. Now, Jan Frodeno, like I said before, he looks really lean, and he's been doing some big run sessions, the same as Kristian has. I almost counted Jan out about 50, 60 kilometres into this ride, and now only 5 to 10 kilometres later, I'm sort of finding myself thinking, he might be the one who can run with Kristian here. I'm actually pretty shocked by what I'm seeing with Jan. I mean, I've counted Daniela Reef out a few times like this, and I've done it with Jan. I've gone too early.
How very dare you?
You never count a champion out, Jack.
You can't. He's so good. And there was so much talk. There was in the paddock. I call the paddock. It's the group of professional triathletes, the talk amongst them all before the race. You get to a race like this and it's hot. Everyone's talking. The talk was that Jan was fit, and the talk that Jan was a lot fitter than what he was going to Ibiza. Yeah. We're seeing it. He looks great.
Just that visual there, it looked like Magnus. No, maybe not. It looked like he might be starting to make a move, but this would not be a great place to make a move as they're coming back through transition here. But I think Magnus is sort of creeping up a little closer to Kristian Blummenfelt, and there will be 2 laps to go after they come through transition. So really, if he's going to make a move, he'll need to make it soon.
I don't think he's going to make a move though, Rini, is he? He looks really easy. Ever since he caught this group, he's actually looked like he's almost been soft pedaling. Now, like, these boys are pushing 360, 370 watts, which for the non-triathlon fan is massive. But for Magnus, it's not really that big. He looks super easy. I think he's making the same decision he made in Ibiza, which was, I think I'm the fastest runner in this group. I mean, we're about to find out whether that's true or not. It wasn't true in Ibiza, and he ultimately came 3rd. Maybe today's the day he is the fastest runner in the field, but Kristian's there, who we all believe to be the fastest runner. Matthias Margeria's strength is his run, and, Jan Frodeno's apparently running well. So this isn't an easy battle, I don't think, for any of these boys. I look at Kristian as the favourite of these 4, but, I mean, who knows?
We are salivating over the prospect of a titanic showdown between 2 former Olympians. Wouldn't it be something to see those guys hit the run together? Now, we're going to throw it over to transition because Rachel has some company. Rachel.
Yeah, thanks so much. I do. I've got Debbie here, obviously the mother of the guy behind me, Matt Marquardt. So Matt is doing really well. He's currently in 9th. I wanted to grab attention of Debbie and just see how you think he's doing. Obviously, you drove him here this weekend. You obviously got all the gossip in the car. I mean, how is he feeling ahead of this one?
Well, I think he's tremendously honored to be here. He got a wild card race at the last minute, and so I don't really think he's had a lot of time to think about what's going on. We left Wednesday to come up here, and so I think he's doing amazing. It's incredible to me. So it's really exciting. I mean, he said himself, maybe I can be top 10, maybe I'll be last. I don't know. We'll see. So he's not been training for this distance. He's been training for World Championships, and he hasn't done a race this short in well over a year. So he's a little nervous, I think, about that. But I just told him, trust your training. You're ready.
What does he ask from you, Mum, on race day? Does he ask you to have any role here on race day?
I'm his Sherpa. I just kind of keep him moving along, do whatever he asks me to do. He's very good at delegating tasks, so yeah, I'm just there to help in any way that I can. And he's mentally, he's really got his head in the game. It's very tactical to him. There's a lot of strategy, and so I try not to get in the way of that, but just enable it as best I can. So.
Well, Debbie's also acting as a taxi service. She's actually taking Matt 7 hours back tonight so he can take part in a charity race tomorrow. So great job there for him and you. Have a safe journey back, and let's see how he finishes. Thanks, Debbie.
Yes, thank you so much.
Matthew Marquardt, 25-year-old, one to watch in the future. But the big news, Magnus Ditlev has made his move, Rennie. He now leads the PTO US Open. And this is how it happened. Look pretty effortless there.
This is a typical Magnus Ditlev move. It's not an explosive move. I don't know, for people who might watch the Tour de France, when Tadej Pogacar attacks, he puts 800 watts down for 30 seconds. Magnus doesn't do that. He pushes a watts that's slightly above what everyone else is capable of and just tries to hold it for long periods of time. I mean, will this break up the race with 20 kilometres to go in the bike? It would be pretty unlikely if all three of these boys just let him ride off the front. They'll sort of dig in, and if they have to work hard to hold here, they will. They won't just let him ride off the front. This is the part of the course that suits him. I know we've said it a few times, but this is the slight, very slight 0.5 to 1% gradient uphill all the way out to the climb. That does suit Magnus because he's able to push a really big gear. In an ideal world, Magnus would have a whole course that's this. It's just negative, sort of between -1 and 1% gradient for 80k straight. This is the kind of terrain that suits Magnus. We see here that Matthias is holding his wheel relatively comfortable. Kristian's there relatively comfortable as well. Jan's let a bit of a gap go, but he did this at this exact same time when Magnus went around him at this exact same point when he first caught him. He let that gap go and then caught it back up on the hill. I mean, we probably expect the same to happen here.
Yeah, I think Magnus, he did make that move, but as you said, it wasn't super decisive. But this is still going to hurt the legs of the men behind him. It's not for, in vain. Him going to the front and pushing higher watts than they're comfortable with, he might still be comfortable with this. He can run off these higher watts. It's just a matter of how much is he going to hurt the legs behind him. And they are pushing hard to stay with Magnus right now. So that's really the question. Yeah, as you said, he's probably not going to ride away from these men. Jan has let a gap open, and whether he can close that again, he keeps doing it. And as I said, I won't count the great man out. I think he'll close it again, but again, he's having to, burn matches to be able to do that every time. And how much is that going to hurt the legs of Kristian Blummenfelt? How much is that going to hurt the legs of Matthias Magier? As you said, has he ever had to ride this hard in a race before? Probably not. He's never raced against Kristian Blummenfelt, Magnus Ditlev at this level, and Jan Frodeno. So, I mean, obviously he's in a great position, and having the race of his life right now. But is this going to take it out of his run? Maybe, maybe not. It'll be interesting to really see what happens.
A question that we probably have to ask about Magnus is, will his effort at Challenge Roth come back to get him at some point? So no one else out of these four has had the schedule that Magnus has had this year. So Kristian, Matthias and Jan, they haven't done an Ironman this year. Magnus has just come off the back of Challenge Roth, which was, probably the greatest long-distance triathlon performance we've ever seen.
25th of June. So is he still in that hot zone coming off the back of it?
It's just so hard, right, John? So you finish that race and you can't just get back into things. You need a period of, relaxing, letting go mentally, physically, detraining a little bit.
And just on that, just because on that side of things outside of race, like Magnus is suddenly having to realise, I'm someone who people want to watch, want to speak to, and unless Rinny, you've done it over all of the years, but it's a new thing. So is that, and do you think that factors in as well, Jack? That stress of everything, you can't then let that pressure valve off because people still want to celebrate your victory.
To a degree, the sport is changing a little bit where all of these guys in this group, maybe Matthias aside, but Jan, Kristian and Magnus are getting very used to media attention. They all do regular media appearances, podcasts, YouTube. They're constantly wanted by people. Magnus this year and last year, he's been in demand. I think he's pretty used to it now. Kristian seeks it out. He's so used to it.
Yeah.
Matthias is the one who hasn't had to face it. An interesting thing we're seeing on course here, John and Rinny, is that again, Magnus sort of wasn't working, wasn't riding as fast up that steep part of the ascent as what Matthias and Kristian were. They got back a little bit. Jan, he sort of dropped off the back and he's holding it up this hill. This is where we saw him bridge it last time when Magnus got the gap on that quite flat section. He bridged it back up on this hill and he's done that again a little bit. I guess the next lap is when we're going to see, will Magnus keep this move going? Will he use this downhill? Will he use the flat section on the 5K coming back into the last lap? And will Jan be able to hold on there? To my eye, Rinny, all day it's looked like Jan's had to work really hard, and I don't want to count him out. What's your take? Do you think he is working a little bit harder than what Kristian and Matthias are to hold Magnus here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jan is definitely working very hard to hold on. And as I said, he's had to bridge the gap. He's had to kind of go above, what his watts would want, what he'd want to hold. To catch up a couple of times, and you do that a number of times. After a while it really gets you fatigued, and it can come back and bite you in the run. But again, it's Jan Frodeno, so we'll wait and see what plays out in the run. And as you said, his run fitness is there. He's sort of feels like his run is ready. But yeah, I mean, this back end of the race is going to be really interesting to see how these men come off the bike in the first steps on the run.
Nice visual there to stay with the front riders as they go down Lincoln Drive here in Milwaukee on the shores of Lake Michigan. It really has been a wonderful week leading up to this weekend of racing. So many people in town for swim, bike, run, a real celebration of triathlon, and they are witnessing a fantastic race here. Of course, the ladies will take center stage tomorrow, but this is shaking out to be something special, and we've got some very special athletes that are here in Milwaukee looking for the big prizes.
And something we haven't really talked a lot about is that second group. Well, we have Frederick Funk sort of in no man's land by himself, but then Amberger, Bakkegaard, Royal, they're not going to factor on the podium at 2 minutes plus down. But that's a solid little bike group there working together. And, they're going to take the minor places, probably, 5th through 10th. But a great race by Josh Amberger, obviously coming off an Ironman 2 weeks ago. Daniel Bakkegaard, would have liked to have seen him a little closer to the front, and I'm sure he would have too, but just consistently there or thereabouts, which he can build from for sure in the future.
The Danish cartel.
Yes.
Like, what are they doing in Denmark? What's happening over there? Like, it's just ridiculous how they just such high achievers in a very small part of the world that typically across sports you wouldn't say they are the very top, but they've certainly got a contingent at the moment.
Yeah, so Jens Petersen back, he's the Danish coach. He's sort of taken a group of young kids out of short course racing or guys with a lot of potential, and he's turning them into world-class athletes and establishing quite a little group there that are doing big things. Magnus is sort of the guy leading the charge of that. Are we seeing this gap open up to Jan here? Kristian looks like he's managed to get back onto the front two in Matthias and Magnus looks like he has pushed pretty hard. Jan's back, I think that's probably about 200 metres at this point, which is the biggest gap we've seen from Jan all race. He let the first one drop back to about 120 metres, then caught it back up on the hill. He hasn't been able to do that here. Now, Kristian did let that gap form out of the technical section. Up the top of the hill, you descend and you come into this like tight right-hand turn, left-hand turn, right-hand turn. Kristian let the gap go to Magnus there and has sort of held it at about that 2-3 seconds that he lost in that technical technical section of the course. So we're seeing Magnus off the front working really hard. Matthias, you know, it shouldn't be a surprise to anyone at this point. He's holding pretty easy there in second. That's Magnus Ditlev's wheel, by the way, that he's holding on to. And Kristian has actually found his way back up here, and he isn't gonna get dropped by them. But it does look like Jan is now struggling.
13 kilometres to transition, T2, where they will park the bikes and lace up the runners. But it still feels like there's some stuff that's yet to kind of shake out in the bike yet.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some movement here, and with Kristian sort of dangling off the back of the front two, and Magnus clearly is pushing the pace and making him work for it. And as I said, even if Magnus does not get a 30-second gap, minute gap, I mean, I'm sure it won't be a minute if he gets anything. It's how much is he hurting the other guys? How much are they having to push a little above what they would like? And what is that going to do to their run? Obviously, getting rid of Jan is one thing that will be on Magnus's side, because as we said, Jan Frodeno is back in shape and he's running well. So I'm sure, you know, one less guy to have to contend for a podium with is a good thing for Magnus Ditlev. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he does get a little bit of a gap on Kristian Blummenfelt too, and what happens in the start of the run.
We look at Kristian as like the best in the world number one. And there's like a horse racing term, thoroughbreds. We look at Magnus like that, we look at Jan like that, we look at Kristian like that. But I want you to remember that that's not what makes Kristian so good. It's not just his natural physiology. He's not just like, his mind is such a big part of what makes him great. He's known, and when he was coming up through the sport and maybe wasn't the best in the world, but was getting towards there, he was known from coming back in, you know, with 30, 45 seconds deficits off the bike and just killing himself on the run. He won his Olympic gold medal in 2021 that he wasn't expected to win. He was the 5th favourite to win that race. He absolutely destroyed himself to win it. He looked like he went to another place that other athletes maybe aren't capable of. Now, what Magnus has on his wheel here is Matthias as well, who is the same. So for people who don't know a lot about Matthias, is he a talent of the pedigree of Jan Frodeno or Kristian Blummenfelt? Maybe not quite. But what he's great at is hurting himself. You'll see it on the run. He just looks like he's going to the depths that some athletes can and some athletes can't.
Like David Goggins style.
Well, not at all like David Goggins, because David Goggins is not a good athlete. These are actually the world's best endurance athletes. Now, David Goggins likes to tell everyone he's on YouTube and Instagram, but David Goggins is not a good endurance athlete. What we're seeing here is the world's best endurance athletes, actual endurance athletes.
I still want.
Tell us what you really think, Jack.
Yeah, I want David Goggins by my side. I mean, he says some really very uplifting things. I think that I would have David Goggins and Kristian Blummenfelt at the dinner party. That would be an interesting conversation.
Do you know what I'd love though, John? I would love if you chucked David Goggins fresh. So he hasn't had to do the swim or the ride, and he starts the run next to these 4 fresh, and I would love you to see how big a gap they get on him by the end of the 18K run.
And if that's the case, Milwaukee, that means that one of the all-time greats of our sport is only going to have a few more chances.
Well, we've been speaking about those athletes that are looking to retire this year. Today, the PTO is delighted to welcome Tim O'Donnell to the lineup after recovering from a heart attack in 2021. His perspective changed on what has already been an illustrious career, and he has since enjoyed ticking off goals from his wish list, including towing the line at a PTO Tour race.
For this weekend in Milwaukee, I'm honestly just here to be part of something truly special in triathlon. I've been with PTO since its inception, and I'm on the twilight of my career, but I'm in decent shape, and I love to step up on big stages, and this most likely will be the last big stage that I'll be on in triathlon. So I'm going to give it all I got and just put myself in the mix. After my heart attack in 2021, it was obviously a hard road back. And I knew I would never be the same athlete, not better, not worse, just different. And honestly, achieving the greatness that I've always been striving for, that perspective kind of changed, and it was more about just having joy and gratitude for being able to be out here and doing this. And I was able to get back to the finish line in Kona after that heart attack, and now this year, really, I had 2 other goals. I'd win another race, which I was able to do earlier this year, and be a part of one of the PTO events, and making it all happen.
I had the pleasure of meeting your husband, Rinny, and one of the biggest, most infectious smiles in triathlon, I think.
Yeah, he really is here just to soak it all up and have, you know, one more go around, one more time of putting his hand in the fire with the best in the sport. Yeah, I mean, I have no idea where he is in this race, but I'm sure he's soaking it all up. And I said to him this morning, just go and enjoy it, have fun. And yeah, he's doing that, and obviously had a great career, second in Ironman to Jan Frodeno in 2019, probably the highlight of his professional career, but many wins along the way, and obviously, more importantly, we got to create a family and meet each other through the sport. So we owe the sport a lot, and obviously, yeah, he's out there celebrating his last go around at this level of racing, probably another couple of little races later in the year, but I'll be happy to have him training less and spending more time with the kids. Maybe I'll be able to get myself back in shape.
Beautiful stuff. We'll be keeping an eye on Tim's efforts throughout the race as we see Magnus Ditlev. Full screen now, Jack.
Magnus has made a decisive move here. We sort of tossed up the idea that Magnus had a decision to make. Do I make a move or not? He did make a move. It was pretty strong. It wasn't as hard as probably we would love to have seen him go, just to see if that tactic would work. He's done a 75% move. He went to the front, he got into his TT position, which is very aerodynamic. He pushed a pretty high power. And I guess my mind goes to, did he have to work a bit harder to get that minute 35 back early in the ride than what he would have liked to? And I would sort of hypothesise that he did, because that move wasn't able to shake Matthias or Kristian. It did shake Jan though. Jan's 20, 25 seconds back by the looks of it now. To me, Kristian did a smart thing there where he sort of let the gap go a little bit, but never out of sight. He didn't go above and beyond what he had to do. He just held his power, and it worked him back into this. Magnus looked back a few times as well just then when they started the little rise. They've just started the rise now. He gave a little look back, sat up. I think he's probably now resigned himself to the fact that these 3 will come into T2 together. He will be happy not to see Jan there though.
All right, we have a member of Magnus Ditlev's team with Rachel. Rachel, over to you.
Yeah, I'm quite lucky. I've got his best friend here, Casper, who's just raced over from the bike course to have a quick word with me. He's doing well so far. Is this the plan? 11 seconds about, just down. Is that the gap that you need at the moment to Kristian?
I mean, of course, we're really happy that he bridged up to Kristian and the other guys. But yeah, the dream scenario would be that he could make a little gap going into the run. I mean, Kristian also from his transition from long course to short distance, he's got like the leg speed now, so I think he's in really good run shape. And Jan is looking strong as well. So yeah, it will be best if he had like a little gap. So I keep my fingers crossed and let's see.
And what's the role then of best friend on race day?
Oh, it's really nerve-wracking. I mean, we know each other for 7 or 8 years now, and I've been on the journey since the beginning. So, I mean, I thought that I learned to control my nerves, but it's just getting more and more nerve-wracking. So, yeah, that's the name of the game.
How is he finding, I guess, this newfound fame since Roth as well? Is he enjoying it?
I mean, I think it's something that it has grown on him. But I mean, I also think the great thing about Magnus is that he is just still like he was 4 or 5 years ago, and he's really humble, not only for his fans, but also the ones that are supporting him, his family, his coach Jens, his manager. So, I mean, that also makes us want to go that extra mile for him, because he's so appreciative of what we're doing for him. So I'm really proud of him, and to see him in these races just makes me really proud.
What would it mean for him to stand the top step? He's got a second and a third, and the kind of field that's out there is absolutely stacked. Would he become a different kind of athlete as well, one that's beaten a world champion, an Olympic champion? How would you then view him?
I mean, also with the way that the triathlon sport has grown over the last years, I mean, just now to have a world record, I mean, that is something very, very special. But I mean, if you look on the paper, then we need that gold medal here at the PTO races. We have a silver and a bronze. So we all in for the victory, but I mean, it's really difficult. So just to get on the podium here would be special as well, yeah.
Well, the run is starting shortly. Casper, won't take any more of your time up. Good luck to you and to Magnus, and we'll see you at the end, hopefully.
Yeah, we will. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nerve-wracking times for Team Ditlev as they support their man here in Milwaukee. Second last year, looking to go one better today. So Ditlev's team, I remember coming into Ibiza, they were talking about the gains in his run. Now, I'm not for 1 second saying that it's, you know, if he's going side by side with Kristian Blummenfelt, but everything's trending for that young man, and he's squeezing the juice out of his training in a very positive way, it would seem.
Another thing there was they've described Casper as just Magnus's friend. Now, that's not all he is.
No.
He's much more than that. So Jens Petersen Back is the head coach, but Casper he's the underling. He's a big part of this team. So it's Jens and Casper. Casper's the man we just saw on screen there talking about him. They're the two that are running this show. They're scientific. They're ex-professional triathletes. They are sort of the masterminds behind what we're seeing with Magnus here. And Magnus is their Kristian Blummenfelt, if you want to look at it in the same way that Kristian is for Norway. So we're sort of seeing the battle of two teams and two systems here. The Norwegian method, which is probably the most hyped sort of triathlon training system of all time, and now the Danish method, ran by Casper, who we're just seeing, and Jens. So it's quite fascinating. Two really scientific, diligent, expensive teams coming together and battling each other. Now, Jan was maybe the guy who started that. Dan Lorang's Jan Frodeno's coach, and what he said he was fascinated about when he first worked with Jan was spending money, Jan was investing in everything he had to win races. Kristian and the Norwegians, Magnus and the Danes, they sort of adopted that and taken it to the next level. And I guess that's sort of interesting because we're seeing Jan go out the back as the 41-year-old greatest of all time, and these two right now who are probably, along with Gustav Iden, the heirs apparent, showing that what they're doing is taking everything Jan was doing and taking it to the next level.
They've got some serious athletes to mould, and very, very different physically as well. Like Kristian Blummenfelt and Magnus Ditlev, like, they are just such different body types as well. It's kind of, I mean, it fascinates me how two people that can be built so different can be so successful at this kind of multi-sport.
It's changed. Triathlon's changed like that. That hasn't always been the case. If we look back to 2000 to 2015, it definitely wasn't the case. People were obsessed with getting skinny, getting lean. It suited smaller bodies. Races were being won on the run almost exclusively. I mean, if we look at Rinny here, probably the best female triathlete runner of all time. Super small, super skinny. Triathlon's changed. It's more complete now. You have to be a world-class swimmer. Like, I don't know if the camera does it justice of how fast those boys swam today. It's ridiculous. Aaron Royal went so fast in that swim, it's not even funny. And we probably can't underestimate the impact that has on the bike. And now what we're seeing Matthias and Kristian and Magnus do on the bike, they're big bodies pushing big power, and that's why that's changed in triathlon.
And you've been there to witness these changes as well, Rinny. Does it fascinate you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I came into the sport as well, athletes were all in their 30s plus. The champions of the long course distance were much more older, and now it's changed. They're all in their young 20s, especially when you look at, Magnus and Sam Laidlow.
I hate looking at their birth year. Like, I know it's crazy.
Yeah, and it's sort of flipped. It almost was like an older man's sport, and now it's the young guys are just sort of flipping it on its head and bringing the science in a big way, but aerodynamics is playing such a big part. As we look at this guy, he's probably leading the way with aerodynamics and what he has in his toolbox to sort of cut extra, 1 watt here, 1 watt there. It all adds up to minutes in the end, and then on the top of that, obviously he has a lot of power that he can push as well. one thing actually I wanted to mention as well here as we look down the field away from, you know, those top 3, 4, is, you know, we have Sam Long coming into the top 8 now. He's 3:16 down, but right in front of him, Daniel Bakkegaard, Josh Amberger, Fred Funk is at 140 down. So there'll be a lot of movement from 5th place through to 10th place there. Obviously, we have, I think, our podium up the front in most likely these top 3 in Ditlev, Magier, and Blummenfelt. But yeah, I think Magnus, you know, it doesn't seem like he's really pushing big power, but the gaps are blown out. They're 3 minutes plus after Fred Funk, and so yeah, that is very interesting.
Here we see Jan Frodeno making his way back to the front of the race. This is because Magnus sat up. So Magnus sort of made the decision. We saw it when he was going up the climb on this last lap. He sat up, he looked around, he sort of zigzagged off to the right-hand side of the road, and you saw then it was a decision. I'm not getting away from these 3. I'm not going to push hard anymore. I'm going to settle in. I've made my big attack. He's actually made 2 massive attacks throughout this race.
So will I keep his powder a little dry?
He sort of just realised, hey, I'm not going to break these 2 here. I now have to back my run. So he sort of made a decision, okay, I'm going to test it a little bit. I'm confident in my run. And then he ultimately said, no, I have to back my run here.
But do you think that was a mistake? Because now Frodeno's gotten back on, and so now it's back to a pack of 4, and now it's a four-way running race instead of 3.
The question, Rini, is how hard has Jan had to work and how is he feeling right now? Because I think we can now no doubt say that Jan's had to work the hardest, as he either just spewed or spat a little bit, had to work the hardest of these 4 we've seen on screen. I mean, going into the race, there was word that Kristian and Jan were probably running as well as everyone in the field based on their training. It's just how much has this taken out of Jan's legs. Magnus, to me, looks pretty easy. I know he's the one that's put in the move. He looks pretty easy, though. And then my question with Magnus is, like I've already asked, how much has Roth taken out of him and how much will that hurt him in the back end of the run? Now, Matthias is the guy who's had a schedule that sort of targeted these races. I would say he's targeted this race as much as Kristian, as the 2 who have really, really gone, this is the race I want to win. Make no mistake, Jan wants to win this race. I think his number 1 goal is Ironman World Championships, and this is his number 2 goal. It's like, I really want a PTO race, but I can't sacrifice becoming a 4-time Ironman World Champion. So I see him as probably in a pretty heavy training block, and maybe not quite being able to run with Kristian here, and take into account that his legs are probably pretty cooked as well. But, I mean, if there's a way for Jan to cement himself as the greatest to ever do it, this is probably it.
I mean, he already has, in my opinion, but I mean, seems to be, you know, Kristian Blummenfelt, what he's producing at, you know, younger age, is pretty phenomenal, and who knows what the future will hold. But obviously, yeah, I mean, if Jan can pull this one off, we'll be like, there's nothing this man cannot do, right? But yeah, I think you're right. I think he wants to win another world title. But that being said, 5 weeks out, you've really done most of the work. The lion's share of the work's done. So he has got his, you know, most of his work is done now, and now he has this race, a few more weeks of hard work before Nice. But we always sort of picked races around this time out and raced really well.
Transition time now. They're getting ready for the dismounts. How key is it this is smooth?
John, this is the most exciting part of triathlon for me. T2, when you've got a lead group of strong people coming into it, like, we're used to seeing Kristian sort of take things easy out of T2 and then work his way into the run. We're very used to seeing Jan Frodeno take the race by the scruff of the horns in T2. Matthias Kristian's cramped. Not again.
No way.
Canada all over again. This happened to Kristian, the exact same quad. Canada last year at the PTO Canadian Open. He lost that race to Gustav Eden, cramping early in the run, ultimately came back. It's happened again, and it's the same quad.
It's a first step off the bike, and as you said, you know, those first steps are telling. That was extremely telling.
I sort of thought Kristian had this race in the bag. I sort of thought there's no way he hasn't won this. There's something with the way Kristian rides a time trial bike that he keeps cramping in that left quad. He needs to figure that out. Suddenly this race is Magnus, Jan and Matthias's to lose.
I don't know if I'd call him out just yet. He has had a cramp, and he is getting trouble.
Struggling with that left shoe because it's on that left leg. This happened at the Canadian Open last year, though. He cramped, he ran well early, he cramped, walked, struggled, and then he actually ran the second half of the run faster than anyone else on course. And if it was another 3K, he would have caught Gustav Iden for the win. Jan looks good to me. I sort of expected Jan to look a little heavier and maybe a little bit more proppy through T2 there. He looks great. What we're going to see here, we're going to see Magnus look really smooth and run comfortably, and you're going to see like this gritty, hard running style of Matthias Margiela. Jan looks solid too.
Matthias looks very good though. He has a nice running style. Magnus Ditlev has a little more loping style, but Magnus, he looks really good.
Matthias is like his run is his strength. If we flash back to the Challenge Championships earlier this year, Tom Bishop, Fred Funk and Aaron Royal had a lead off him in T2. Matthias ran them down easily. Earlier in the race, at a challenge race, Sam Laidlaw and Aaron Royal had a massive lead off him in T2. Matthias ran back up to them. His run is his strength. I would say he's probably a stronger runner over 18K than even Magnus if they just did a flat time trial. Now, the key to this is how much is the run taken out of Matthias, because I don't think he's ever done a ride in his life where he's had to work that hard. Let's see. He looks good early. He looks like he's going to be aggressive like he always is, and that's what we can rely on Matthias for. He will never not run aggressively. He'll run till he walks versus just easing up. He's such an aggressive runner.
So just to set the table, folks, it is an 18-kilometer run now. It travels along Lake Michigan, as we can see there on paved trails, and they go into Veterans Park. It is 5 laps, so they are going to start seeing one another. And the running form looks pretty solid from Kristian Blummenfelt.
To me, it actually looks like he's not quite his usual stuff. Kristian has a super high cadence when he runs. He looks very smooth. To me, he looks a little bit like, you know, like just a bit slow in his cadence, a bit of a longer stride length. I don't like getting down into the nitty-gritty of how someone runs. I think it's a boring talking point. But here, it's a little different. That's not how Kristian usually looks. Now, I don't actually expect that to last. I think he's looking like he's just working into it. He sort of realised, okay, that's not good, let me work into this run rather than potentially blow up his race by going too hard too early.
Yeah, I think he's going to work into this run nicely. I think, yes, he hopped off the bike and had that cramp, and I mean, I'm sure he's hoping that it doesn't come back, but I think he'll work into this run nicely, and, you know, he still is the fastest man on paper, and, you know, they're just up the road there, so it would be interesting to see what happens shortly. But we have Jan here running up into the shoulder of Magnus Ditlev. Matthias still leading out front, but here we go.
Jan looks great. Like we talked about, like we have talked about the whole coverage, there was so much rumour going around the paddock that Jan Frodeno's run was back. Now, Jan has always run one races like this. He's got where he needs to get into T2, that is with the lead group, maybe not always leading into there. He's got where he needs to get. He then establishes himself early in the run and takes over. This is typical Jan Frodeno, what we're seeing now. Very different to what we saw in Ibiza, where out of T2 he looked cooked. And you could sort of tell, oh, this wasn't Jan's day. Now, Jan doesn't go to the front of the races just to big dog people. He doesn't really go there if he can't, like, sustain that pace. He's not going to just go there for that bravado and innuendo and say, like, and bluff it. He doesn't bluff like that. If Jan's moving to the front of a race like this, it means he's feeling good and it means he's fit.
He does look in control right here, and he looks great. Just checking his watch there. But yeah, he looks fantastic.
Just going to have a look through transition, and Magnus colliding with Matisse's rear wheel a little bit.
T2 can be a little bit hectic like that because you are pretty fatigued. I don't think that looks like anything major though. Like, that's not going to affect the race too much here. Kristian, still to me, doesn't look that good. I would expect him to be wanting to make his way through the field, but if we think back to Canada where the same thing happened, he did make his move quite late. Like, he managed to come good sort of 12, 13K into the 18K. I mean, the thing to take into account with this run is you might not be able to tell on the coverage, but it's still really hot outside. The boys, Magnus has got his zip right down. You can sort of see how sweaty the boys look. It's a tough run course. There's some long stretches where you have the tailwind, so you get hot, like you don't have the headwind coming in off you. They're on one of those patches now where this is a hot, isolated patch of the course, a really tough mental part of the course where you sort of have to go inside to yourself and just stay cool, stay calm, not let the heat and how hard it is get the best of you.
And this is the moment of cramping, if you will, for Kristian Blummenfelt. Straight away.
That left quad.
Yeah.
I wonder what that is, John and Rinny, because that's got him not just at the PTO Canadian Open, that's got him in other races as well. It's always high up on that left quad. See where he just put his hand there? It's always the same spot. He's sort of just holding that gap there, Kristian, but look at Jan here. We keep talking about it. His run form was apparently there, and he looks so smooth. You can tell with Jan, I reckon, like we talked about in Ibiza, you can tell he wasn't there, but you can tell when Jan looks good, and he looks potentially as good as he's ever looked running to me here. He looks smooth, he looks in control. You didn't quite see it on camera, but he clicked his watch. He did a split on his watch. He looked down, hit the split, and then went. So I think what that says to me is Jan's made a decision here to make a move. I don't know what that is, but I think in his head he said something to himself like, okay, 3 minutes or 1K at 250 per K, I'm going to break this race open. See how he looks like he's running with purpose, and that's because of that. So watch this sort of next 3-4 minutes here, because I believe that's what he would have said to himself in his head. I'm going to push for 1K, 1.5K, maybe 2K and break this open.
He also, right before he looked at his watch, he checked behind to see where Blummenfelt was, and saw that he was off the back. And so obviously that's a vulnerability he wants to exploit. And so maybe he's pushing right now. Maybe he's got like a 5-minute effort in him where he can try and break their spirits a little bit, or maybe he's just feeling great.
And of course, the athletes around him are happy to see Frodeno on the course, and with the announcement that it will be his last season of racing, the PTO asked some of their athletes to speak on the career of Jan Frodeno and how he has impacted their efforts in triathlon.
Jan has inspired me and motivated me year over year over year over year. So many times I went to races thinking I was going to be able to contend against him, and then I would get second, and he'd hand me my ass in all 3 disciplines. And so, yeah, Jan's been probably my biggest motivator my entire career.
It's really exciting, a huge privilege to share the race course with him here at the PTO US Open, and it's really nice that we can all celebrate his career, and he's got a lot of athletes who really respect him.
He's always been a huge motivation for me, and someone I've looked to as being kind of the setting and example. What he has done in the sport is out of this world and extraordinary.
I've always respected him so much and looked up to not only his results but also how he carries himself and his professionalism and everything he's done in triathlon to kind of raise the bar. So I'm sure he'll be very successful in the future. Maybe his kids will be world champions someday.
2019 Ironman World Championship, I was in the front of the race with Jan and Alistair Brownlee, and I'm on the front and I'm just foaming at the mouth, drooling, like to turn around and I see Jan literally just twiddling his thumbs looking out over the view. Yeah, that's like classic Jan, like just waiting to execute and doing it so perfectly.
I respect everything he's done, and I think I'm also excited to see kind of his transition and like the stories he tells after, because he's done a lot of things right, and I think that a lot of athletes can learn from him.
He was Olympic champion 15 years ago, and still to this day one of, if not the best triathletes there is. I think that longevity speaks for itself.
Last year when I was in Kona watching in a net brace, Jan really made the time to come over and say hi and ask how I was, and he was the one who sort of said, just try and get back on a bike maybe. And actually it was those words that sort of did get me back on the bike earlier than I probably would have.
Every time I race him, I think it's a great opportunity to kind of match myself against somebody who I think pretty much everybody can agree with is one of the best to ever do it.
He's a complete athlete, really, and yeah, a real legend.
It's just wonderful to hear the athletes speak in such high regard about Jan Frodeno, and of course, quite rightly so. But today, on the race. You know, they'll be taking no prisoners. They see him running out there right now. And Jack, Magnus Ditlev and Jan have got some experience of running against one another in the past. Jan was leading out in Roth, but it didn't work out for him on that day.
Yeah, so at Challenge Roth, Magnus Ditlev and Jan Frodeno found themselves in a similar position. Jan Frodeno had a bit of an Achilles issue and pulled up on the run when he was running next to Magnus Ditlev, and Magnus got the better of him. And then in Ibiza, Kristian got the better of him. So this is the race for Jan to go, well, I haven't beaten Kristian and I haven't beaten Magnus at these distances. I'm going to do it today. Rinny made an interesting point where she said, do you think that they're going to regret sitting up the top of that hill? Look at what we're seeing. That was just a tactical move that shouldn't have happened. Magnus, Kristian, they had Jan out of this race. And then they sat up and they started looking at each other because Magnus thought what we thought. He thought, Kristian's the guy I've got to beat on this run. They should have pushed the point there. They should have put power down the back end of that run and got 30 to 40 seconds into Jan into T2. They didn't, and they paid the price, and Jan's showing them, hey, you let me back into this race, I'm going to take control of it.
So just further down the field, a couple of bits of housekeeping for you. So Frederick Funk he's got a penalty for dismount, so he'll serve 30 seconds. And tied to that, Sam Long is running really well. Now in 6th, he is closing the gap on Fred Funk. And here it is. This is on your screen here. This is the prize pool. This is what they're running towards right now. Jan Frodeno, if indeed he can hold that top spot, he will come away with $100,000 today. That is a huge amount of money to come away with, and that filters all the way down to 20th place, and they will take home $2,500 as well.
It's an insane amount of money. Jan Frodeno's already the richest person in triathlon. This 100 grand, he'll probably buy a new BMW with that. I think someone this money is going to matter for is Sam Long. So he's just run up into 6th. He's literally had a baby 2 days ago and flown in here at 10 p.m. last night. He's running up through the field. How far up can he get? How much money can he make today for him and his family back home? And Matthias Margier has not won money like this anywhere in his career. He's currently sitting 2nd. That's $50,000. John, like Rinny could tell you, that's life-changing money for anyone, but a triathlete, that's never happened in the history of this sport where someone like Matthias can come and do this. That's why the PTO need to stay around in triathlon. That's why the PTO putting on a race like this is so special and matters so much, and why everyone loves these races, and why everyone is looking forward to 2024, where there might be 7 of these races.
You have Max Newman on speed dial. How much did that money change his life?
Yeah, Max Newman's my favourite person in triathlon, my best mate in triathlon. I love Max Newman. He's a country Australian bloke who won $100,000, and it changed him and his partner Holly. It changed their life overnight. He can now invest money into his training. He doesn't have to sacrifice as much as he did. He can invest back into his equipment, his technology. The PTO is changing the game, John. It's doing amazing things for people like this. Kristian and Jan and Magnus, they're all borderline rich because of the PTO. Don't make no mistake about that.
And really, science isn't cheap. Like, as a suffering age grouper, like I look at some of the bikes out, I look at the wheels and I wish that I could get close to that, but for the proper gains at the professional end, the time in the lab, if you like, it's a fortune, isn't it?
Yeah, the time in the wind tunnel or on the velodrome, they do a lot of time on the velodrome now and practice their position, not only position, obviously equipment that they mess with. We're seeing Kristian Blummenfelt running up onto the heels of Magnus Ditlev now. So obviously a lot of movement happening for the minor placings on this podium. Jan Frodeno still striding out front. But yeah, as you said, having the right equipment and saving as many watts as you can. You can't not do it if you want to race at the top level anymore. It's not, you just can't show up with any old bike with any wheels and without all the proper equipment, because you're giving away too much time. And now the running shoes as well that are coming into it, run times are coming down, so just so much going into the sport.
This is massive here. Kristian Blummenfelt has come back. We talked about this coming off T2. He did this at the Canadian Open when he had that left leg
here we
cramp.
go again. Another cramp.
No,
way.
Just as he was about to make his move.
It's almost like it happens out of nowhere and he doesn't even know it. It was as he made a move. So he was going to go around Magnus then, and he was going to put down a little bit of pressure, and that little bit of an increase in the pace that he was trying to do set it off.
Oh,
so
this is brutal.
That little surge he tried to make is literally what's hurt him here.
Yeah, it's almost like he has to just baby it or keep the pace lower. This is
Oh, this is a long.
Heartbreaking.
Is this not a long time?
Very long time, yeah. I mean,
right here.
Yeah,
Yes.
this is Kristian's race done.
Yep.
He can't win this. This part of the course they're on as well right here is hard. So this is a part of the race where you don't feel any of the wind and it's dead hot. So they get out of this shade onto this sun and it's dead hot. So this next sort of K for Kristian is going to be brutal. It's the hardest part of the course. It looks flat, but it's a really hard part of the run course. This is Kristian's day done, unfortunately.
This just wasn't anywhere in his thoughts. He was so confident, had the swim of his life, controlled most of the bike, was in the front pack, and then to have this cramp happen.
There's a few tactical things that Kristian's done today that I think we now need to talk about in reflection. That first 30, 40K on the bike where he went to the front, I don't think that was necessary. I think he could have ended up in the same position. And then again, when they let up and let Jan off, I think Kristian's made a few tactical errors.
Looks like it's his adductor as well now.
Yeah, that whole left upper leg is killing Kristian.
What kind of movement patterns aggravate that, really?
I mean, I think being in the aero bars for as long as he was, and obviously he's been racing non-drafting, so drafted legal races. So he's been on the road bike a lot. He's been focused on getting into that team for Paris and the test event next weekend. But yeah, so just heartbreaking when you see athletes all their preparation that go into it and then cramp.
And this is a look back at what happened in Edmonton.
So same leg, that left leg.
It's the exact same spot. I think what we're seeing with Kristian here that's a little different to last year is because of the short course, he's not the best PTO distance triathlete in the world. He's not the best Ironman distance triathlete in the world, and he's not the best short course distance triathlete in the world. He's stuck a little bit in between right now, and like Rennie said, Kristian talked about leading into this race that he'd actually done more work on his TT bike leading into this versus Ibiza, but his last short course race was only a few weeks ago, so I actually question that. I think he probably only put a week or two into it. Now, he has a few positional things on his TT bike that make that cramp a little bit more likely, his position, his crank length, that type of thing, compared to, say, Jan and Magnus, who have perfect setups for themselves. I think Kristian and his team need to go away and look at that, because it's happened twice now. You know, they say don't make the same mistake twice. Kristian has. They need to get on top of that. Jan here looks so good. I know I don't love talking about bodies and the body shape and that kind of thing. But
we can talk about the trees and the water, but I think we're better off talking about the body.
I feel like we can't not talk about it with Jan. He looks, you see him in person now, and it's the leanest I've ever seen him look. Right. He looks healthy. You can see athletes, sometimes they look really tanned and like flushed. They just look really healthy. Jan had that look about him. I've heard stories, like I've said, about how well he's been running, and we're seeing it here.
So that's second and third coming through.
Like I said, I think Matthias is a better runner than Magnus. I think if they did a half marathon not off the bike for us, Matthias would win it by quite a bit. The thing Magnus has in his favour is the bike maybe doesn't hurt him as much, but that 90-second gap he had to bridge across, I think, the same as Ibiza, I think it's hurt him. Don't think of this as a surprise that Magnus isn't being able to hold on to Matthias. Matthias is a world-class runner.
He's a world-class runner, but also this is the race of his life. And as you said, he's racing for $50,000. In his hands right now, he has $50,000. Magnus Ditlev may snatch it out of his hands, but to be in a race like this with the best in the world and this opportunity, and for it to come together. This is what dreams are made of, right? Like, he is living out his dream, racing with the best in the world on the biggest stage, and there's a $50,000 check at the end of the day.
Yeah, and for Kristian Blummenfelt, it's a nightmare, and that puzzle of 100K, just 100 kilometers, it's a riddle he can't solve right now.
It's not only that, because his #1 world ranking is in jeopardy as well. After this, if he... depending on how he finishes, I
think he's okay at the if Ditlev remains in third.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's getting hot, right? Yeah. And also, guys, what does it mean for the rest of his calendar? He's got such a strength of schedule over the summer, where he was looking to do the test event, go to Singapore. Like, does he have to reconsider that?
No. Kristian has two things on his mind right now, and The PTO make me feel like I can talk about this. Kristian wants to win money in these races, and he wants to win the Olympics next year. He's doing the PTO US Open and the PTO Singapore Open to make money. And don't get me wrong, he wants to compete and he wants to win one of them, but he's so driven by how much money and how life-changing that money is. And I know we're sort of touching on it a bit here, but it's true. It's such a motivating factor for him that this is still worth coming in and trying to win them, even though it might take away from his Olympic venture a little bit. Rinny touched on it there with Matthias. He is already such a hard runner. It's why he's such a good runner. He just kills himself to win these races. He's done it his whole career. Now, like, we're just seeing it on the world stage here. But throw in the fact that now there's this like carrot of a guy who's used to the stick. He's been giving himself the stick for years, and now there's also the carrot. So a guy who's motivated by the stick, that means like motivated by himself to work really hard, loves to hurt, is great at it. Now also has the carrot of $50,000 sitting in front of him. I don't see Matthias letting up here. I don't see him mentally breaking. If he breaks, it'll be because he goes so far and so deep into the hole that his body gives up, like what we're seeing happening to Kristian. Kristian, you know, looks okay, but he's so far back now at almost 2 minutes that I think for him, he has to go within himself and race conservatively. I don't think he can try and get back to the front of the race because, like we saw, he did that before, went to put in a surge, cramped. He now needs to think, okay, 4th gets me good money, it's a good position, it maintains my world ranking for the end of year rankings. I can't let Fred Funk catch me, I can't let Sam Long catch me, I can't let Daniel Bakkegaard catch me, and Sam Long is probably the one who we expect to see move through the top 6 and maybe catch Blummenfelt here.
And just a final note on that point you make about Matisse and the money, like I'm getting word now that his top money so far was a win at the Challenge Championships. It's about $16,000. So just to underline your point, Jack, it's a big old difference.
And that's the race that he caught up to Tom Bishop, Aaron Royal and Frederick Funk, who got in a really strong pack off the front of the bike. And that's the race I've talked about a few times where Matthias literally killed himself to get to the front of that race, went around them, had spit and spew all over his face. Like he just goes to the well, and it's such a talent in an athlete. If you can, like, it's great to be physiologically ahead of other people, but if you can have the combination of good physiology and that ability that every champion in our sport has to have of absolutely killing themselves, like Kristian has, like Gustav has, like Jan Frodeno has, like Miranda Carfrae had. It's like this thing that you're born with. You can learn it a little bit, but you either have it or you don't, and his threshold for hurting himself is higher than most.
And we just saw earlier the graphic of Matthias Megier. He was at 90% of his max heart rate, and Ditlev was around 84%. So it just goes to show he's really digging. And as you said, like, he just is gritty and he's putting it all out there. And I know whether he can hold on to that sort of effort. Obviously, Ditlev probably is pacing this a little more wisely, and that obviously 2nd place, 3rd place is amazing, but
give us a sense, Rinny, for you're the 0.01%, when you're running that hard for that amount of time, but also with the knowledge that there's a great big prize at the end, like how much it hurts. What are you feeling physiologically?
A lot of pain. Obviously, you're managing that pain, but also just, honestly, the question that I kept asking myself when I was racing was, can you go any harder? Can you push harder? And trying to squeeze that little bit more out of yourself. And an Ironman distance is a little different because you have to meter your effort. Okay, I'm running 26 miles. Am I going too fast? Can I maintain this effort? Am I fueling well? Am I staying cool? Am I being smart here? But yeah, I feel like he's just sort of racing outside himself a little bit in the start of this run, and we'll see if that adrenaline holds for the whole run.
Someone who reminds me of Rinny a lot is Jason West. He actually races really similar to how Rinny used to race. He's an athlete who would have absolutely dominated the sport 10 years ago, 15 years ago. He's now put in the fastest first 5K of this race. He's ran the first 5K 50 seconds faster than Jan. But he win the race with it. If we look at it, that is actually insane. It's a little slower than Ibiza, but this course is a little slower than Ibiza on the run. It's much hotter. It's a little trickier run course. But like, Jan's running insane. Jason West is just another beast on the run. He just keeps putting himself in positions where he can only come fifth at best, though.
Yeah.
It's like it's so hard because you can only work with what you've got. His swim isn't. He was in the front pack of the swim on the first lap. The Aussie exit got him a little bit. That split that Aaron Royal calls got him a little bit, and then he can't quite ride as well as these guys. And so in a way, you sort of feel sorry for him a bit. You're like, this game is just operating at a level that's hurting you, but you're so good at what you do, and like, you know, he is going to run up here. He'll probably finish 6th, 5th.
There's room for improvement, though, isn't there, for Jace? Didn't he have this moment where he nearly walked away from the sport, then he had some success again, and we talk about resources. You know, is he in a position where he can make up those marginal gains where he's starting to climb on that podium, maybe?
Yeah, he can. He does work hard, though. I mean, this is the thing I wanted to talk about. Like, I mean, Rinny talked about it there. When she runs, these mindsets she has of how do you work harder. Jason West has that. So Jason West has that same thing that Matthias has, that Rinny has, that Jan and Kristian have. When they lose, they don't lose because they're not willing to hurt themselves. Jason West has that as well. Jason West's thing is a more sort of basic physiology thing and technical thing in the swim. His swim sort of just lets him down a little bit, and he's not physiologically the best bike rider. He's a guy who'll grit.
And he had some technical problems as well today.
Had some technical problems. We saw it cost him probably,
yeah.
You know, let's say it probably cost him 20, 30 seconds. It's still not enough to see him in the top 3 in this race. I mean, yeah, this sport's just crazy. Like you guys talked about, the youngsters in this sport. So Kristian's 29 and he's crazy what he's done. Matthias here, he's 26. Magnus is 25. Jason West is 30. Now, you sort of look at that and you go, oh, well, he's old compared to these guys, so he's probably not going to get any closer. But then we see Jan Frodeno out in front, who's 41. So it's a little...
42 in a couple of weeks
42
as well.
in a couple of weeks. It's like a little confusing. I don't know. Jason West maybe has the potential to make the improvement on the swim and the bike. I think he'd probably have to change something, though. He'd probably have to go to a different swim coach or different swim environment, like go down to Noosa and work with John Rogers, who's Jan Frodeno's swim coach. He'd probably have to do something drastic like that, I believe, or go and live where Aaron Royal and Josh Amberger and Cat Worth live over in Europe and say, hey, I'm going to come and swim and ride with you guys. He would. I don't think if he stays in his environment, does what he's doing right now, that he is going to make that jump. Yeah, Rinny, Magnus here, I think what we're seeing with him is he's sort of pacing this race quite smartly. I think he made the decision pretty early, I can't go with that, when Jan went, and then decided, okay, I'm going to run my tempo. Is that how you're seeing this?
Yeah, I'm seeing that, but I'm also wondering about Roth 5 weeks ago, and whether, as we said, it's much easier to come, you know, up to the 100k distance than down to the 100k distance from Ironman training. So he's obviously had, you know, an Ironman under his belt not that long ago, and when you've been doing that distance, it sort of takes a little bit off your top end speed. So I'm wondering if that's what we're seeing here, because I've definitely seen him look a little more peppy before, but I'm wondering about that. So yeah, back with Kristian here. And we're back with Kristian Blummenfelt. He's down in 4th position, around 2 minutes down after a couple of cramps. Hopefully we don't see any more cramping from him and he can hold on to that 4th position. But yeah, it was right when he tried to surge that cramp came back again, and right when he hopped off the bike. So obviously really devastating for Kristian Blummenfelt. I'm sure the furthest thing from his mind, even though it has been an issue in the past. So definitely something that I'm sure him and his team will be looking into very deeply in the coming weeks and months, and as they prepare for future longer course races. I don't think it's a factor for Olympic distance racing, which is what he has probably next on the radar, but definitely a big disappointment for him for today.
Fred Funk's just served his 30-second penalty there that he incurred in T2, and as he served that penalty right as he was about to come out of the penalty tent, Sam Long went around him to move up into 5th. Sam Long is having an insane race. Like, he honestly is having an insane race. Like I talked about, that sort of battle between the Euros and Sam Long. Sam Long's the one who is sort of holding the flag for America along with Jason West. Sam Long flew in to Milwaukee at 10 p.m. last night. That's the night before the race. He got in at 10 p.m. Like, even every age group triathlete or anyone who's ran a marathon or done any sort of event knows how hard it is to fly on a plane into a town 3-4 days before a race and do it. You feel garbage. You feel like you wake up the next day to when you've flown in, you just feel like the worst you've ever felt. You actually start questioning all the training you've ever done. You're like, oh my God, what happened? I'm now the most unfit. I feel fat and heavy. You just don't feel good because you're working off that sort of plane ride and sitting down all day, and you know, you're eating a little differently, and you slept probably pretty poorly. And Sam Long's done that last night, and he's sitting, you know, 5th and 6th in a battle with Fred Funk here in this, like, probably the strongest or second strongest field triathlon we've seen this year with Ibiza. Don't undersell how impressive this performance is for Sam Long.
And not only that, Jack, his last week or so has been super stressful. Last couple of weeks, am I racing the PTO Open? Am I not? Like, am I, you know, is the baby going to come in time? Is he not?
Witnessing the birth as well.
And witnessing, yeah,
Pretty
and being there, traumatic, but also very uplifting. I think,
yeah,
you know, for a day or two, yeah, there's a whole lot of like the love hormone, the excitement from having that. Maybe he's still riding that cloud, because that's the only way I can describe what's going on here with Sam Long. Honestly, just phenomenal performance from Sam, and really great to see the new dad winning some money to bring home to his wife Lara and his little one Leo. Yeah, I think that's probably kind of riding on cloud 9, as you said, traveling in the night before. Not a fantastic feeling, but yeah.
Looking strong as he powers up the hill. And I've got to say, I love his kit as well. I mean, a man that can wear pink as well as he can, I'm a big fan.
He does like his pink, yeah.
I want to go back into a story I was about to tell about Sam Long before we had to go to an ad. Sam Long's had an interesting year. So we're talking about the baby and this week, and that's been chaotic, but he's had an honestly chaotic year. So early in the year, Sam Long made the decision to go and be coached by Dan Plews. Sam Long saw what Magnus and Kristian and Gustav and Jan and all those guys were doing at the front of races, adopting this scientific approach, this diligent testing approach to training. So Sam Long went and got one of the best coaches in the world in Dan Plews, who is a very scientific, heavy coach, data-driven coach, proof-driven coach. And they worked together for, you know, a month, not long at all. And Sam Long made the decision to end that relationship and go back to being self-coached. He was coached by Ryan Bolton before that, who isn't necessarily as scientific in his approach as what Dan Plews is, or what the Norwegians are, or the Danes are. He's more of a, hey, go and do the hard work. And then he did that little bit of work with Dan, who's sort of more scientific. And he made the decision, I want to take both of these approaches and do it myself, because I don't think necessarily either of them is what's going to get the best out of me. I think I now know what's going to get the best out of me. So he left Dan Plews, made quite a big deal about that, and went back to a really volume-heavy approach to training. He started doing a huge amount of volume on the bike and run. He's done some insane 5, 6, 7, 8-hour bike rides. He's done some really big long runs where he's sort of progressed them and done like 30k runs that have been hard in the last 10k. And I think it's now time to say that worked. A lot of people early were like, well, that was probably the worst decision ever made, or some people were like, great decision. He won those 3 American races, and everyone was still like, okay, but prove it against the Europeans, because that's the big test. It's easy to win those American races. Like Lionel Sanders and Trevor Foley were his strongest competition in those races, and Lionel's 4.5 minutes back in this race, and sort of seems like he's sitting back, and Trevor Foley got lapped out on the bike, which I guess does sort of prove the point that the Europeans and Oceanic people were making, that the American racing isn't as strong. But I think they can't now doubt Sam Long. I think his wins were actually legit then, and were world-class performances, especially taking into account what's happened to him this week, which I think has to have taken 5% off his performance. He was in the best condition of his life leading into the week with the baby, and so I think he's making up for it because he was in that shape. He looks fantastic here. I mean, there's every chance he catches Kristian here and ends up in 4th, which honestly might be the best performance of his career.
I think we do have Jason West about 20 seconds behind him now, though. So Jason West is definitely running fastest on course, around 5-minute miles, 3:10 or maybe quicker than that. But Jason West sort of creeping up on Sam Long now, but that's still Sam Long, obviously racing phenomenally well, given that the crazy week he's just had, and coming off obviously 3 championships. He also did attempt to do Ironman Coeur d'Alene earlier in the year, and he actually had a mechanical, I believe, on the bike and wasn't able to finish, and I think that's probably a good thing for him. I think we're seeing Jan limp a little bit here. He did just sort of clip the side walk there, but hopefully that is nothing to be worried about. He does seem like he's sort of favouring one leg a little, but he's still striding out. I'm sure hasn't sort of missed a beat, but if I'm to pick his form apart at all, that would be it. And I don't know if it was just the clipping the sidewalk just a moment ago or something else, but yeah, I mean, honestly, the GOAT, I mean, as you said, if he can win here today, then I mean, he solidified that greatest of all time. And honestly, I mean, he is the greatest of all time. And to race at 41 years, young, the career that this man has had, coming off, you know, crazy year last year with injury and being in the hospital. And
wow.
Back to Sam Long. That's Jason West just in the background there.
It's like Terminator coming up on you, isn't it?
This is insane, John. This is insane.
That run speed is incredible, yeah.
He's running under 3 minutes per K right now.
Didn't Blummenfelt say that he was at 3:10 in Ibiza and it's absolute max? Just couldn't improve on that at all. And you just...
Yeah, so for the Ibiza run, Jason West did sort of 5:10K at under 3 minutes per K, and he stepped it up to that right now. He started at about 3:05 per K. He's now running under 3 minutes per K. It's insane for you know, like, that hasn't happened very often in triathlon over this distance. I mean, I guess the question now is, can Jason West run into the podium?
Yeah, I'd love to see a graphic of the splits, where they're at right now, because, you know, he was 4 minutes down off the bike. He is definitely running fastest on course, but whether it's fast enough to hop onto the podium, that remains to be seen. Obviously, we need to go and do a little bit of math and sort of see how much. I mean, he's only on lap 2, and they have 5 laps.
Right.
So it's a lot of running to go. So
Lap 3.
My mistake. Yeah. We're on lap 3 already. This run's going way faster, faster than I.
Definitely, Jason West is going way faster than most human beings. And there's Jan Frodeno. Jason West having a really good season. Actually, that 5th on the PTO European Open was the biggest result of his career, he said, despite having a fever on race day as well. So if he's cleared the body temperature issues going into this one, then he might have a little bit more to give.
I think we are going to see Jason West run onto the podium here. If I had to put myself on the line with a prediction, Magnus Ditlev...
Bit of money on the line?
Yeah, I don't love to do that because this sport's so crazy. Like, we're seeing what's happened with Kristian and Jan. Matthias is a minute down on Jan. Magnus is 2 minutes down. Kristian's 30 seconds down on Magnus, 2:30 back from Jan. And we're just seeing Jason West now run about 20 seconds back from Kristian. I mean, from there, for me, I would say that maybe Kristian and Magnus are going to fall back, and maybe Jason West is going to step up there onto the podium, and then it's just whether Matthias can hold on. We're now 11-ish K into the run, 7K to go. It's still super hot out there. It's becoming, I mean, I hate cliche terms, but it seriously is becoming a race of attrition with they're now at the 11K mark with 7K to go in this 18K run. You can see Magnus has got that sleeve, the shirt down. Look how sweaty he is.
Yeah.
You can't usually tell that on the TV. All week there's been talk, hey, will this heat affect it? People have been going, it's not as hot as the US Open last year, but it's felt really hot and muggy out there all week. And I mean, we're seeing it. We're seeing that it's playing a factor in the race, and it's hurting Magnus and it's hurting Kristian. Kristian's no doubt cramping a little bit because of loss of sodium in his sweat because of how hot it is. Magnus labouring and the effect of Roth coming back to no doubt hurt him. He looks like he's hurting really, really badly. Jason West is the one who looks strong, and I think we're about to see Kristian come back on Magnus and take himself back up onto the podium, and then it's just whether he can hold off Jason. I know I jumped the gun a little bit earlier and said that the way Jason's racing, as we see him enter the frame here about 15 seconds down from Kristian, isn't going to result in him winning a race. This is still an insane performance for Jason. Like, if he can finish 2nd or 3rd here, it's the best performance of his career, even though he's won races. I mean, you see what he's doing, you think, if you could put this together on the swim and the bike, like, you're like just a blue-collar American who's going to start beating these Europeans pretty quickly.
So unofficially, it's about 24 degrees out there right now, about a 63% humidity. That is from John Gunn's iPhone, however, so it's not like an official statistic, but just to give some perspective on what these athletes are dealing with out there.
This is insane how fast he's running. Like, I almost don't believe what I'm seeing. I don't say that too often in triathlon. This is insane.
I was looking at one of his workouts where he was doing 6 1Ks at like 2:47. Just watching him go around a track at that speed is just phenomenal.
So he has his eyes on Kristian Blummenfelt now, and that'll be into 3rd position, and we believe that's around, well, our last split was around 2 minutes down from the lead. I don't know if Kristian maybe has lost some time to Jan, but then that puts him at like only sort of 90 seconds back from the podium.
I mean,
maybe less.
at this point here on the run, you're about 6K to go. You're about 6.5K to go. Have I really jumped the gun too early here? And is Jason West is he about to win this race? It's seriously not out of the realm of possibility. He's about 2 minutes 30 down on Jan.
I think podium.
I think he's definitely going to run into 3rd and potentially 2nd. Like, if you look how fast he's moving, he's running 3 minutes per K.
So 15 seconds per K faster than Jan Frodeno. So
it's close, but not quite.
Yeah.
If they keep running like this, although that's just average pace, he's actually running more like 2:59, 3 minutes per K over the last sort of 3K. Jan is sort of back down to about 3:18, 3:19 per K. If you do the math on that, that's 22nd per K times 6. That's still not enough, but it is enough to get him into literally even 2nd place, potentially, depending on what Matthias does. So, yeah, I think we're seeing Jason West here develop his position to 2nd or 3rd. 3rd at probably worst by the looks of it.
Well, it's an inspired effort already from Jason West, and we will see how that unfolds, whether he can indeed hold that kind of pace. He's got form for it, but of course he's got to lay it down here in Milwaukee in a very strong field with lots of other things going on right now. Jan Frodeno still leading the race.
We haven't seen much of Jan. It would be good to get a camera on him to see how he's looking.
There you go.
Right as we say it.
Thank you.
PTO production crew on point. He looks great.
He still looks great, yeah.
He looks great. I think if push come to shove and
he could go faster.
He could go faster.
Yeah, I think he's running within himself.
Is he going to get that kind of, where on the course do you think he gets that kind of information?
He'll have some people on course telling him everything that's going on, I'm sure. I'm not sure where his people are stationed, but he'll know where they are stationed and they'll give him that information. So I don't think he'll let it come down to super close with Jason West, but I think he's running within himself. He's well within control of this race and doing what he has to do to get to that finish line.
Could you imagine? Could you imagine if he wins?
John, I think we're seeing it happening in front of our eyes. He'll have line of sight on Jason West soon. These paths, you can sort of, if you look across when you're running, if you look across to your left,
you get a visual.
Can see. Yeah.
Magnus Ditlev is pulled off to the side.
Yeah, we saw that when he ran through transition 2 last time. He looked like he was
out of the
hurting.
race.
Yep, he's done.
Oh.
Challenge Roth's come back to get him there. The heat, he's a big athlete. He had his zip down all race. He was covered in sweat. Yeah, we've seen this in PTO races, and this is something the PTO need to be complimented on. They're putting races on in great environments for hard racing. They did it at Canada, they did it at Dallas last year, and they've done it again here. This is like a brutal course. Jason West is the one who's...
Jason West is just about to run into 3rd place. This will be his best ever performance in a PTO event. And probably biggest paycheck too.
Well, if he said that 5th in the PTO at PTO Ibiza was his career best, then he is running into something right now. Trending in the right direction is Jason West, and to do it in the US as well is a beautiful thing.
And this is what I love about triathlon. We all had Magnus and Kristian and Jan obviously up there, but not so much Jan. Look at Kristian, he's such a competitor, isn't he? He's just trying to go with Jason West right there. But
we're looking at Magnus walking here, but we just saw Jason West run past Kristian and put in an insane surge. It would have been a 2:40 per K surge.
Good
and
Lord.
Kristian didn't let it happen. He
look,
went with it.
This is Kristian. He's like, I am not going to be off this podium. I will kill myself to be here. So hopefully he doesn't cramp here. But
all eyes on Kristian's left quad as we speak. Not in a weird way, but my eye is on Kristian's left quad.
But this is what I love about the sport. It's so unpredictable. The elements come into this race, and the science, the data, you can have all the stats tell you one thing, and it can all go out the window in a second. With Magnus Ditlev walking now, either Roth is coming back to hoard him, or the heat was a little too much, and maybe he pushed a little bit too hard on the bike, and then Kristian Blummenfelt cramping. Like, everyone thought he had this race won basically on the bike, and now he's sort of fighting for third position, which
they're absolute roller coasters, these races, aren't they? Like, they're like, oh, this is definitely going to happen. No, now this is, oh, now that's back. It's insane. And like, PTO races are wild. Like, they just always deliver. I wonder if it's the distance and the format. I wonder if it's the money. I wonder if everyone comes in like really good shape. But like, PTO races and boring races, just they don't exist together. They're like, they are completely separate things. Like, and look at what we're seeing here with this battle, which is the battle for third and fourth. It's so exciting.
Back with the front runner, Jan Frodeno, looking comfortable to my untrained eye.
He just is so comfortable in that position.
Striding out.
Almost annoying how comfortable he looks, to be honest. Like,
he's a beautiful runner, isn't he?
I'm happy for him, but I'm also annoyed at how good he looks. Like, it's like, how can someone look that good at this stage in this race? It's like, I just love to be.
He's speechless. Jack's speechless.
I'm recounting some of your earlier commentary of him on the bike as well.
I mean, we have to go back and talk about that, though. That tactical decision.
Never count out the great, the greatest of all time. And Jan Frodeno, I mean, honestly, and this is just almost a fairy tale.
Yeah.
Not ending, because he does have one more big race, but just so amazing to see him in full flight here. This is one of the last times we're going to see this greatest of all time. Olympic gold medalist, 3-time Ironman world champion, 2-time 70.3 world champion, and now, I mean, he has a lap to go, so I don't really want to speak too soon, but I feel like we can sew this one up. PTO Open, US Open champion. Add that to your resume.
Wouldn't that be something? Well, I mean, let's get the paper out. Let's not let the ink dry just yet, however.
I did sort of go back on what I said when Magnus went around him, and I really regret it. I mean, how could you count this guy out ever?
You're a big man for admitting it.
Oh, yeah. And, like, the thing we knew about Jan coming to the race that we've said 5 or 6 times was that he was in great run shape. It just did look like that front group had the potential on the bike to get away with him. And I just think Magnus, he's pulled out of the race now, so, like, yeah, could he have gone harder? Probably not. Kristian's cramping. Matthias is sort of... He's not looking bad, but he's definitely not able to go with Jan, and Jan would have got him again anyway. But you do have to wonder if they look back to that decision to sit up, and if they just had made Jan work a little bit harder, would it have impacted the race? I mean, these are the tactical questions you look at on reflection, and I mean, probably the answer here is no. Jan still would be where he is, but I think the guys need to go to work on this and think, okay, Magnus has now been beaten by letting Kristian back into the race in Ibiza and letting Jan back into the race here in America. Next time, we need to make more decisive bike moves, 50, 60k into the race, and not let up on him.
But Jack, I think he's not able to even finish this race. And so the effort that he did put in on the bike has cost him, like, not a DNF.
No doubt, no doubt.
So he's not even able to protect, a podium position, which we thought was a shoo-in for Magnus. So, yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think the Ironman has kind of come back and haunting. In Roth has the full distance in Roth has come back to haunt Magnus a little bit today. But yeah, I mean, this incredible battle right here. But they're only a minute down from Matthias now. So we're in for some exciting final minutes of this race.
And rightly so, getting a good reaction from the spectators here in Milwaukee. Jan Frodeno looking tidy, great form still, good structure.
He always just makes it look so easy. I mean, he's a tall athlete, over 6 foot tall, and but he doesn't run like a tall athlete. He runs like just beautifully. Look at him, he's laughing already. He's happy about this. He's got a minute lead. He's got 1 lap to go before he gets to cross that finish line and break the tape.
I mean, I know he's got some old tricks, but that smile genuine, you think,
Yeah, I mean, he must have seen someone that he knew out there. I'm sure they made some comment. Oh, no, hopefully he knows he's got another lap. He already is smiling a lot. Or maybe he's just enjoying it, because you guys have to remember, he's been in the sport for such a long time, and He had a rough year last year, you know, in the hospital and injured and surgeries, and come back this year just top form and to be able to compete against these young guys and show them who's boss.
So this race is done for the win here. Jan has won this race, make no doubt about that. Now the development is a few things. It's, can Jason West catch Matthias here for second? And where will Kristian finish in this? Can Kristian hold Jason West here and make a late charge? We know Kristian's got a really good last sort of 1K, 800 metres. Jan just looks so amazing. He's smiling, he looks happy, he's embracing the crowd.
So Kristian and Jason fighting it out. He's hot on his heels. And they're going to get the rub off the crowd now. The support is there. The volume is going up. The energy is high in Milwaukee as they'll go through that transition zone, see some friendly faces and hear that support. And they're going to need that, aren't they, Rinny, as we get to the real business end of this race?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that crowd support is really welcomed as you come to the latter Ks of a race. When you have that pain is up there. Oh, we can see Matthias is in screen here for Jason West and also Kristian Blummenfelt. And this just shows how tough Kristian Blummenfelt is. He was walking a couple of laps ago. And we almost, is he going to even finish? But now he's back and he's battling for a second place finish. So this is some exciting racing at the latter stages of this run. And as I said, almost a lap to go. So still some racing to be had.
This is insane. Like, I don't believe, Jason West, before they turned the corner into T2, looked back at Kristian and just went. And Jason West's surge was massive there. And Kristian just killed himself to hold the feet. They made up about 20 seconds there on Matthias in the space of a couple of 100 metres. Matthias is hurting, and like I said, Matthias's mind won't give up his body's clearly giving up here, holding onto that bike like we talked about. It was the hardest bike he's ever had to hold onto, and we're seeing that now coming back to bite Magnus and Matthias. Kristian Blummenfelt here and Jason West are blowing my mind. Jason West working his way back up here into second is insane. I almost don't believe what I'm seeing, but it's trumped by I don't believe that I'm seeing Kristian be able to hold on to his feet. Look at Jason, put in another surge. Go.
Here they go. Jason West into second. Matisse looks over and then he'll notice that Kristian's with him as well.
Wow, he's just looked down at his watch. He's looked at his pace very clearly. He's also looked at the kilometre point. He would have seen that right here we're about 2.8k to go. This is the hard part of the course. I've talked about this in another lap. You see this shade here. You get a bit of a reprieve, but there's no wind. I know we're off the lake, but you don't feel the wind here. It feels boiling hot. When you exit this path here and go out to the park, it just feels like you walk into a sauna. It's just insanely hot, and the conditions hit you. So expect to see Matthias sort of move back here and struggle in this heat with his body going. And this is where the battle is really going to begin with Jason and Kristian. It's in this hot, like desolate section in the park here.
Well, we've got two stars, long-serving stars of triathlon in Kristian Blummenfelt and Jan Frodeno. But today, Mathis, Marjarier and Jason West will be putting themselves amongst that conversation. It's a fantastic field and they're doing some incredible work out there. It's not done, but it's time to start really delving in to the social media accounts of these guys and giving them a good follow, because we're going to be talking about them for a long time to come.
Jason West is, and I'm going to say it, putting down the best run performance we've ever seen in PTO history and very close to triathlon history. Jan Frodeno's projected to run about an hour here for the 18K. Jason West is running at 56 minutes projected time. Think about that. Think about that.
It's like world class, honestly.
Just like crazy.
And off obviously a very hard bike and swims too, so just phenomenal to see. And I just love watching Kristian Blummenfelt run. And he did this in Edmonton where he cramped, and then his second half of the run was even better. So, I mean, obviously he's been able to work through that cramp and now is able to run freely again. So that's very dangerous for Jason West. But Jason West has already made up 5 minutes actually, because he was 5:30 down off the bike, so he's made over 5 minutes up on Kristian Blummenfelt. But now Kristian Blummenfelt, he won't go away without a fight.
To put it in perspective for everyone back home, Jason West is running at about 105 high, 106 low half marathon pace. I mean, that's world class. Yeah, that's insane.
And I remember in my research for Ibiza, he was talking about getting into a flow state. I don't know if you guys have like read the books like Carol Dweck and On Flow States, and you need an appropriate level of challenge to really rise to the occasion. And a lot of things have got to come together at any one time. And it really feels like he's hitting that flow state here in Milwaukee. And of course, if he can hold on to that time, if he can hold on to that pace and bring it home as well, it's just a big wow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, honestly, this guy is a big wow. I think everyone sort of thought, yeah, Jan's in great shape, but can he compete with these young guys? And I think he was sort of not written off, but kind of, I don't know. It seemed like he was sort of the underdog almost, and as the GOAT, to be an underdog.
Which is great, right, yeah. He has sounded a little bit bellicose, hasn't he, in the last 2 PTO Tour races? And he's gone out there all firing, and we were thinking, is he just doing it for the cameras? But it seems like it's not just about the cameras. Jan Frodeno, he's laying it down.
I mean, have I gone too soon here on Jan for the win? I can't keep doing this. I mean, I sort of thought Jason West could only run up to 4th. And I thought at some point early in the ride that Jan Frodeno might have been done with this race. Jan Frodeno now looked like he had the race won, and Kristian and Jason, they're catching him, and they're catching him fast. They're only about 1:20 back by the looks of things, and they're running quite a lot faster than Jan right now. And because they're stuck in this battle with each other, it means that they're going to be running much harder than Jan is. Jan's sort of staying within himself, doing what he has to do to win, trying to stay calm, not trying to go into the red, whereas Kristian and Jason are going deep into the red zone.
They are going full chat,
yeah,
full gas to bring it home.
They're giving everything here to win. And Jason West is motivated here to change his life by winning $50,000. And I think the money actually isn't the big factor in Jason West's motivation. Jason West, he's motivated by proving himself as a world-class athlete. He does get written off as being someone who can only run himself up into 5th and 6th like we've talked about, but can't compete with Kristian and Magnus and Jan. And I mean, he's trying to prove to the world that, hey, stop talking about me like that. You know, I'm more than that. Look at what I can do. I am one of the best in the world.
Well, he's spoken about wanting to make a good impression for the US. He's certainly doing that. An incredible impression for himself as well. And just to consider what you were talking about there and how this can change his fortunes in his career. And this, you know, the season is not over. There's more to come, of course.
We're 1.8k, well, probably more like 1.6k at this aid station to go here. So we're almost into the last mile. Jan Frodeno has about 1 minute onto Jason West and Kristian Blummenfelt here. Jason West is just now putting in a massive surge. This last part of the run course is a little bit of a faster, easier patch. So what we're going to see here is Jason West, he's going to surge on this fast patch of the course. There's these like slight little downhills, flat patches, slight little downhill, flat patches. So it really does suit itself to surgy fast running. So we've just seen Jason put in a big surge on the first one of those downhills to try and gap Kristian and try and bridge to Jan. But we are seeing Jan pick things up on that same patch. To me, Jan looks in control, and it looks like that if Jason and Kristian did come up on him, you know, if he turned around and looked and they were 300 metres behind him or 200 metres behind him, he would be able to give a little bit more. He is sort of right in that path, bit of the path where he's just out of their line of sight. They can't quite see him, and he can't quite see them. But in about 200 metres, that changes, and when he turns his head, he will be able to see them.
Well, it's an unremitting pace from Jason West here. Absolutely incredible work with Kristian Blummenfelt, the current #1, right on his heels. He's dragging him along, and Blummenfelt doesn't seem to want to go anywhere.
No, he's one of the most mentally tough triathletes in the history of the sport. Like we talked about earlier, his Olympic gold in Tokyo. I mean, I've never seen a face like that go into that much pain. It just was crazy to watch the last 2K he ran there. We know Kristian won't give up on himself, and he hasn't touched that left quad in ages. He hasn't sort of pulled up on a short step in ages. He looks, honestly, the best he's looked all run. And that's what happened to him in Canada when the same thing happened. He came good late. He just keeps finding himself in these insane run battles at PTO races. He got him one with Max Newman late on the run in Ibiza. He got him one with Gustav late in the run in Canada. Just because he can't win don't think that second or third doesn't matter to Kristian. Kristian sees himself as a better athlete than Jason West. He would hate losing to Jason West. He'll be so motivated to stay on the feet of Jason West and out-sprint him. Like, you can't describe how motivated he'll be for that. And Jason West, like I said, he's motivated for the complete opposite reason. He's ready to prove himself as being as good as these guys.
Doesn't Blummenfelt have "it hurts more to lose" written on his bike frame? He's very much being the sidekick right now to Jan Frodeno and Jason West.
Jan just looks like the Terminator here, John, and this is what he's looked like in all of his big career wins. He looks exactly like this. Like, think back to Kona 2019, his best race of all time. He looks like he's running the exact same as he did then. He looks smooth, he looks in control, he looks calm. He's still running fast though.
Olympic gold medalist, 5-time world champion. Talked about wanting to keep the fire alive. It is burning bright here in Milwaukee. There is no denying his motivation.
The smile. I don't even think Jan knows those people. I think they were just some randoms cheering to him, and he's just feeling so great. Jan's now, he's entering this state of like euphoria of like, look at me. I'm the greatest of all time. Stop talking about Alistair Brownlee in the same sentence as me. I'm the greatest triathlete to ever live. This is a career-defining performance that cements him as the greatest of all time for me, and I think for everyone watching today, John.
This is unbelievable stuff.
Look at him.
There was 616 days.
Jason West's surge here ahead of Kristian Blummenfelt, John. He's broken Kristian Blummenfelt.
But then Jan Frodeno is coming down the blue carpet. What a moment it is for Jan Frodeno, the Olympic champion, multi-time world champion. He is about to add the PTO US Open to his very long list of credentials. What a performance, and what a man. The greatest of all time, Jan Frodeno, is about to cross the line and win the US Open. Congratulations, that man.
John, this is insane what he's just done today. And he knows it too.
And look at the face of Jason West. The best performance of his career. He is really biting down, showing a clean pair of heels to Kristian Blummenfelt. He is coming in second place. It is a massive prize for Jason West. The America wins here in Milwaukee.
How has he done that? Jason West just there has run that's the fastest run in PTO history. Look how much he had to hurt. 56.23. He just won. Jan Frodeno won that race. He ran 1:01. That is just insane by Jason West.
Kristian Blummenfelt, despite the pain and the agony, has come over the finish line. He finishes in third, and you can see how much it hurts.
Oh, and you can see how much it hurt Kristian too. Jan is on like cloud 9 here, and Kristian just looked defeated, like, I've lost a PTO race again. Jan Frodeno looks like the happiest man on planet Earth right now.
And coming in fourth, Mathis Margerier. It's been a world-class form, and he has made an indelible mark on this race. Congratulations to him.
Career-defining performance here, John. Fourth at this race for Matthias. No one was talking about him. The most underrated triathlete in the world no longer. Start taking notice of Matthias. He is world-class. He will win big races. Fourth today here, the best and biggest performances of his career. And Jan Frodeno showing him the respect he deserves.
Still $15,000 for Mathis. And look at this. Look at Jan, he's just helping people out.
He did this in Ibiza too, different circumstances here. Jan's just saying, hey, that was easy for me. Have a water here. Yeah, you hurt yourself, but I'm the best.
Unbelievable.
He is a class act though, Jan. And like, he's won all the biggest races in the world. He's won the Ironman World Championships 3 times, 2 times 70.3 world champion, Olympic champion. You can still see how much this means to him. Like, winning a PTO Open before he retires is... it's everything. It ticks off everything. The PTO are here to stay. These PTO races are going to be bigger and bigger and bigger, and they are going to be talked about as the pinnacle of the sport. For Jan to have a PTO Open win on his resume, it's everything for when we reflect on his career in 5 years' time and talk about him as the greatest of all time.
He lives to race. He gets it done here in Milwaukee, adding the US Open to his resume.
Dowd power from Sam Long here, John.
We can say that now. Yes, indeed. Sam Long. He was on, he was perhaps off, but of course, there's a big smile from Sam Long as he brings it home. He turned up here in Milwaukee. He goes back to his young family, and it's been great to have him here in Milwaukee.
How much money does he win for this, John?
$10,000 for 5th place.
That's still absolutely game-changing when you get a newborn kid back at home. What a performance.
Have you seen how much those strollers are? They're a fortune.
Yeah, I don't know myself, but I can only imagine. What a performance. I'm actually surprised and blown away by that performance by Sam Long. He got in at 10 p.m. last night. He had a kid 2 days ago.
That is quite unreal.
Jan Frodeno just said the same thing to him. He said, so impressive, man, and it was.
Daniel Beckergaard about to come down the blue carpet as well.
This is a pretty typical performance from Daniel Beckergaard. He's so reliable, he's so consistent, 6th, 7th, 8th. He's continually finishing about there in world-class races with his 4th at Roth. And
he won't be satisfied, though.
No, he won't. He's the caliber of athlete who'll go, it's a good performance, I've got good money, that's a good result for my world rankings, I'm proud of that performance, but what do I have to do to take that next step?
Yeah. He clears the line, Daniel Beckergaard. Congratulates Matisse.
John, what a race. This is just...
And we got another one tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I almost can't take it. David McNamee here, like, he's been on the podium 2 times at Kona. People forget he races anymore, but he did this at Ibiza too. He keeps having these performances that are above and beyond what we expect of him.
Wow, he's ranked 36th at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, outstanding when you look at his form guide in that sense.
Now, see, when we talk about Daniel Beckergaard, he'll want more. I honestly think David McNamee will be quite happy with that performance. I think that's right at the pointy end of what he's capable of achieving over this distance.
It's Gregory Barnaby.
Again, another performance that to me probably goes a little bit above what I thought he was capable of. Maybe just a little bit. And again, I think a performance he'll be proud of.
Good performance there by the Italian.
That was Bradley Weiss, who we saw cross the line before there, by the way, in, I think, 8th position before Gregory here in 9th. Is that Sam Appleton in 10th? If so, that's an absolutely incredible performance from Sam, who has honestly been having a rough couple of years. He was, one of the top 4 or 5 best 70.3 athletes in the world, but has struggled, and to now see him back in the top 10 at a PTO race, that's actually a big step forward in Sam Appleton's career.
Sure, he didn't have a lot of notice for this race either, did he?
No, he was Lionel Sanders is running to 11th. That's actually crazy considering how far back he was in the swim and how isolated he was in the swim. Now, yeah, sure enough, he's finished 5 minutes 45 back, which is still a long way off the win. The youngest competitor here across the line in 4. He's a Dane, by the way. But Lionel Sanders here, he raced the hard way today. He was so isolated. He was so far back in the swim. He individual time trialed today once he got out of the swim. It's actually, honestly, that's a pretty impressive performance from Lionel.
Congratulating Sam Long and his swim. They've been working together, those two. Sam Long continuing to have a really good season. And alongside Jan Frodeno, obviously the happiest man in Milwaukee. Nothing could have gone wrong this week after having a healthy baby boy.
My man Freddie Frunk just crossed the line then as well for 13th. Rough day for Fred. Didn't have the world's best swim. Found himself in no man land on the bike and got a penalty. And yeah, tough day for Fred. Well below what he's capable of, but 13th at a PTO race is still, I think that says more about what Fred's capable of rather than that result being bad.
Well, what a day it's been here at the PTO US Open. The backdrop of Lake Michigan. It really has been quite something. We'll take a deep breath here, but of course, the man of the moment, the man who will be standing atop the podium He's done so much for the sport, and he adds the US Open to his curriculum vitae. Jan Frodeno coming in at a time of 3:14 and 12. Jason West running in like a freight train to get second. Kristian Blummenfelt felt the pain, but he does still realise the podium. Mathis Marjarier, he has the race of his life to come in fourth. Sam Long, we've been waxing lyrical about the new dad. What a fantastic performance by him. Daniel Beckergaard in a very respectable sixth. David McNamee in seventh. Bradley Wise from South Africa in eighth. Gregory, the Italian, Barnaby, Lord, I think his nickname is, he's in ninth. And Samuel Appleton coming in 10th. What a day of racing it has been. Alex, I don't know how you're feeling, but we're a little bit tired for that one, and we're out of our seats, but we're going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, John. We're absolutely exhausted, and we've had nothing to do at all today. Rinny is alongside, as is the man of the moment. Some greats just get to write their own scripts, and today you've done exactly that. Never in doubt?
Yeah, trust me, there was plenty of doubt. It was quite something on the swim already. You know, pace was on. I got kicked really hard in the first buoy, and then had a terrible first transition simply because I couldn't swim with my suit up. And then on the bike, it was on. Like, I look at the guys I used to race against 3 or 4 years ago, and I'm faster than them. But there's just a handful of guys that have just upped the game, and it's just, I was on the rivet for a while and then decided to ride my own pace. And then luckily, had a few moments to savor on the run.
It looked like you were just loving every minute, particularly with about 15 minutes to go in the run. I mean, did you take the time out there to recognise where you were, what you were achieving, and how long you've got left, I suppose?
It's been an emotional few weeks, and having the time to actually appreciate it is seldom in the sport. To have your moments, and as Rini will tell you, the days that you can choose your tempo and that you just feel really good, they're few and far between. And I was thinking back a year ago today, I was in hospital. I had my first surgery, and to come back here, race the best of the best is just a privilege.
We were reading in the week, you did an interview with the New York Times, and you said the time has probably come because the anger isn't there quite so much anymore. Is that true today, or did you manage to find a little something?
I got angry when Kristian punched me on the first buoy, and I was like, dude, you can have the guard, we can have the changing of the guard, but the throne will stay with me.
Quite right too, and long may that continue. Tell me as well about the performance levels today, because you look at the greats and they find the flow. You think of Roger Federer on centre court, you think of Tiger Woods, you think of Lewis Hamilton. When he hits that flow, he's impossible to beat. Did you find at times today you had what you wanted in that regard?
Yeah, I'm not so sure, because people remember the good times. Roger Federer, he went out and he lost his last doubles, he lost his last singles, and he's forever to me the greatest. He's such a sportsman, and it takes more than that. So I would never consider myself that. I just think I'm fortunate enough to have a great bunch of people around me that help me to get the very best out of myself. And I just have to deliver on race day.
And what's really interesting about that is that we spoke briefly during the week, and I asked you not just about the fact that you're finishing, but how you want to finish. And you didn't bite on that occasion. You said, I've got nothing to prove to anyone. But what does it mean to you to be finishing in this way, with the adulation, with the top step, and with quite rightly the glory?
It's always fantastic. The US, there's just so much more. It's bigger, it's better, and the crowds and also the industry comes together here. I missed the season opener in the US, and it's just fantastic to have great days with friends, especially when you've had a long drought. It's been a long while between drinks, and for so many people to be so supportive for such a long time and being able to repay them is truly gratifying.
You didn't need to, but have you made a statement today?
I think that's up to the internet probably to decide. I'm quite happy with my day, and I'm looking forward to celebrating with those closest to me.
I'm sure one or two out there will have something to say. Rinny, a word from you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Jan Frodeno, you're the greatest of all time. We already knew that. But today, you...
No, I didn't.
No,
others say that.
We all knew that. Your competitors know that. We've called you the best of all time. And you stamped that authority today. You looked like you were battling a few times on the bike, kind of coming back and forth. Even in the swim, you sort of had to burn a few matches. And that's what we were kind of wondering in the commentary booth. Has he burnt too many matches? Has he burnt too many matches? And then you hopped out in the run and looked beautiful. And so my question to you is, was there doubt on the bike there when you were having to pull back and when you were having to push more watts than maybe you wanted to push?
Well, unfortunately, you know how it is. When you get a little bit older, those big watt windows when the boys come by, and I just don't have them anymore. You know, I can sit around, 5.5 watts per kilo for a little bit, but then, yeah, the level on the bike is just incredible. So I just knew I had to duck my head in and stick to my numbers a little bit and be confident that it comes back. And, today it did. The course was obviously a little bit flatter, and the technical sections really helped me to latch on. But yeah, for sure, I was in trouble a few times, and I knew when Magnus came by. He came by at 45 minutes, and I was like, oh, that's taken him a long time to get here. So the pace can't be too bad. And from then on, it was really, just looking out for Kristian. I was confident that, even head-to-head, I would have a chance. My running's really come back, and that's what you live for in the end, is the battles and the showdowns. And I'm just happy to have it come out on top.
I don't in any way. So I don't in any way want to take anything away from an extraordinary performance, but you've done 50 years of this and 100,000 of these. But bicycling in your swim skin, was that something a little new? What was the intention behind that?
Yeah, that shows. That shows you how much I was out of it. I was literally, I came out and I had a terrible transition because my suit arrived this afternoon at 12 o'clock, and I couldn't get the sleeves on and swim with the sleeves up. And so when I finally got that suit on, it took me so long that I completely forgot I had the swim skin on. I was ready to shove it down my suit. And then there was an official there, and he's like, "Nah, just give it to me." And I was like, oh, thank goodness, because he was the head referee, and so whatever he says is good. But I was ready to shove that thing down. Rasmus Henning, he did that once in Hawaii, actually, and he rode with it on, so I'm extremely grateful I was able to get rid of it.
Yeah, in that heat, you definitely don't want to be riding with the swim skin on as well. And we saw that you were the only one in that front 8 that had to pull the suit up. So there was, a little bit of time lost in transition in that 30 seconds, but you bridged right back up at the start and did it time and time again. It just shows the greatness that you have inside you and the willingness to keep fighting. You're 41 years old, almost 42, almost my age.
Yeah.
and just the willingness to fight. I just love to see that from you.
Yeah, it's definitely, when opportunity is rare, then you realize you've only got a few shots, and you better make use of the few bullets left in the tank. And of course, stuffing it up in transition. And I've had a few of these now over the years where I probably lost those 25, 30 seconds to Kristian that he was out in front. It really hurt, and I really had to burn a few matches to get up there. So, yeah, that's the thing about, I don't know, my transitions. Maybe I'll learn it for my last one and have a smooth one there.
What does a Jan Frodeno celebration look like tonight?
Oh, it's fantastic. There's so many good guys here from along the years. Simon Whitfield's here, Bevan Doherty, the podium from Beijing. I think we might just go big tonight. Probably on alcohol-free beer, but you know what? It's 5 weeks until the last one. But again, celebrating with some friends and probably calling family next.
Good on you. Truly, truly special. Many, many congratulations on today, and obviously everything that's gone before as well. The wonderful, the great, the imperious Jan Frodeno. You've got a lot of media to do. We'll hopefully chat to you a little bit later on as well. The smile says, I tell you what's very interesting, just as he wanders off, and we'll do this just between us, is that prior to the race, the focus is steel. There is nothing that we'll come back to that. We can say, Kristian, come on in. I'm going to start with commiserations. It's a hell of a performance to get yourself to where you got to, but is it commiserations rather than congratulations on the comeback there? You look gutted.
Yeah, it's I lost it there, last 20k on the bike, where I start sort of building on some cramps again, and really struggled on the first, even in transition, just to put on the shoes and even coming off the bike, and annoying, obviously. But also sort of pleased again to be able to recover and finish off strong. But yeah, losing the battle to Jan is sort of it
stings.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, not many chances at the big guy, one of your last, but hey, already so many great titles under your name, and I'm sure PTO Open will be in your future, Kristian.
Hopefully in 2 weeks, in Singapore. But yeah, I thought, especially after 60K on the bike, when I was sort of waiting for Magnus to go, and I was sort of counting down, I thought that, yeah, I have this in my pocket, but then suddenly slipped out, and yeah.
How do you find a solution? Because obviously Edmonton last year, I know how gutted, I can see how gutted you are right here, right now. Is it easy to find a solution to the problems of the cramps, or is it just time, training? What is it going to be?
I guess I need more time on the, like, it's a balance between riding on the road bike and TT bike, and I guess haven't put in enough time to ride this intensity in their position, and yeah, and maybe I'll have to look a little bit on the position because it's not the run, it's the bike where that's building up the fatigue, and where I'm sort of struggling with the hamstring and the quads.
Extraordinary bravery to get yourself back into it. Did you think about, given what you've got coming up, thinking, can I push myself to do this? What was the sort of, I suppose, the motivation at the point where it looked really, really tough to be continuing?
Well, first I tried to just stay, first tried to catch Magnus, and just as I was passing him and running into third position, that's where I had to stop again a little bit, like in Edmonton, where I just had to squeeze off the cramps, and yeah, had to sort of jog for maybe 5K there. And suddenly I saw Magnus struggling as well, and that sort of gave me that taste on podium again. But then also I knew that Jason was coming from behind, and he was putting in, like, I was looking at the watch, it was like 2:55 pace, and I was sort of just, yeah, trying to stay with him as long as possible and risk it. Yeah, if the cramp came back again, then I would sort of have to, yeah, do the struggle after there.
You can only empathise, really, I'm sure.
Yeah, what we love about you, Kristian, is that you went through that disappointment. You kind of knew you weren't going to win, but the fight was still in you. When Jason came past, you could surge, and the cramp was fading. I guess you were able to still go back to your pace that you probably had planned to run the whole way. How did that feel, and what was going on mentally?
Yeah, I think it's important to, when it doesn't go your way, to still sort of try to make the best out of the situation. And when I was sort of off the podium, then my target were to try to get back on the podium. Like, I knew that Jan was too far up front, like 2.5 minutes. So I didn't really believe I could catch him. But yeah, a podium is better than not a podium.
You've got a lot to come over the next few weeks as well. Do you stick to that plan? Do you take a bit of time to look at the plan, or recover, go again as quickly as possible?
Yeah, I will stay to the plan. So it's Paris now in 2 weeks, or 10 days maybe, and then it's Singapore 2 days after, and then Finland. So a lot of racing over the next 3 weeks.
Fantastic. Well, we will very much look forward to seeing you in Singapore. Rest up. Commiserations today, but thanks so much for coming to have a word with us. Kristian Blummenfelt, who we will see at some point, without doubt, on that top step, but unfortunately not his day today. And in comes, I'm amazed he's not still running. That was something utterly extraordinary. Take a bow. Did you know that was in the locker? Was that the plan, or did you find something today that, wow, has just stunned not only yourself but all of us?
Oh, it definitely didn't go to plan. Man, I think it was just the theme of the day was just never give up. No matter what you're doing, just never give up on it. Keep going. You know, I had to stop at the mechanic. I don't know, I just hit a giant bump and some bars came loose, and the most important thing when I step on the race course is that I get home safe. And I was like, I need to stop. I'm going to fix this and just going to get on with the job. And you don't make excuses, you know, you just keep going. And Lionel came around me and I was like, all right, it's going to take the ride of your life. Let's try to catch back up. And I felt like maybe I blew all my matches on the bike. And I was like, man, I caught back up to that group, and I thought, just keep going. Let's see what you got. Took off running. And yeah, I felt quite good, and I was running pretty quick, and yeah, I couldn't believe how quick I was pulling everybody back, and they were like, you're in the 7th, you're in the 6th, you're in the 5th, and all of a sudden we were in 3rd, and with like a lap and a half to go, I felt like the life just left me. I was like looking into my soul, and I had nothing left, and
what did you see in there as you looked into your soul?
Oh man, I was just, you always want to leave it all out there. You never want to get to the finish line and say, I could have done more. Like that's always the biggest regret. No matter where you finish, you want to leave it all out there. And Kristian came around me with about 500 to go, and I thought maybe that was his move. And that's all he's got. And then I just took off as hard as I could, and I got a gap, and I came in, and honestly, I'm just shocked. It could have been so easy to just say, oh, my day's over. But yeah, you just never give up.
Rooney was in commentary alongside Jack Kelly. You were dealing with superlatives in terms of the run from what we've seen from this man today.
Yeah, just the pace that you were holding, incredible. And then around 5:30 off the bike to the lead, and then you end up in second place. Like, what was your mindset hopping off the bike? Just how fast can I run?
Yeah, I was just keep trying. Just go as fast as you can, and yeah, I'm just in shock that I was able to get there, to be honest. I wanted, to be honest, my goal was to run 55:30, and I didn't achieve that today. So I'm a little bit disappointed with the run because I had to use so many matches on the bike just to catch back up to that group. So, you know, you can be negative, or you can say, holy shit, just look what I just did.
I have to step in here. I'm legally obliged to step in here and apologise because we're a family show, but I'm going to get a whole load of abuse for it, but nevertheless.
I apologize, but yeah, I mean, I'm just grateful for everything. I'm going home blessed, and just happy that the fitness is there, and what an honor it is to race Jan 2 times for me before his career is over, to see just how good he is. He's such a legend, and it's honestly just an absolute honor for me to be able to toe the line with him and come up just short of catching him twice. But yeah, he's a legend. He's incredible, and yeah, that's awesome.
You've done your bit today. Many, many congratulations. On your way to the podium. Congratulations, Jason. It's a big round of applause, please, for the hometown boy. Let's go find Rachel, who I think has got Sam Long. Rachel.
Correct, Alex, I have. Obviously, Sam, new dad. You just flew in at 10 p.m. last night. You finished 5th. That was the most incredible performance we've seen out here. Obviously, there was a massive race going on at the beginning, but your performance was something special. After what you've gone through, you and your partner Lara this week, having obviously little Leo, I mean, the emotions right now, describe them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been an unbelievable week. I can't even really process it. I mean, I've definitely cried the most I've ever cried in my life. I mean, from, yeah, the baby being born and going through the, you know, the pain of labor with Laura there, and then deciding to come out here, and then the crowd. I've never smiled so much, and I think the point of athletics is really to get the most out of yourself. And I don't know if I was 100% myself today, but I know I got 110% out of myself, and that's all I can ever ask for. And I had the most fun I've ever had in a race, the most gratitude, and just loving life. And of course, want to say huge congrats to Jan, huge congrats to the guys ahead of me, and just thank you so much to the crowd and to the PTO and to my sponsors for allowing me to live my dream.
Because you said, didn't you, on Instagram as well, coming into this week, you said you miss 100% of those shots you don't take, and you really have taken this shot today.
Yeah, exactly. Like I came out here, I wasn't really quite sure what was going to happen, if the body was going to be there, but I set a great example, I think, for my son to look forward to in the future. And I think even for a lot of aspiring age group athletes that, you know, they can be a dad and they can still reach their goals, whether it's in sport or in their job or whatever it may be. You know, we can do it all.
I know it's only been a couple of days, but has your mindset already changed after having little Leo?
Yeah, completely changed. I mean, it sounds crazy, but from the second they're born, I think it's like I now have a greater purpose. I think I'll be more patient in life. I mean, my driving's definitely already gotten calmer and safer, you know, and oh yeah, I crashed my car this week too, because I was like so in the damn clouds, you know, like, oh man, what's going on? So it's just been a crazy week, but thankfully the PTO will cover the hospital bill and the car insurance and my flight, so it's a good time.
And your partner Lara, she said come out here because she wants a push present. I mean, what are you getting her after that?
I mean, I was really hoping for a 100K push present. That would have been nice, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe a bike or something, maybe.
And what's the plan tomorrow? Are you straight out on a flight? When are you getting it? When are you getting back to your family?
Yeah, I tried to see if there was like a red eye to get back and be with them, but only flights out are tomorrow, so which is all good. I'm definitely looking forward to enjoying the crowd and the night here and with the other competitors, so it's going to be a great time.
Are you having some time off now, or is it straight back in? Are you going to enjoy family life, dad life a little bit?
No, absolutely not. I mean, the PTO tour is, you know, fast and furious right now, so I got to ramp up as soon as I'm back for Singapore, and then I'm going to do 70.3 Worlds. But I've made the commitment. I'm doing, you know, what is it, 3 more weeks, and then I'm calling it a season, and then I'm buckling down and enjoying the family all the way till December. So I can focus for 3 more weeks.
I think you can. Just one quick word as well on Jason and his fabulous run out there today. I mean, kind of just talk us through it when he kind of went past.
Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. Of course, on home soil, I really wanted to be the top American, but absolutely have to tip my hat off to him. I mean, when he came by, my thought was like, this dude is like a pro runner. Like, this dude is a pro runner. It's as if he didn't bike and didn't swim, and that's the thing. He had a great bike. He had his best ever bike, and he had a great swim, and then to run like that, I mean, it was really inspiring. I wanted to go with him, but there was no hope. Not today.
He was doing some like sub 3-minute Ks at one point. Looked like an absolute steam train, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately and sadly, I can only run that fast for like 800 meters.
Well, maybe he's a training partner. We should get you guys together in the future. But Sam, congratulations on a brilliant week, not just today. 5th place though, awesome job. And yeah, shout out as well to Lara and Leo, who I'm sure are watching, the youngest and newest triathlon fam in the form of Leo, right?
Oh yeah, exactly. The strongest baby legs in triathlon. Yo, yo, yo. Thank you everyone so much.
Thank you, Sam. Congratulations. Cheers. Alex, back to you. Who have you got?
Thank you, Rachel. Never going to be anything other than the strongest legs, was it, as a newborn?
It must, yeah, have to be.
Jack has come to join us. Should we just take a bit of a deep breath? Because we sort of stood here, whatever it was, 4 hours ago, wondering what we were going to get to. I think we used Fast and Furious. In the end, it's been extraordinary. It has come from absolutely everywhere today in terms of storylines, drama, unpredictability, and yet we've got a fairy tale finish for the greatest of all time.
I think the race played out how no one expected it.
Yeah.
Everyone expected a bigger front pack swim. Everyone expected a bigger group to stay away for longer on the bike. I mean, it was crazy, the roller coasters of the race. There was so many times where I thought something was going to happen and then the other thing happened. I thought Jan was gone twice on the bike. There was a point where it looked like Magnus had him on the sword and had probably 15 seconds on him, and Jan clawed it back up on the hill, and that was probably a really defining moment for Jan's race, because if he hadn't have made up that 15 seconds on the hill when Magnus first went past him, Magnus would have got onto Matthias and Kristian, and I don't know if Jan would have seen them again, and it probably means Kristian would have won the race. It was a really defining part of the race. It was insane. Jan, he's the greatest of all time. What a performance. He looked so smooth and in control the back 5-6K. I mean, there's not enough superlatives to talk about Jan with. He's the best.
Because just quickly in commentary, you said he is one of. You were very quick to say, hang on, he is the greatest. Are you now comfortable in saying he is the greatest?
So I already thought he was the greatest of all time. I think a few people have questions about, is Alistair Brownlee better or is Jan Frodeno better? I think probably 75% of people thought Jan was the greatest of all time. 25% of people hold strong on the Alistair Brownlee thing. Just give it up. He's the greatest of all time. 100% of people need to realise he is the greatest we've ever seen. Not Mark Allen, not Alistair Brownlee, not Daniela Reef, maybe even. Like that's what we're talking after this victory today. And you know, he's still got another big race in the sport to really go, okay, it's not me and Daniela Reef, it's just me. And this race today was a critical part to taking that step.
He gave a nice little line in that interview, actually, didn't he? He said, "The throne is mine," and I think he's entitled to do that. I hope you won't mind me saying to the audience, have you found today quite emotional? There were elements in commentary where I thought we were talking at the beginning about the fact that it's enjoy while we've got Jan. Did it get to you a bit?
Well, I think, yeah, you know, I know what that feels like to be in that position and in that moment, and it was just the fairy tale, the perfect finish for him, and I didn't know that we'd get to see that from Jan. We saw him dangling off the bike, and off those top 3, and then in the swim he sort of had to bridge up, and then he made that little mistake in transition, and I'm like, is Jan a little off his game? I mean, obviously he's in phenomenal shape to be intact with the front group. But yeah, to just see him then pull through on the run and just look so effortless and so beautiful running. So yeah, I mean, they're the moments in sport that we really remember.
Yeah.
And that was a great moment for our sport. And for Jan Frodeno, I mean, he's had a rough last year. Obviously, his biggest championships are a couple of years back now, but to win a PTO Open in this field, I think he's going to remember this one for a long time.
And again, we asked him this during the week. We asked him just now in terms of how he finishes, not just the fact he is finishing, but how he finishes. And you think of some of the greats. It's not often, actually, that elite athletes get the chance to write their own script at the very end. You think of someone like Lionel Messi winning the Football World Cup, or Pete Sampras retiring off the back of a US Open. The fact that he now has the winner's shot, the top, we're about to see him on top step as well. It just sort of completes the deal, doesn't it?
Well, he's just moved up to 3 on the PTO rankings. If he wins the Ironman World Championships, that'll move him up to number 1 on the rankings.
Yeah.
So that's massive. It's really hard. Once you get on top, getting on top in sport's the hardest thing in the world. Except it's harder to stay there.
Yeah.
And then to stay there for 10, 15 years like Jan has. He's 41. These guys we're talking about, Kristian, he's 29, Magnus is 25. If Jan Frodeno can win the PTO US Open at 41 years old and then go on to win the Ironman World Championships at 42 years old, that's so...
Rare.
That's no words.
Yeah.
There's no words to describe that.
This is his moment. Let's hand you over for the medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of the 2023 PTO US Open. Presenting medals today will be Bevan Doherty, 2-time triathlon Olympic medalist. Presenting gifts today will be Victoria Blummenfelt, CEO of the USA Triathlon, and Marissa Werner, the director of Sports Milwaukee. In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal representing Norway, Kristian Blummenfelt. In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the USA, Jason West. In first place and the winner of the gold medal in the 2023 PTO US Open representing Germany, Jan Frodeno. Now, please join us for our celebration. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulations to all of our winners of the PTO 2023 US Open.
So congratulations to the men on the top spots. Jan Frodeno, Jason West, and Kristian Blummenfelt. What a wonderful moment it is for Jan Frodeno and triathlon. Soaking up all of the atmosphere here at the end of the race. 7,500 age groupers were witnessing this today, and here is how it stacks up. Another chapter is written with exclamation points for Jan Frodeno, who was on the top spot. He said he never gave up, and that is correct. Jason West with the biggest accomplishment of his career so far. I'm sure there's much to come from him as he gets second place here in his home of the United States of America. And a disappointing one for Kristian Blummenfelt. And as we go down the list, we see a very international cast. A big congratulations to all here in Milwaukee who made this such an incredible monster race.
Well, it's good to have them all back, safe and sound. What an utterly extraordinary race it has been. And we're going to talk about some of the other themes and I suppose headlines that have emerged from that. I mean, we're hopefully get Jan back in for a bit more of a reflection. But when you look now, we've obviously just seen the leaderboard. What leaps out for you as the other sort of top stories that have unfolded today?
Yeah, good one. I think Jason West, obviously. Yeah. I sort of halfway through that race, through the run, I thought Jason West is going to finish fourth again. Fourth or fifth. That's what I thought. And then the way the run played out, it's like we got to start thinking of Jason West as one of the best in the world, particularly at the PTO distance. This distance suits him. The way the race formats play out don't suit him perfectly, but he somehow manages to run himself back into these positions. If Jason West can change things up a little bit, get that swim just a little bit stronger, his bike a little bit stronger, he will win one of these PTO races next year.
Okay.
But he's shown that also that you can't count him out ever. He was 5:30 down and he finished in second place. Like, it's nuts.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment because Rachel's got Matthias Marget, or spoke to him a couple of minutes ago.
Matthias, I just said, best race of your career, and you ummed and ahed. I'm going to say yes, it is.
Yeah, it is, but I'm a little bit disappointed because I was second until the last lap of the run, but Kristian and Jason came back really, really fast on me. I can do nothing, but yeah, we pushed really hard on the bike. This is my best bike ever, and the legs were quite good on the run, so yeah, it's my best race.
Why do you think the bike went so well for you? It was fast out there, wasn't it, the cycle course? Do you think that was why?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Why do you think the bike went so well for you today?
Because it was a fast one. I'm a little bit heavy, so the faster the bike is, the better it is for me. So I pushed really hard at the beginning to be on the front of the race. And that's it. We were for the front of the race, and it's really good for me to push hard on the bike because I can run quite fast after a strong bike. But if the bike is really easy, I will not run faster. So hard bike is nice for me.
When you're running with the likes of Jan and Kristian and Magnus all around you, what goes through your head? Does it scare you a little bit to be in such great company?
Yeah. At the beginning of the run, I was first. I passed in front of Magnus, but then Jan, he was really fast. I can do nothing. Then Kristian, I dropped Kristian, and then he came back on me. In fact, I was alone on the run, but I see them. And with the crowd, it was amazing to have a lot of champions around of me. The crowd who are support me. So yeah, amazing race.
And what do you think the PTO's done for you as well? Fourth today, are we seeing a podium from you in the future?
Yeah, I hope so. I will be not on the PTO Asia because I will be focused on the 70.3 World Champs 1 week after. So. But yeah, I hope a podium for the next year.
Matthias, awesome result. Fourth today. Let's see if you can get a podium next time out. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, a wry old smile, I think it's fair to say. I'm going to come back to you just on the comment you made in commentary about how is he still underrated and where he is now. But I just want to talk about the high stakes because the performance of his lifetime, some might say today, on for a podium, and suddenly Jason and Kristian go past him, and not only is he off the podium, but he's lost 35 grand out of the prize money as well. I mean, there's a lot going on inside the head running these races at the moment.
Yeah, I think in the moment they're just trying to run as fast as they can. And yes, he probably felt like he had that second place sort of sewn up. And Jason West comes through, and all of a sudden Kristian's back in the game. So yeah, a big sort of momentum swing right there. But fourth place for Matthias Magier. Honestly, this is an exciting new talent, 26 years old, and someone to watch for the future. I'm sure he'll get plenty of paychecks in the future.
I'm sure he will. Underrated, but not for much longer.
Yeah, he's been almost criminally underrated. His performance at the Challenge Championships earlier in the year was probably a top 5 performance of any male professional triathlete this year. It was a really strong performance. This year sort of makes him, it makes it hard for him to float under the radar because he's now on everyone's radar.
Yeah.
People aren't going to let him have as much freedom in races. It's going to be an interesting period for him. I just think from here, he's now going to cement himself as like a permanent part of top 5s at PTO races. 2024, I think, will be a massive year for Matthias.
We're hopefully going to bring Jan back in just a moment or two. Are you happy to come back in? Yeah, sure. Come and have a chat. And the reason we'd love to do this is obviously it's the last time that we get to have a proper chat with you in the heat of battle or after the heat of battle with the PTO. First things first, is the cheese head, is that going back in hand luggage? It's a nice little memento of this one.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure, but I heard that this is quite the ritual around here and that apparently the football, I don't know, whatever team wears that as their logo. So, yeah, local traits, travel, get educated.
Well done, yeah. I'm glad you've gone back to the cap and the sunglasses. The moment is going to live forever, I'm sure, but the adrenaline, I'm sure, is calming down. I just would love to know, because we were talking actually as you left about the steel that you have coming into a race like this, but it feels like there's an enormous release at this point. Is that how it feels for you?
Yeah, to a degree. I'd have to admit, you know, it's nervous coming in, and I knew that the preparation was good, but I also knew that I pushed it to the very, very limit coming here. Simply knowing that, you know, the season is 2 races long for me left, and you know, that's always been my dream, and that's how I wanted to finish my career, not just on a racing perspective, but also seeing where my own physical limit is. And that unfortunately meant that last week I trained somewhere around 40 hours and came here, missed a flight, spent a day at the airport. You know, I was pretty cooked the last few days, and it's an emotional roller coaster every single time, and you're so invested in it as an athlete. You know, it's really, you talk about a career and you reflect on a career, but very often we just think of ourselves as the last session. How we performed in the last session is what we're worth as a human being, and it's quite sickening, but it's also, it's just the way it is. It's been a roller coaster of a week, but as my wife said, it's a good thing to get as many shit sessions out of the way before and then have a great race.
Good. Even for you, I'm going to have to apologise because I am legally obliged. That's all right. I'm going to give up at some point. Jack, I'm going to bring you in because, you know, you've watched the great man over and over, and just reflections, thoughts and comments on today.
Jan, today I want to know, how important was this race to you in your own mind for your legacy? So you're a 3-time Ironman world champion, you're an Olympic champion, you're a 2-time 70.3 world champion, and you're looking to become a 4-time Ironman world champion. When you sit back and reflect on your career at the end of this year and in the next 4 or 5 years, how important is it for you to have a PTO Open title on that resume?
Yeah, you know, I think PTO is slowly but surely providing some of the pinnacle of racing. You know, there really is probably 1, maybe 2 races that are currently, in my personal opinion, still bigger simply because of the heritage that's been around. But, you know, the thing is, a race is made by a field, isn't it? And it's been a long time, and of course, you know, especially Kristian's been so very vocal over the last few years, and to go 1-0 on him, simply, I know he beat me in Ibiza, but he didn't win, so that, to me, that doesn't count. So yeah, I'd lie if I said I wouldn't care, actually. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it.
Right too. Listen, we've got a little something here for you. So we've obviously been asking all of the competitors, the athletes, over the course of the week, their views on you as the great man. Have a look at this.
Giannis inspired me and motivated me year over year over year over year. So many times I went to races thinking I was going to be able to contend against him, and then I would get second, and you know, he'd hand me my ass in all 3 disciplines. And so, yeah, Jan's been probably my biggest motivator my entire career.
It's really exciting, a huge privilege to share the race course with him here at the PTO US Open, and it's really nice that we can all celebrate his career, and he's got a lot of athletes who really respect him.
He's always been a huge motivation for me, and someone I've looked to as being kind of the setting and example of what he has done in the sport is out of this world and extraordinary.
I've always respected him so much and looked up to not only his results but also how he carries himself and his professionalism and everything he's done in triathlon to kind of raise the bar. So I'm sure he'll be very successful in the future. Maybe his kids will be world champions someday.
2019 Ironman World Championship, I was in the front of the race with Jan and Alistair Brownlee, and I'm on the front and I'm just foaming at the mouth, drooling, like to turn around and I see Jan literally just twiddling his thumbs looking out over the view. Yeah, that's like classic Jan, like just waiting to execute and doing it so perfectly.
I respect everything he's done, and I think I'm also excited to see kind of his transition and like the stories he tells after, because he's done a lot of things right, and I think that a lot of athletes can learn from him.
He was Olympic champion 15 years ago, and still to this day, one of, if not the best triathletes there is. I think that longevity speaks for itself.
Last year when I was in Kona watching in a net brace, Jan really made the time to come over and say hi and ask how I was. And he was the one who sort of said, you know, just try and get back on a bike maybe. And actually it was those words that sort of did get me back on the bike earlier than I probably would have.
Every time I race him, I think it's a great opportunity to kind of match myself against somebody who I think pretty much everybody can agree with is one of the best to ever do it.
He's a complete athlete, really. And yeah, a real legend.
A real legend. And to be fair to Kristian, that was recorded on Wednesday. What does that mean to you to hear those words from those that you have raced alongside and watched as well?
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's nothing greater than having your peers speak highly of you. And you know, yeah, to be honest, like to me, it's always been the sport. I'm probably not the most social guy. I don't go out for beers, and I'm not the guy to hold the life at the party. So I think, yeah, there's a lot of respect, which makes it very special for me, you know, because I often don't know. I keep to myself. I don't know who's there. I don't know what people think, and because I try and just focus on what I need to do. And yeah, to hear those words is actually very moving, and yeah, really special.
Just very quick, because I want to bring you in as well, Rennie, but without giving away too many trade secrets, Lionel actually said, yeah, I'll believe it's retirement when I see it. He thinks that there might be another little chapter to come. Is this categorical, or is there potentially, when, you know, the big ones come round again, the itch will be there to scratch?
Honestly, I think if I was a horse, I'd be shot.
Not on today's evidence, you wouldn't be.
No, but the things I need to do to hold up, like, I mean, my warm-up routine in the mornings. I was, yeah, reading Kobe Bryant's book the other day, you know, and he alluded to the fact as well in the last few years of his career, how he just needed to go to the gym that many more times, and every morning you got to warm up, and you got this niggle, and you got that, and I don't know how many pieces of tape I've got holding me together today. And I love it. I really do, but I'm not sure my body would have another season in me. But like I say, mentally, I'm looking forward to the adventures, to going out there, supporting my peers. Yeah, I like handing out water cups when the girls are suffering out on the island, and doing things that are just, you know, fun and a little bit, yeah, a little bit more celebratory of the sport.
The one last thing, and sorry to butt back in, the one last thing I wanted to sort of mention is that in every single one of those interviews, it was not just what you've done, but how you've done it. And I just sort of wanted to finish with how proud you are of the way that you've gone about your business over your career.
Yeah, I struggle with the word pride. You know, I wouldn't say that I'm ever proud of myself, just like I wouldn't ever look back and say my achievements are so great. You know, it's just foreign to me. I try to be natural. I try to be a nice guy. I think it comes back. You know, you give some, you expect nothing, appreciate everything, and that's always been my motto. And it's worked well over the years.
The GOAT?
Absolutely the GOAT, and I think more than my opinion. But I think your family, Emma and the kids, will be happy to have you home a little more and around a little more, and maybe not doing all those morning routine exercises to get ready for the day. But you have one more big race coming up in a few weeks, and we look forward to seeing you in Nice. And I'm excited to see the form that you bring into that with a 40-hour training week last week coming into this week. Yeah. No taper really, and still on top of the world. Incredible, Jan.
And
Congrats.
lastly,
what's needed for the next generation, unfortunately.
I'll leave you with a thought. There's always a filthy cup of coffee here in studio for next year on the PTO as well. Yeah. We'd love to have you alongside Jan. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me, and thanks for putting on awesome races. And reason to get out of bed.
Good on you. We'll let you go and enjoy, celebrate, and many, many congratulations once again. Good on you. The great Jan Frodeno. And we have one more chance to see him in action, but for now, he's done the job that he wanted to do, hasn't he?
Yeah, phenomenal. I mean, honestly, just a fairy tale ending for him. Obviously, he's got one more. And by his admission, more important, he wants that one more world title in the Ironman distance. But just today I'm blown away. Yeah. His performance today.
We're going to have a big deep breath and a bit of recovery session ourselves here, because of course we are back tomorrow with the women's race. Lots to look forward to. So we are back here tomorrow once again, 4 o'clock local time, and you'll be able to find us in all the usual places. We have got the women's race coming up in less than 24 hours time. It's another stacked field. Are we going to have as much chaos and carnage as we've had here today? Storylines unfolding from everywhere?
If today's any indication, then probably. But the women tend to race a little more cautiously than the men, so we'll see. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be the tale of Taylor Knibb, Ashley Gentle. I think that's going to be the upfront biggest headline, but a lot of other women in the mix there.
Yeah. And for you?
If the men's racing's taught us anything, it's, hey, expect the unexpected. Tomorrow we expect Taylor Knibb to ride off the front. Yeah. We expect her to get 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes on Ash Gentle and see how far Ash Gentle can dig into that on the run. Today's taught me that that's probably exactly how it's not going to happen, and I have no idea what's going to happen, and none of us have any idea what's going to happen, and it's going to be a great race.
Yeah, lots to look forward to. Hold on tight, lots to look forward to.
Absolutely, can't wait.
Good stuff. Thank you both very much indeed. Well done today as well. Fantastic in commentary. A little element of the commentator's curse. Once or twice you said potentially the podium is done, and then Magnus dropped out and Kristian blew up and Jan came from nowhere and Jason West rocketed up from 100th to 2nd. So lessons learned. Anyway, well done to both of you. We are back here tomorrow as well, but quite extraordinary race that we've had here in the PTO US Open. It has been a wonderful story from start to finish, but at the end of it all, it is bravissimo, Frodissimo, over, but not quite out.